Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Fell in Love with Oha Asa. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. She rolled to the side, avoiding the punch aiming for her. Her lip already bleeding. Crimson droplets covering her side of the mouth and fell to the mat beneath her. She immediately stood up quickly, breathing slowly. The 6'1" man aiming to punch, who she just grabbed the fist easily. With an emotionless gaze, she punched his face, sending him a few feet behind to crash the wall with a thud. The man thrice her age slowly stood up. Crimson BLD fell down from his forehead as his mouth curled into a scowl. With a battle cry, the man pulled a kunai and charged more aggressively. She grabbed her own kunai and the slashing sounds between kunai echoed through the room. The girl bent backward, staring at the tip of the kunai in front of her glasses. Quickly she twisted, kicked him in the head, making the man stumble forward and crash down. She immediately put her knees on his back with a knife near his neck. She stood, placing the kunai back in her pouch. Then bandaging her fingers as she walked to the corner of the room and picked out a red paper fan. There is no use to challenge me. Asa already said that I win. INTRODUCING Midorima Shizuka, I never want to see another important person to die in front of me again. Uzumaki Naruto, I care more about others than I do myself, and I won't let anyone hurt them. Hatake Kakashi, to know what is right and choose to ignore it is the act of a coward. Uchiha Sasuke, I have long since closed my eyes, my only goal is in the darkness. Haruno Sakura, didn't you know? Women have to be strong in order to survive. Has it ever occurred to you that someone might be out there who noticed your smallest quirks and finds your mind as fascinating as your soul and body, someone whose hands get sweaty, their heart starts racing, and their breath gets shaky when you are anywhere near, and they want to be closer to you, but you don't realize because it never occurred to you that someone might be out there who wants to love your smallest quirks. After reporting on an A-class mission to the 3rd Hokage, Kakashi was forced to be in the Hokage room even though he really wanted to go home and finish reading his novel. Oh, he was very curious whether the male character would do. You can enter now. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice managed to break Kakashi's mind, which made him curious now who was behind the door. A frog-masked Anbu entered. Kakashi watched him closely. He knows who he is, even he knows that person. He was one of his teammates when Kakashi was still the head of the ANBU team. You called me, Hokage-sama? Asked the man, glancing at Kakashi as if he had only just realized the whereabouts of his former captain. Kakashi. Shintaro. His presence here is related to your next mission. The Hokage's statement made both of them turn their heads in surprise. Kakashi, do you remember my goal of making you a teacher of Team 7? Yes, I remember. Kakashi answered in a bored tone as usual. With you watching Sasuke, I want Frog to watch Naruto. Hokage's statement made his boredom disappear instantly. Pardon? Now the Hokage was staring at Frog, who was still silent, like a statue. I will give you an S-class mission for a long period of time. Your mission is to keep an eye on Naruto Uzumaki. I am sure that your Kekkai Genkai can hold him back. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen exhaled a sigh of relief. To carry out your mission, you will be the 4th student of Kakashi in team. I hope you can accept it. You have also been a teammate, right? It would be better to fight someone with your teamwork. But, Hokage, I know what you are thinking, Kakashi. Hiruzen blew out smoke and put down his cigarette. It's true it should be a 3-man team, but this is an exception. I promised Minato to look after him. Minato-sensei. Kakashi mumbled, remembering his teacher who was very considerate and understanding of him. The figure that he had considered as his own father. All right. Good, the Hokage nodded happily. Now you can take your transformation off, Shizuka. Honestly, Kakashi had forgotten the real form of the ANBU members. Because she only changes to her original form when they are in free time. And that too has been years since he left ANBU. Out of curiosity, Kakashi noticed that she had transformed back. The ANBU, who is a 17-year-old boy, changed to her original look, a girl. her tall and muscular body turned into the body of a 13-year-old girl. Even though she was taller than a girl her age, her short green hair extended to her middle back, and finally, Kakashi saw her face. Nothing is different from her face, only more feminine even with black frame glasses and piercing green eyes. Don't forget her usual poker face. I haven't seen it in a long time, Hiruzen smiled. You may leave. Without waiting any longer, of course, Kakashi immediately left the room. He can't wait to read his book. Kakashi stood next to the green-haired girl, looking at the village of Konoha with a boring look. Long time no see, Shintra. You too, Kakashi. The girl raised her glasses with a bandaged finger. And call me Shizuka? Fine, fine, Kakashi pulling out his novel and began to read. And now you have to call me sensei. Oha Asa is always right, Shizuka said suddenly, stroking her green frog piggy bank. Cancer will get something unexpected. Whether it's good or bad. That's why I always bring my lucky items. By the way, today's lucky item is a frog piggy bank, Nanadeo. Other than forgetting her true form, Kakashi also forgot her strange beliefs. Even though she was a disciplined and very reserved girl, she really believed in her lucky items. Kakashi remembers when he accidentally destroyed one of her lucky items, and at that moment Shizuka would immediately get depressed and wouldn't talk to him. Speaking of which, because you are now my student, Kakashi said, it was rather strange to hear that because he and Shizuka were a teammate back then in Anbu. Meet me tomorrow at the 3rd training ground. 12 o'clock. Don't be late. You're one to talk. Honestly, Kakashi was very surprised by the teamwork they were doing. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura can do teamwork even with their different characteristics. What's more, are with Naruto and Sasuke. He was surprised when Sasuke was the first to give food to Naruto, even with their rivalry. Now then, I will introduce new members to Team 7, said Kakashi, amused by their expressions. Wait, new member, asked Sakura. But Kakashi-sensei, isn't each team have 3 members? It's usually like that, Kakashi nodded. But this is the Hokage's own command, and I cannot refuse it. Who is it, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked enthusiastically. Is it a girl or a boy? You will find out for yourself, said Kakashi, his index finger pointing at someone behind them. When the 3 of them turned around, they saw Shizuka walking towards them. With clothes that are certainly not ANBU clothes. Shizuka there wore a light blue shirt with a white blazer on top of it, a black skirt, a ninja pouch on her right thigh, and blue ninja sandals. Not forgetting the Konoha headband that was tied to her left arm. So she is our new member, Kakashi pulling out his favorite novel. Introduce yourself. I'm Hatake Kakashi. Haruno Sakura. Sakura smiled, at least she wouldn't be the only girl on this team. Uchiha Sasuke. As usual, Sasuke introduced himself in an unfriendly tone. Uzumaki Naruto, and again, Naruto exclaimed. Enthusiastically. One day I will become a Hokage, Databeo. Shizuka glanced at Kakashi, who was only answered with a nod from him. Then she looked at the 3 genins in front of her. With a flat gaze, she raised her glasses with her bandaged fingers and said, Midorima Shizuka. Shizuka does not expect that she will get a mission to find a daimyo's cat named Tora again. She still remembers a few years ago when she was still a genin, her first mission was to find Tora. The mission she hated the most because she had to find animals that she didn't like. Yes, Shizuka hates cats. Judging from how the daimyo's wife treated the cat, Shizuka understood why the cat always ran away. Apart from all that, now Team 7 is standing in the mission-giving room. They are waiting for the Hokage to determine their next mission. Honestly, she was a little upset with the Hokage for putting her in a team that had just graduated from the academy. Okay, Team 7. Your next mission is to accompany the grandchildren of the elders, shop in the neighboring village, harvest the potatoes, and Hiruzen's words were interrupted when Naruto shouted that he strongly refused the mission. Shizuka had expected it. Troublemakers and hyperactive like he is seemed to definitely want a mission related to action. She didn't know how Naruto persuaded the Hokage, but they finally get a C-class mission. Namely guarding a bridge maker old man back to his home village. Shizuka now stood in front of the Konoha entrance exit gate. Together with Kakashi, He will not be late if he is going to carry out a mission. They are waiting for the genins who seem to take a very long time to pack. Let's go. Naruto, the last to arrive, exclaimed excitedly, "Why are you so excited?" Sakura asked in surprise. "You know, I've never left this village," Naruto answered, walking at the front because he was very enthusiastic. They walked for half an hour or so, and there were no signs of a fight. Shizuka knew that this was only a C-class mission, but she still had to be on the lookout for enemies who could appear at any time. "Sasuke, hold this." Without waiting for the answer of the boy next to her, Shizuka gave her green ball to Sasuke. She then opened the bandage on her left fingers. "Is this your so-called lucky item?" Sasuke asked, staring weirdly at the green ball. Oha Asa said, "Today Cancer's lucky item is a small green ball," Shizuka answered, taking back her lucky item. Shizuka made eye contact with Kakashi before the man nodded. The code. If Shizuka had removed the bandage, that meant an enemy had come. Fortunately, Kakashi still remembers. Just as they had expected, two ninjas came out of their hiding and caught Kakashi. In addition, Shizuka immediately stood in front of Naruto, who was still frozen, kicking the two ninjas into a tree and letting Sasuke and Kakashi, who had just come out of hiding, overcome them. "They're Chunins." Shizuka's attention went straight to Naruto. He intentionally stabbed his palm with a kunai. "I will not stop. Let's continue the mission." Shizuka huffed. "You don't have to do it like that or you will bleed to death." "My God. What to do?" Now the boy is panicking. "I don't want to bleed to death, Databeo." Oha Asa is always right. The Libra is second to last for luck today. Shizuka raised her glasses up. "Give me your hand." She intended to do healing jutsu on him, but that didn't happen when the wound already disappeared. Shizuka knew who did it, the strongest bijou who was trapped in the body of a 13-year-old boy. Kyubi. In the end, they continued their mission even though with Tazuna, who had lied about their class mission, which was supposed to be an A-class mission. This was clearly not a mission for a team of 3 genins who had just graduated from the academy. However, because Naruto felt sorry, he was eager to help him, and that makes all the ninjas have to follow him. "Naruto, stop being a fool, Nanadeo," said Shizuka, seeing the ninja she was guarding was putting kunai in any place. "He's already a fool." "You can't stop him," Sasuke reminded, walking beside Shizuka because he was fed up with Sakura's chatter. Everyone ducked, and at that moment, a long, broad sword passed by them and stuck into one of the trees. Fortunately, all the people ducked. If not, maybe one of their heads are gone. "Okay, that sounds pretty scary." "Momochi Zabuza," said Kakashi, staring boredly at someone standing on the sword stuck in the tree. Shizuka knows who he is. Momochi Zabuza, a criminal from the village of the mist. He is in a bingo book. Hatake Kakashi, the man descended from his sword, then pulled the sword out of the tree. "Now, give me the old man." The mist began to cover the place. However, this is no ordinary mist. This is an artificial mist created by a jutsu. Hidden mist jutsu. Shizuka immediately took out her kunai and slashed Zabuza, who almost swung her sword at the girl. But unfortunately, it is a clone. With the genins protecting Tazuna, Shizuka faced off with some of the Zabuza clones that surrounded her. Inserting her lucky item into her backpack, Shizuka was ready to fight. With quick and nimble movements, the green-haired girl was able to eliminate Zabuza's clones. Actually not a difficult thing, because it's just a clone. Shizuka returned to the formation to protect Tazuna. With the thick mist, it really made the genins on standby. Even though Zabuza was busy with Kakashi and there were no signs that he would approach them. "Sasuke, I have a plan," Naruto whispered. For the first time, Shizuka heard Naruto in a low voice, not the loud voice that made her ears hurt. And then both of them disappeared, making Sakura and Shizuka surprised. They want to work together even though they never get along. Shizuka can feel both of their chakra. But that doesn't let her know what really happened. This mist really annoyed her. The girl made a seal. Oil release, and after that, heat escapes from the ground and removes the mist. Not forgetting that she must measure the pH so her teammates are not affected. Shizuka realized that Kakashi had come out of Zabuza's water cage. She concluded that Sasuke and Naruto were the ones who released him. Honestly, she was rather surprised by their cooperation. "How can Kakashi-sensei imitate his every move?" asked Sakura, staring in admiration plus wonder at Zabuza and Kakashi who were fighting on the surface of the water. "That's because of the Sharingan." Her green eyes glanced at Sasuke, who seemed to stiffen after hearing that. The user of this Sharingan is granted incredible clarity of perception, enabling him to read lips or mimic something. Sharingan also allows him to see fast-moving objects and some amount of predictive capabilities. It also granted to able to copy almost any jutsu he sees. Kakashi's last attack managed to throw Zabuza ashore. And when they approached him, he was shocked by several needles stuck in his body. "Is he dead?" Naruto asked. Kakashi checks his pulse. "Yes, he is dead." "He's right." They were startled by a new voice. The sound came from the top of the tree. There was someone with a mask standing on one of the branches of a tree. Shizuka knows the mask. It was a Hunter-nin mask from the Hidden Mist Village. They are tasked to hunt down the runaway ninjas. "Thank you," said the Hunter-nin. "I will bring the body because it contains a lot of secrets and information. I will leave myself." "Something's not right." "All right, let's take Tazuna-san to his house." Shizuka looks at Kakashi with a flat look. That man fainted after the hunter ninja left. His timing is right. Fortunately, Tazuna was the one who carried him. Now she was in one of the rooms of Tazuna's house. The man kindly gave his house to a temporary shelter. "You may go out," Shizuka said, wrapping her fingers with bandages. "Sakura, please bring a towel." She didn't need to look to see if they had left or not. She could tell by the sound of the door closing and the sound of footsteps coming out. Shizuka removed her blazer and rolled up her light blue shirt. Then take off Kakashi's headband and vest, letting him rest comfortably. "I brought the towel." Sakura came and sat next to Kakashi. "Is he okay?" "Just tired," Shizuka answered. "Please wipe the sweat." "Okay." Sakura began working, but her attention was on Shizuka, who was emitting a green light from her palm. "Is that healing jutsu?" "Yeah," Shizuka answered. "This will speed up his healing, rather than using the old method." "Sakura, can you make herbal tea?" Shizuka asked, taking a scroll from her bag. "This is the method and the ingredients." She waited until the girl left the room before staring at Kakashi again. "I know you're awake, Kakashi," Shizuka said, raising her glasses up. "Ugh." The man opened his eyes and sat down, staring at the wall with a blank stare. "You're tired." Shizuka folded her arms. "I understand it actually. You are not used to using your Sharingan anymore. So your body is shocked." "Now, I miss my time at Enbu," Kakashi said, pulling out his novel. Shizuka would have been annoyed if Kakashi had pulled out the novel because he sometimes won't pay attention to what the girl says. "But Shizuka, you have noticed, aren't you?" "Of course." She raised her glasses. Slam. The loud noise successfully made both of them turn towards the door. There were Sasuke, Naruto, and Tazuna. Shizuka spotted Sakura behind them. "Kakashi-sensei. You're awake." "Move aside, Naruto. I brought hot tea." Sakura exclaimed, walking in the middle of them, then giving the tea to Shizuka. "Is it like this?" "It's good." The girl then gave it to Kakashi, who instead of drinking it immediately, he only held it. Shizuka huffed at that. "Have you all noticed?" asked Kakashi, watching his students whether any of them were quick to realize the anomaly. "Noticing what, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked, scratching his non-itchy back neck. "Listen carefully," said Kakashi. "Usually, the shinobi hunters who manage corpse disposals are supposed to destroy the bodies of those they kill at once, right on the spot. And how did the kid in the mask dispose of Zabuza's corpse?" "He took the body with him," Sakura murmured. "But, isn't all he needed to take home as proof he'd made the kill was the head?" "You're right." Kakashi nodded in agreement, pleased to know that one of his students had begun to understand. "And the weapon that the hunter used to dispatch Zabuza?" "Just acupuncture needles." Sasuke gasped. "No way." "Yes, wait." Kakashi ruffled his hair. "That it's likely. Zabuza is still alive." "What are you talking about?" Naruto exclaimed. "But, Kakashi-sensei, you checked to be sure Zabuza was dead, didn't you?" Kakashi nodded. Maybe it's like a temporary death? Those acupuncture needle weapons that shinobi hunter used can be deadly if they hit a vital spot. If not, the mortality rate is surprisingly low. And remember, they were originally designed as medical treatment tools. Shizuka took over. She could see Kakashi heaving a sigh of relief. Surely he was lazy to talk. Shinobi hunters and all members of any village's disposal squad must possess an NTMT and thorough knowledge of human physiology. It would be simple for one of them to place a person into a near-death state. And judging by how he carried Zabuza's body and used the needle, Shizuka raised her glasses. Obviously he wants to save him. Therefore I will train you, Kakashi said, waving his hand. Alright, you can get ready now. They've left, you can drink it now. Shizuka glanced at Kakashi who wanted to open his mask. Midorima clan's herbal medicine, Kakashi said as he raised his mask. I haven't drunk it in a long time. You're still on the Tenzu team, asked Kakashi, getting up from the bed. No, I've moved and become the team leader, Shizuka said, staring at her green ball with a flat gaze. The training that Kakashi meant was actually a tree climbing training, without using hands. To be more precise, it is a chakra control exercise. Surprisingly, Sakura was the first to succeed among the three, excluding herself. Even though the girl looked like she wasn't a ninja, Shizuka didn't even know if she really wanted to become a ninja or if she just wanted to follow Sasuke. But despite all that, Shizuka admitted that her chakra control was pretty good, especially for her first try. Then she turned to Naruto. The blonde-haired boy used too little chakra and made him slip and fall. In fact, Shizuka believed he had the most chakra of the others because he was a descendant of Uzumaki and a nine-tailed fox Jinchuriki. Wait, did he know that he had a lot of chakra? The last one was Sasuke. Shizuka first thought that the Uchiha boy would reach the top first. However, it turned out that her estimate was wrong. The boy used too much chakra, which made his feet pinch against the wood. Although not as big as the Uzumaki clan, Uchiha clan members are also gifted with a large amount of chakra. So, Shizuka somewhat understood why he was like that. Great. Kakashi nodded appreciatively. Shizuka, Sakura, I'm assigning you two to look after Tazuna. The two of them glanced at each other, then nodded in agreement. Their journey to the bridge was awkward. Neither of them opened the conversation. Shizuka noticed something was a little strange about the pink-haired girl. Not that she was worried or anything, she could feel the anxiety from Sakura. Actually, it was a bit strange because she was the first one to reach the top of the tree and now she was anxious. Shouldn't she be happy? What's wrong? Shizuka finally asked, looking at the river below them. Oh no. It's nothing. From her answer, Shizuka knew that something had happened to her. She chose not to answer. She did not want to force her to tell her. Sakura sighed heavily. I just feel useless on this team. Sakura suddenly opened her voice. Sasuke-kun is good at taijutsu and other things. You're very good at ninjutsu and Naruto. Even though he is stupid and stubborn, he managed to save Kakashi-sensei. And what did I do? Do nothing. Shizuka blinked, surprised she realized it quickly. Maybe their encounter with Zabuza changed her. So, Shizuka looked at Sakura who was biting her lip. What would you do? I'm afraid I'll trouble you, but... Sakura closed her eyes tightly. See, can you please train me? Shizuka was silent for a moment, thinking. All right. Thank you. Sakura hugged Shizuka tightly. Shizuka blushed, between embarrassed and holding her breath because of her hug. It's because I had nothing else to do, Nanadeo. The next day, Shizuka chose to take a short walk in the forest before she took care of Tazuna with Sakura. This morning air is very good, maybe she will meditate for a while. Indirectly, Shizuka's gaze turned towards a person in orange cloth sleeping on the grass. Why did he fall asleep this morning? Naruto, she called, walking towards the boy who gasped at her call. Shizuka. What's wrong? Naruto scratched his cheek, his eyes staring at Shizuka curiously. What are you doing, sleeping at this hour? Shizuka asked in an interrogation tone, frowning. I'm not sleeping really. I'm not going to sleep before I can climb this tree. He stood up, then straightened his headband that he was proud of. Gosh. I can't waste time, Dadabeo. He ran towards the tree and climbed up. Not until he was in the middle of the tree, and Naruto immediately fell. Judging from the current score, it was somewhat higher than yesterday. At least his efforts paid off. Gosh. Naruto stood up again, about to run. His eyes still gave off that light that he wouldn't give up. Stop, Shizuka ordered suddenly before Naruto set foot on the tree trunk, making him startled and fall face first. What's wrong, Shizuka? You're using too little chakra. If you keep doing that, you'll slip all the time, she explained, raising her glasses. Stand up. Naruto followed her orders. His eyes flashed a confused expression. Try to focus your chakra on your feet. Pull out your chakra until I say stop. Naruto again followed her orders without any questions popping out of his mouth. Stop. After thinking it was the right amount, Shizuka stopped him. Try walking slowly. He walked slowly, even though it looked like a robot, and walked up to the center of the tree's height before stopping to stand on a tree branch. Shizuka. I did it. He shouted. His blue eyes glowed and his mouth was grinning widely, showing his fangs. He jumped down, then ran towards her with his arms spread open. Shizuka immediately stopped him by pressing his face with her palms so he wouldn't move forward and hug her. You can't hug people so freely, Naruto, she said. A little blush appeared on her cheeks. It's inappropriate. Training Sakura was easier than Shizuka had thought. The girl was very obedient and determined in her practice. Maybe because her intention to change is very big. Ah, it works again? The girl turned to Sakura, who was trying to recover a fish. Yes, Shizuka thought maybe Sakura would be good in medical ninjutsu because her chakra control is pretty good. That's enough for today. Shizuka stood up. It's late. Shizuka walked first, past the shady trees. Her steps were stopped when someone stood in front of her. She looked up. What is it? You taught Sakura medical ninjutsu? Kakashi asked, putting his hand in his pocket then walking beside her. Yeah, she answered simply. I'm actually surprised that she really wants to become a ninja, Kakashi admitted. I mean, at least not this fast. I know. But her chakra control is quite good, so I thought maybe she can become one. Shizuka folded her arms. Besides, it would be good if this team had a medical ninja. The man next to her nodded in agreement. I'm the teacher, but you act more than me. Then stop reading that obscure novel, Nanadeo. Shizuka scolded, raising her glasses up. That's why you don't pay attention to them. Literacy is important, Kakashi said in his bored voice. At least it's better than your Oha Asa. Kakashi. What? Shizuka asked once again, thinking that what she had heard earlier was just her imagination. Her eyebrows wrinkled and she slowly lowered the chopsticks to the table. I want you to stay here and take care of Naruto, said Kakashi once again. Zabuza may still be around here. So I asked you to stand guard here. She huffed, her bandaged fingers pushing her glasses up. All right. Good. Kakashi stood up then looked at his two students. Sasuke, Sakura. Come on. All right, looks like I'll be leaving too. Tazuna stood up, putting on his hat. Please be careful. After they left, Shizuka went straight to Naruto's room. Sitting in the corner of the room, staring at the boy with a blank gaze. This kid uses too much of his chakra to practice that he doesn't wake up in the morning, even though Kakashi had appointed him to guard Tazuna. It's been half an hour, and Naruto has still slept soundly. Too soundly even, to the point that he was drooling while muttering ramen, ramen in his sleep. Not only that, but he also muttered all kinds of ramen. Gosh, he likes ramen so much that he brings it in his dreams. Ramen, miso ramen, tonkatsu ramen. Ichiraku args. Finally he woke up, gasping, looking forward. You're awake, Shizuka said, observing how Naruto was turning to his side. Shizuka? Naruto asked. What are you doing here, Tebeo? Waiting for you to wake up, Nanadeo. Shizuka stood up and walked toward the door. Do you want to come or not? Don't tell me. They left us. Naruto exclaimed, hastily wearing his clothes. Come on, Shizuka. Both of them immediately rushed to the bridge, passing through the forest while listening to Naruto's nagging about how they're so late and why Shizuka didn't wake him up. How could she wake him up if he was having such a sweet dream? Kakashi also advised Naruto to stay rested. We have to go back to Tsunojisen's house, Naruto ordered, turning around. Shizuka looked at him with a surprised look. She was surprised to find Naruto noticing the cut. The cut in the trees and the boar they passed earlier. And true to what Naruto said, Tsuna's house was surrounded by several people with swords in their belts. He was not that stupid, apparently. With Naruto saving Inari and his mother, Shizuka dealt with those people. Defeating them was very easy because none of them used chakra. Finally, they went again to the bridge. With Naruto who foolishly entered the glass cage of Haku, the fake Anbyu who had saved Zabuza, and Shizuka who was beside Kakashi. Do you think that having 2 more genins will make you easily defeat me, Kakashi? Zabuza asked arrogantly. Don't underestimate me, Nanadeo, Shizuka answered, leaning slightly and pulling out her jutsu. Fire release, fireball. Water release, water wall. Zabuza exclaimed, blocking Shizuka's fire. Not bad. Want to work together like before? Asked Kakashi, glancing at Shizuka. His Sharingan already activated. All right, said the girl. But I have to get rid of this fog first, boil release. The fog blocking their eyesight disappeared due to Shizuka's hot water jets. And then they charged. The fight was only physical, Zabuza with his sword, and Kakashi and Shizuka with their kunai. Even so, the 3 of them were already exhausted. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bomb. Kakashi and Shizuka's combination attack managed to make Zabuza far-flung. But she could see the man standing back and pulling out his jutsu. Water release, Water Colliding Wave, creating a spiraling vortex of water that proceeds to explode from the top in the form of a wave. Fire style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. She expelled a fire that shaped into a literal sea of flames. The fire collided with Zabuza's water and then it was turned down. Shizuka could feel it. A large chakra and demonic aura emerged from Haku's glass cage. Don't tell me, after the glass broke and Naruto with a body covered in orange chakra came out with Haku in his hand. Even though the current Naruto might benefit them, if it is out of control it will be difficult later. Shizuka quickly jumped away, leaving Kakashi with Zabuza, and putting her hand on Naruto's back. Luckily the seal worked and Naruto was back to normal. What the? Naruto gasped in shock. Then he looked at the girl beside him and smiled broadly. Thank you, Shizuka. Why would I want to save you? Nanadeo. Shizuka said, raising her glasses. You're so mean. Naruto exclaimed while pouting. Oh yeah, Shizuka, can you please heal Sasuke? Naruto's voice narrowed, making the girl wonder. What happened to Sasuke? Inevitably, Shizuka nodded, turning her body to walk into the ice cage of Haku which eventually broke. Inside the glass cage, there was Sasuke lying there with needles piercing his body. She could also see the BLD coming out of him. Could he be the reason for Naruto releasing that chakra? Slowly, she pulled out all the needles. Then the vines came out of the ground and covered Sasuke's body. Of course, to cure it. This healing technique belongs to the Midorima clan. And different from the usual healing techniques, this technique heals until there are no scars at all, like Hashirama Senju's healing. Shizuka. Sasuke's call made Shizuka's eyes turn to him. If you look closely, the wound has healed. You're awake, she said flatly, looking down at him. Sasuke sat up, and he realized that the pain had disappeared. The wound too, leaving only BLD on his shirt. Then his gaze at Shizuka. Did she heal him? What about Naruto? Sasuke asked, looking around at the place. Where is the masked kid? He's dead. Shizuka pointed at someone lying in front. Dead? He widened his eyes. Did Naruto kill him? No, she answered him. He died protecting Zabuza. Sasuke stood up, followed by Shizuka, and the 2 of them walked forward to stand with the others. Sasuke-kun. Sakura exclaimed happily, hugging him tightly. Hey! After completing the C-class mission which turned out to be an A-class mission, Team 7 got a D-class mission again. Although Shizuka was sure that the whole team didn't want that. Except for Kakashi, of course, that man would just sit back and read a book. He doesn't help at all. Anyway, now they were in front of the Konoha gates, at Izumo and Kotetsu posts. They are the ones guarding the Konoha entrance gate. Hey, good job guys. Praised Kotetsu, A Chunin who has long spiky black hair and has a strip of bandage running across the bridge of his nose. Naruto grinned. Now I can finally eat Ichiraka ramen, Tebeyu. Sounds good, Sakura smiled. You're treating Naruto. Oh, fine already. But you know, Naruto turned his body towards Sasuke angrily. How about you treating us for a change, Sasuke? Sasuke looked at Naruto uninterestedly. I'm off to train. How about you, Shizuka? Shizuka raised her glasses. Always eating ramen is not healthy, Nanadeo. Then, maybe Kakashi-sensei can? Naruto's words stopped when he saw Kakashi, who was just silent and was looking at something. The four of them were curious and turned their heads towards what Kakashi was watching. There were 3 Nbu and a tied woman walking towards the Konoha gate. Pretty. Why was she arrested? Asked Sasuke curiously. I'm told that she's a kunoichi who disguised herself as a street performer, Izumo explained. To gather information about the Land of Fire. What's going to happen to her now? Naruto asked curiously. Well, she'll be interrogated to see just what she found out. Finally, Kakashi spoke. They'll use whatever means necessary. Until she starts talking. Shizuka, the girl looked up, saw Sasuke stopped in front of her. Why did you bring a carrot? Sasuke pointed to a carrot that she was holding. This carrot is for tomorrow's lucky item, Shizuka replied, lifting the carrot to his face. And this is a lucky item for today, Nanadeo. Shizuka pointed out the orange gift box that she was holding on her other hand. The gift box. Today Cancer is second. I'll never understand you, Sasuke frowned. They had been a team for a few months, but he still didn't understand the girl's strangeness. You've said that many times, Shizuka spoke flatly. But I believe what Oha Asa said. Therefore I will not fail in carrying out the mission. The two of them walked together on the streets of Konoha. Neither one spoke, because neither of them were fussy people. Sasuke and Shizuka stopped when they saw Kakashi and a girl walking together a few meters ahead of them. They stared at each other, before hiding behind the big boxes. Kakashi, said Sasuke, seeing Kakashi and the woman they didn't know were walking past. Are you guys curious too? Asked Naruto, leaning on top of Shizuka who was leaning on top of Sasuke. It's not like that, argued Sasuke. Ridiculous. It's that lady, said Sakura, who joined and leaned on Naruto, bringing them to the fore. You know, the one we saw at the gate. The one accused of being a spy. Oh yeah, that pretty lady. After thinking they were far away, they broke away. Coming out of their little hideout and stared at Kakashi and the woman from afar. What's Kakashi doing with someone like her? Naruto and Sakura immediately ran. With Shizuka and Sasuke also following along. Actually, she doesn't really care, but this is Kakashi she was talking about. She can't leave that. The four of them followed where Kakashi went, while hiding curiously, until finally they hid in the bushes near the garden. That cloud resembles Naruto, said Kakashi, looking up at the sky. And next to that is Sasuke maybe. Kakashi's words completely shocked the four of them, who were hiding behind a bush. Thinking that Kakashi would find out that they had been following him all along. Hide your chakra, Nanadeo, whispered Shizuka. It could be bad later if Kakashi finds out. I can't hear them, Naruto whined, pouting his lip. But they seem suited for each other, Sakura quietly exclaimed, her eyes already sparkling. How silly. I'm going to get closer, Tebeyu, Naruto spoke, jumping slowly to climb the big tree behind Kakashi. Shizuka had resisted, although in the end she got on too. Because you've always been in my heart, said the woman, her cheeks flushed red. You were my hope. All the genins plus Shizuka flushed after hearing that. Whoa, things starting to heat up, snickered Naruto with a wicked smile, leaning forward so he can hear it more. Wait, Naruto. You'll. Before Sakura finished warning him, the branch that was holding Naruto was broken, causing the four of them to fall too. Shizuka tried to jump, only she felt Sasuke's hand gripping her leg and pulling her down too. The four of them fell down with a loud sound. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura fell face to face first, while Shizuka fell on her back. Even so, both of her arms were raised so that her lucky item was not damaged. They immediately stood up, then stared in surprise at Kakashi, who accidentally kissed the woman. Oh my, Sakura closed her mouth, which was gaping wide. After 1 second, Kakashi stood up and stared at them. Hey you four. You see this is… Naruto grinned in nervous plus embarrassed, then looked at the flowers Sakura brought. Tried to take it and whispered frantically to her. Give me that. See, congratulations, Databeo. Naruto lifted the flower forward while exclaiming in panic. Thank you. In the end, Hana, the spy woman, left after the leader of the Lock village wanted her back and exchanged her with one of the ninja from Konoha who was captured by them. Well, there have been some minor battles though. But the four of them don't know whether Han are left with her village or if she is dead. Because Kakashi just said she's gone. Really, she is a great kunoichi. Despite all that, they were now in the middle of the road. Finishing their training. Hey, don't you guys wonder who the girl Kakashi-sensei likes? Naruto questioned with a sly smile. I've had enough of this ridiculousness, said Shizuka, raising her glasses. I'd better go home. Shizuka is right, Sasuke nodded. It's a waste of my time. It's better if I just practice. What if what's behind the mask? Asked Naruto, completely making the two of them stop. Honestly, the question was very tempting. Naruto snickered before continuing. Could it be that he has lips like fish eggs? Or maybe big teeth? CC lips. A big beauty mark. In the end, everyone was tempted and joined in to find out Kakashi's real face. Come to think of it, while she was at the ANBU, Shizuka never saw Kakashi take down his mask. So she was also interested to know. The four of them followed where Kakashi went. Just like what they did yesterday with Hanar. They followed him to supermarkets, bookstores, and even to Kia. And to no avail, Kakashi didn't take off his mask at all. This is so ridiculous, I'll just go home, said Shizuka when they were at the playground, her eyebrows frowning, feeling annoyed. Oha Asa is right, I shouldn't be that curious. By the way, today's lucky item is a frog piggy bank, Nanadeo. Suddenly, from her left side a ball bounced at her. Man, that was dangerous, said Naruto, then turned to the children who were playing. Hey, be careful when playing, Databeo. Mr. Ribbit? Shizuka shouted, noticing that her frog piggy bank had disappeared from her grasp. She looked down, saw that the piggy bank was broken. Mr. Ribbit, they echoed curiously, shocked when the silent and stiff girl could scream. Mr. Ribbit? Shizuka collapsed. Mornings like now, usually Shizuka would be busy with her herbs. But because the Hokage's bird had summoned her, she was now inside the Hokage's office. You know it's time for the Chunin exam, right? Asked Hiruzen, exhaling the smoke from the cigarette that Shizuka didn't like. No wonder I saw some ninjas from other villages, Shizuka replied stiffly, hoping that the cigarette's smoke wouldn't hit her. Yes, the Chunin exam is coming, he nodded. And at that time, there is a possibility that another village could attack. Because we will be very focused on this Chunin exam. So, I want you to return to your ANBU team until the Chunin exams are over. Shizuka was silent for a moment. You mean Hokage-sama? I didn't take the Chunin exam with the team. Yes, replied Hiruzen, turning his chair to face the streets of the village of Konoha. Hopefully the QB won't come out this time. You can go. Yes, Hokage-sama. After her meeting with the Hokage, Kakashi suddenly gave them the Chunin exam registration form, which of course was welcomed by Naruto. He even hugged Kakashi. Shizuka felt sorry for him. Now Shizuka is with Sakura. The Chunin exam is where only number of days and the pink-haired girl is very excited to train. Even though her ability is still practically limited, at least she can protect herself from other genin. And she can treat their wounds, small wounds actually. Well, apart from medical ninjutsu, Shizuka also trains Sakura in taijutsu, martial arts. Shizuka, are you going to take this exam? Asked Sakura. Both of them were resting while eating some of the onigiri that Sakura's mother brought. No, Shizuka replied curtly. What? Sakura was surprised. She was sure that Shizuka was strong and powerful, but why didn't she participate? Shizuka raised her glasses. The requirement to take the Chunin exam is a team of 3 people. Because we are the only team that has 4 members, so either one has to give in or find a new team. That's right, Sakura nodded in understanding. It would be unfair to any other group if we remained 4 members. Because I'm sure Sasuke and Naruto will definitely come, so I better not go, Shizuka explained. I can find another group or join next year. But it feels a little weird if there are only 3 of us, Sakura muttered. I can take the exam next year if you want. I mean between the 4 of us, I'm the only one who's useless. No, you've been training really hard. I don't want you to cancel it just for me, Nanadeo. Of course, she refused. The Hokage had told her not to take the exam. The pink-haired girl sighed. I'm really curious about this. What made you want to become a ninja? To be strong. So that I don't see other people die because of me, Shizuka looked at her lucky item, a teddy bear. How about you? Well, to be honest, I want to become a ninja because of Sasuke-kun, Shizuka let out a bored sigh. The reason is, the girl always tells about her amazing Sasuke this, Sasuke that. I want to keep seeing Sasuke-kun. Got high scores to get his attention. Well, even though he's still very cold to me. Sakura chuckled, fist pumping with the air. All right, let's train, Shanaru. Today's Chunin exams have started and Shizuka is back with her ANBU team. Among other things, she just told that she wouldn't go with Sakura. And she wouldn't tell Sasuke and Naruto. Shizuka was sure Sasuke wouldn't care, but as for Naruto, she didn't want to hear his screams of protest. She might fail later and have to take the Chunin exam. During the Chunin exams, Shizuka was just patrolling along the Konoha village roads, secretly observing the ninja from another village. A little tedious to be honest, but if not meticulous it could be fatal later. Shizuka jumped down in front of the gate of the Forest of Death. A few hours after the second exam started, the girl then realized something not far from her. There, in front of the small statues, were 3 corpses from Sunagakure, the village hidden of grass. Red BLD colored the ground and the statues. And the strangest thing, they don't have faces. Is it enemy? Shizuka furrowed her eyebrows. It could be that they were killed before they entered the forest. Shizuka immediately summoned Anko, the jounin in charge of this second exam. She narrowed her eyes when she saw Anko unconsciously rubbed her neck. We have to tell this to the Hokage. Please ask your team or another ANBU team to enter the forest. I will chase them. Shizuka didn't answer and went straight to the Hokage's room to give the information. Like what the Hokage predicted, it seems like someone took advantage of this exam to attack Konoha. Frog, which village do you think they're from? Hiruzen questioned, leaning his back on the chair. So far, I haven't seen any strange movements from ninjas from other villages, replied Shizuka honestly. But I have a feeling that it was Orochimaru's doing. Orochimaru? Hiruzen tensed. What made you think that? I saw Anko's curse mark reacting, Shizuka stated stoically. But that's just my prejudice, and it can be false. Anko is checking, we'll know when she comes back. Very well, Hiruzen nodded curtly. If you're right, what was he doing there? Puff. A white smoke erupted and an ANBU with an eagle mask appeared. The man bowed respectfully. Sorry for my indiscretion, Hokage-sama. I bring a report from Anko that it was Orochimaru who killed 3 genins from Sunagakure. Hiruzen let out a resigned sigh. Continue. And it looks like he's after Uchiha Sasuke, continued the ANBU. What does he want from that boy? Asked Hiruzen resignedly. He still couldn't understand his student. Hokage-sama, I've heard that Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki organization. And once planned to get Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, explained Shizuka. Maybe because he couldn't get to Itachi, so he's targeting his younger brother, Sasuke. Maybe you're right, Frog, Hiruzen exhaled. We have to tighten the guard. You two can go. Yes, Hokage-sama. Shizuka has returned in her everyday clothes. She just came back from the market to buy some groceries, and of course her tomorrow's lucky item. Shizuka. Feeling her name called out, she turned to the source of the sound. There, Naruto was running towards her, waving his hand widely. Naruto, she called back, staring emotionlessly at the man until he is standing right in front of her. Shizuka, he exclaimed, his hands crossing his chest. Why don't you take the Chunin exam? We should be together with Team 7, the 4 of us. Why don't you come? Naruto brought his face closer to Shizuka. Smoke came out of the boy's ear and nose. Sakura didn't tell you, did she? Shizuka asked casually, taking a step back so as not to get too close to him. Tell me what, he exclaimed, then shook his head several times. Suddenly clasping her hands and pulling her away. No. Let's go to G-san's office now. Can you lower your voice? You're disturbing other people. Shizuka let go of his grip, her eyes glanced at the residents who looked uncomfortable hearing Naruto's exclamation. I'm sure Kakashi told you this. To take the exam, you are required to bring a team of 3 people. Since we have 4 members, then one has to give in, cut Naruto. That's not fair. The 4 of us should have taken the exam together. But it also wouldn't be fair to other teams, added Shizuka. Her eyes stared at the man in front of her. Even her voice sounded heavier and colder. With 4 people, that means there is additional strength in a team. It is not fair to other teams. But I get what you mean, Naruto, she sighed. But you don't just think about your own feelings. You also have to understand others. I'm sorry. I just want the 4 of us to be together. It's fine, she raises her glasses. Besides, it's already the last test, so it's useless if you want to beg to the Hokage, Nanadeo. Naruto huffed, crossing his arms over his chest. You're right. Wait, I just remembered. I have to train for the test. But I don't have a teacher to train me. Kakashi-sensei already trained Sasuke. What should I do? What did he just say? The girl looked at him doubtfully. Her forehead furrowed. Passed. What's with that look? Of course I passed, Dadabayo. Naruto puffed out his chest with a big grin. This is the initial stage for me to become a Hokage. Shizuka kept looking at him in disbelief and doubtful. Who are you against? Kiba. He was in my class back at the academy. He growled, his expression turned to be annoyed. 3 months have passed and the 3rd round of Chunin exams begins today. This time the test allowed residents to participate in watching and was held in an open arena. So there are A and BU manning every corner. It is also because of the possibility that Orochimaru is still in Konoha. Shizuka's job today is as the Hokage's bodyguard. She was standing next to the Hokage who was sitting with the Kazekage. Shizuka took the time to watch the match while observing whether there was anything strange in the arena. The first match is between Naruto and Neji Hyuga. At first, Naruto almost lost, but he took out Kyuubi's chakra to reopen the chakra channel that Neji had closed. How he could do that was something she needed to ask. What Naruto did clearly shocked Shizuka and the Hokage. And Shizuka was ready if the Kyuubi's chakra got out of hand. However, luckily Naruto only wore it temporarily. He had time to corner the Hyuga child and finally won against him. Honestly, Shizuka was a little surprised to see that. Then the next match is Nara Shikamaru and Temari. Their match is quite satisfying, she admits that. Unfortunately, Nara Shikamaru lost. Actually, he gave up, but his strategy really amazed the Hokage. There should be 2 more matches before their match. But one forfeited and the other was pushed back last. They are Gaara and Sasuke. The reason is, Sasuke hasn't arrived yet. Shizuka knew that he was being trained by Kakashi. But did Kakashi's late habit stick with that Uchiha boy too? It was almost as if Sasuke was about to be disqualified before suddenly, Sasuke and Kakashi appeared in the middle of the field. A dramatic entrance. Shizuka snorted, this must be Kakashi's doing. The fight began. Between sand and lightning. Chidori. Yes, it seems really Kakashi taught him that dangerous jutsu. The jutsu that with one strike can kill another ninja easily. Shizuka still couldn't understand why Kakashi taught him the technique. But if you look at who the opponent is, it seems there really is no other choice. Then when Sasuke finally broke through Gaara's sand barrier, something happened. Suddenly someone threw an explosion and gas papers at where the Kages were sitting, and smoke enveloped them. Shizuka gave a look at the Hokage before nodding. She quickly made a Kage bunshin, then her real body turned into a small stone which was immediately caught by the Hokage and he put it in his Hokage robe pocket. Just like what the 2 of them predicted, Sunagakure had betrayed them. And the fake Shizuka was killed on the spot, leaving the Hokage alone among the foreign ninja. A kunai was near Hiruzen's neck, with the Kazekage behind him. Then jumped to the roof. Ninja art, 4 flames formation. A purple wall-like barrier appeared and caught them inside. Kazekage-dano, Hiruzen calmly stated. For the sand to betray the leaf. An alliance is only useful as camouflage to make the enemy relax his guard, replied the Kazekage. The stupid fighting games end here. From here, history changes. You want to start a war? Questioned Hiruzen. Exactly. We should avoid solving things through force and work out our differences through negotiation, he advised. Kazekage-dano, there is still time. Do we become peace-loving fools when we age? The Kazekage chuckled. Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru. I thought this day would come eventually, the Hokage glared at him. But, you won't get my head so easily. I told you. You should hurry and pick the Godame. Orochimaru removed his arm from Hiruzen and took a few steps back. Because you will die here, Sandame. The two of them immediately fought. And for the first time, she saw the Hokage fight. Until then, Orochimaru and Hiruzen took off their robes, showing off their battle clothes. And that was when Shizuka changed into her original form. She couldn't maintain her ANBU form. Well, Midorima Shizuka. Orochimaru liked his lips with his long tongue, clearly making the girl feel disgusted. My next goal. Glad you showed yourself. I will not give my body to you, Orochimaru, said Shizuka. 1 year ago, on one of her missions, Shizuka had met Orochimaru who tried to give her a curse mark. Luckily she was able to escape from the Sannin. Orochimaru made a hand seal, I will make this battle interesting. Summoning. Impure World Reincarnation. A chest came out followed by a second chest, and just as the third was about to be brought out, luckily Shizuka managed to thwart it. The Hokage and herself know who is behind the 2 chests. Of all people, why should it have been those 2? Now, what are you going to do? Orochimaru grinned evilly, opened the 2 chests and revealed Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, the first and second Hokage. The 2 dead people came out of the chest. It's been a long time, Sar. Oh, it's you, said Hashirama. You've grown old, haven't you, Sarutobi? I would not have thought I would meet with you 2 brothers again in a situation like this. It is regrettable, Hiruzen admitted. Please make your preparations to be defeated. Shodame-sama. Naidame-sama. If that's so, then, Sarutobi. I guess that would mean we would have to fight against you, stated Hashirama. And the kid? Shizuka clearly felt annoyed after hearing that. Yes, she was only 13, still small, still a kid. But his tone seemed like he was belittling her. And she doesn't like to be belittled. Orochimaru then put a talisman tied to a kunai into their bodies. After that, their bodies let out smoke, and Shizuka observed that they were like living people. Sandame-sama, please stay serious, shouted Shizuka, seeing how Hiruzen was still dazed about them. The 2 dead men ran towards them and attacked. Shizuka with Tobirama while Hiruzen with Hashirama. Water release. Water colliding wave. Tobirama creates a spiraling vortex of water that proceeds to explode from the top in the form of a wave. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. She expelled a fire that shaped into a literal sea of flames. The fire collided with Tobirama's water and then died down. Smoke emitted from both techniques. And the 2 dead people came out of the smoke and again fought them both. Shizuka admitted, Tobirama was very smart and agile. She was almost overwhelmed by his hand-to-hand combat. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Some roots came out of the roof and then grew to form several large trees. Their trunk tries to tie the 2 together. Shizuka jumped quickly, so as not to get caught by it. Sandame-sama, please don't breathe, she ordered. Boil release, skilled mist technique. Shizuka spat out a mist of acid from her mouth and melted the forest. Thanks, Shizuka. Hiruzen stepped down to the ground. Then bit his finger and let it bleed. Summoning. Smoke came out of it and out came a monkey-like creature with long white hair. Someone annoying has appeared, Monkey King, Enma. Ruru, I knew that this would happen, said the monkey stoically, glancing at Hiruzen. How sad you are, Sarutobi. That's because you didn't kill him at that time. I'll do it now. Too late. Then Hiruzen and Enma, who had turned into a weapon, fought Orochimaru with his snake sword, the Kusanagi sword. Leaving Hashirama and Tobirama to fight Shizuka. Would release, giant forest jutsu. One of Hashirama's arms turned into several long logs and caught Shizuka. Shizuka gritted her teeth, realizing that Tobirama was running towards her. Quickly, she took out an acid mist from her body and broke away. Then she grabbed Tobirama's arm and threw it at Hashirama. Earth release, Supreme King Rock Crush. Several stones from the ground came out and quickly headed towards them, covering their body with them. Then Shizuka patted her palm together and the stones exploded. Shizuka could see that the two dead men had split open. And she used that opportunity to get back next to Hiruzen. She looked ahead, surprised to see Orochimaru's face, which had turned into the face of a young woman. Who are you? Is it that much of a shock that you can't figure it out? Asked the woman. Even his voice had turned into a woman's voice. It's me, Orochimaru. You had already achieved the completion of that kinjutsu. Hiruzen gasped in shock. Orochimaru grinned evilly. It's been more than a decade since I left the village. I suffered quite a bit. You terrifying inhuman creature. Suddenly, Hashirama and Tobirama stood next to Orochimaru. Shizuka widened her eyes in surprise. Could this be the effect of Edo Tensei? Their bodies can return to normal. One of the reasons I didn't choose you to be the yondaime, Hiruzen spoke, furrowing his eyebrows, was because of your twisted ideology. This immortality jutsu is a technique where you anchor your spirit to this world forever, Orochimaru explained. In other words, it's a reincarnation technique where you find a new body, enter it with your spirit, and gain possession of it. And then he cackled. The reason why I disguised myself as my old self until now was because I thought I'd let you feel nostalgic about the past. To grow old, how destitute it can be. When I look at you, I can feel it deeply. You will die here and I will obtain an even younger, more appealing, stronger body. Konoha really entertains me to no end. I see. You want Sasuke and Shizuka, right? Hiruzen's question gave her chills on her spine. She could not imagine Orochimaru would use her body. A reincarnation jutsu where someone else's body is stolen and their spirit immortalized? But to have you die, cursing your fate and regretting your entire life, then his voice and face changed to normal. I suppose this face would be best. I will kill you now and correct my past mistake. Hiruzen used a solid clone jutsu and split himself into 3. Then start doing hand seals. The order of the seals, there is no mistaking it, that Sarutobi, Enma murmured. He's going to use that jutsu? What jutsu? Shizuka turned her head towards Enma in a fast motion. She couldn't help but feel panic. What is he going to do? It's already too late, no matter what you do, Orochimaru smirked smugly. I've won. And Konoha will be demolished. Konoha is my home. The Hokage is one who continues to act as a pillar of the house, protecting it. He's the one who carries the will of the leaf, entrusted with it. Shizuka looked at Hiruzen in silence. Her eyes were wide open and there was a feeling of a lump in her heart after hearing his words. I won't lose that easily. Illusion technique, bringer of darkness technique. Shizuka found herself in a dark, empty space, which luckily she and Hiruzen were there. Then, without Shizuka knowing, she had got an attack. And she simply couldn't feel the attack coming. I'm the man who inherited the will of the leaf, the will of the Shodaime-sama and Nidaime-sama. Hiruzen declared. I am the Sandaime Hokage. No matter how much you target Konoha, there will be a new Hokage who'll inherit my will, and become the pillar to protect the house of Konoha. Orochimaru, I'll show you a special jutsu from now that even you don't know about. He pressed his fingers together. Fuinjutsu, Shiskiyujin. Shizuka widened her eyes in surprise. From the name alone, she understood what the third Hokage was going to do. Sandaime-sama. And then the darkness disappeared, revealing Hiruzen's clones with the Hokages. Sorry for making things difficult for you, sir, Shizuka. For a child, you are very talented, Shizuka. Shizuka tried to control her breathing. She noticed Hiruzen, who was trying to take Orochimaru's soul. The girl would be happy if the snake man died, but knowing that the Hokage was also going to die too made her feel heavy on her chest. She felt useless to the point that the Hokage had to use that technique to defeat him. I'm so useless. She then ran quickly after she saw the Kusanagi sword aimed to stab the Hokage. The girl stood behind the Hokage, feeling the sword stabbed into her stomach, and almost stabbed Hiruzen in the chest. Shizuka coughed up blood. Her palm moved to the sword and tried to get it away from the Hokage's chest. She could also see Enma helping her to hold the sword for stabbing it deeper. The vines then came out from the roof and creeping up the Hokage's body. Even if she couldn't take out the sword, at least she could try to heal the pain and the wound on him. Now you won't be able to use your hands and make a seal, exclaimed Hiruzen. I'm sorry, Shizuka. Seal. The jutsu was finished and completely sealed. And Hiruzen fell, leaving Shizuka alone on the roof, because Enma had disappeared and Orochimaru was gone, running away with his minions. Thud. I'm useless. I'm useless. I'm useless. I'm not strong enough. Shizuka fell to her knees, her eyes fixed on the Hokage's smiling face. Shizuka, she heard Kakashi's voice booming behind her. Hold on. I'll take out the sword. Arg, groaned Shizuka after Kakashi successfully took out the sword. Kakashi. Hey, don't talk yet. You're bleeding a lot. Kakashi, called Shizuka again. Her vision was already blurry, and she felt like closing her eyes. For the first time, I hate that Oha Asa is always right. After the war, Shizuka was rushed to the hospital. Actually, her conditions weren't that bad. Just exhausted and had stab wounds across the stomach and almost to her chest. Come to think of it, it's bad enough. She even passed out. After several days in the hospital, she was only allowed to be discharged. Of course, before Shizuka told everything to the higher-ups. In the rain, as if the sky was also mourning of the deceased Hokage, Shizuka was in front of the a monument, staring blankly at the monument for several minutes. She has no courage to attend the Hokage's funeral. Shizuka. Kakashi, she called out the man's name quietly, without turning her gaze at the monument. Her voice was small, barely even heard by Kakashi, especially in this rain. You still feel guilty? Asked Kakashi carefully, walking closer until he stood beside the girl. He put both hands in the pockets of his morning clothes. What do you think? Shizuka let out a heavy breath. What really happened? Asked Kakashi. If you want to tell me, that is. The girl squeezed her sensu folding fan tightly. Her lucky item felt heavy in her hand. We fought the first and second Hokage. Of course, it will be very difficult because they are very strong. Even the third Hokage is overwhelmed. And how about me? They are Ito Tensei. So even though I have succeeded in cleaving them, their bodies will reunite as before, Shizuka explained, remembering her battle with the two Hokage. She was sure she had succeeded in destroying them with her earth jutsu, but they reappeared without a scratch. That's why the third Hokage plans to use that jutsu. That jutsu? Kakashi questioned curiously, glancing at the girl. Shiskiyujin. I don't really know about that jutsu. I'm sure it's a secret jutsu. But it seems like it's related to the life of someone who did the jutsu, said Shizuka. After she was discharged from the hospital, she immediately looked for the jutsu used by the Hokage. And unfortunately, she couldn't find it anywhere in the library. Like Edo Tensei, there's a sacrifice, the dead one with the alive one. And Shiskiyujin, you sealed someone's life with your life as the sacrifice. Everything is sealed, huh? Kakashi nodded in understanding. I understand why you feel guilty. You also can't do anything after he uses that jutsu. You're right, Shizuka lowered her head, her bangs shadowing her eyes. I just don't feel strong enough to protect the third Hokage. Hey, you are still alive and well after fighting the Hokage. It has proven that you are already strong. Especially with your age, assured Kakashi, trying to make Shizuka feel calmer. But nothing in his words was a lie. For a girl of Shizuka's age, she's considered to be so strong, skillful, way past the others, especially to the point of surviving even though she is fighting two Hokage who are one of the strongest ninjas in the world. Shizuka gave the man next to her a strange look, almost disgusted. "You're weird." "What?" "Kakashi, you're not sick, right?" she asked, bringing her face closer to him as she squinted her eyes so she could get a better look. It was raining. She didn't wear glasses because that would definitely worsen her eyesight. I've never heard you talk like that, Nanadeo," Shizuka blurted, raising her imaginary glasses. It was a little strange for her to hear the words leave Kakashi's mouth. "Hey, what kind of person do you think I am?" asked Kakashi. "Someone who goes their own way," replied Shizuka flatly. The girl turned her body and walked away before whispering, "Thank you. Don't misunderstand. I still think you are weird, Nanadeo." What a Sundra weeks have passed. Jiraiya and Naruto succeeded in bringing Tsunade, who had accepted to become Konoha's 5th Hokage. Her existence makes the village relieved. She also immediately tackled matters regarding the Chunin exams and Akatsuki that came 2 weeks ago. With the Hokage back, Shizuka returned to being the ANBU and went on a mission. Especially now that the mission is more individual. Well, the war with the villages of sand and music cost Konoha many ninjas. Now Shizuka, Naruto, and Sakura are in Sasuke's room. The existence of Tsunade, a great medical ninja, managed to make Sasuke wake up from Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu. "Naruto, fight me." No. Suddenly, Sasuke asked him to fight, which made the 3 other ninjas stare at him in shock and curiosity. The green-haired girl jumped roof to roof in a steady pace after she completed her latest mission. She was just doing an A-class mission with the other 2 elite jounin. Because of this war, the ANBU were more likely to carry out jounin-class missions. She halted in shock. Her gaze was blank as she thought about this feeling in her chest. The 2 jounins who were her teammates also stopped and turned to look at the girl curiously. "Something wrong?" "No, you can go first," she replied, her brain still spinning at the feeling that enveloped her. There's no mistaking it. This feeling. Kyubi. Shizuka turned around and ran quickly towards the source of the released Kyubi's chakra. She had given Naruto a bit of her chakra 2 days ago secretly so she could know firsthand if the Kyubi reacted again. But she didn't expect that he would react so quickly. She couldn't help but be curious about Naruto's spur to release the Kyubi's chakra. Actually, what made his emotions run high? Or did he take it out on purpose? Never mind. Shizuka shook her head a few more times to regain her focus and increase her running speed. No matter how tired she was after completing the A-class mission earlier. "Shizuka." The girl turned to the side, seeing Kakashi, who was also running towards the same direction as his dog ninja, Pakin. "Kakashi," she trailed off. "I don't have time for you. But we have to hurry." After a few minutes of running, Shizuka realized that the Kyubi's chakra had disappeared. Because of that, they also rely on Pakin's smell, because she can't feel the chakra of the Kyubi and herself in Naruto's body. The 3 of them finally jumped down from the trees. Standing on the cliffs of the Valley of the End, the place where Hashirama and Madara used to fight. Shizuka and Kakashi gave each other a look before jumping down at the same time. On the riverbank, Naruto lay unconscious. "So he failed, huh?" muttered Kakashi, crouching down to pull Naruto up. "What exactly happened?" asked Shizuka, observing the slight damage on the cliff before helping to lift Naruto onto. "Kakashi's back. Sasuke left the village last night," Kakashi explained, stood up and gripped Naruto's leg tightly. "And because our village is empty, Tsunade-sama ordered the rookies to stop him. So he went to Orochimaru," she muttered, there is bitterness in her tone. After her battle with the Sannin, it made her hatred towards him grow. "What an idiot." Kakashi shrugged, putting a right amount of chakra on his feet before jumping up. "Well, revenge can make people blind. What a dangerous emotion." Finally, Naruto was taken to the hospital to be treated, along with some of his friends who were also on the mission. From what she heard, the rookies met an enemy who was Orochimaru's subordinate. And when the corpses were brought home, Shizuka recognized the 4 ninjas. They are the ninja who locked her up and the 3rd Hokage with a purple barrier. "Naruto, you really want to go train with Jiraiya-sama?" asked Sakura when they were in front of Konoha's gate. Her head was slightly lowered as she hoped that Naruto would stay at the village. After Sasuke, she doesn't want Naruto to leave too. Even though Naruto would come back after a few years. Yes. Naruto nodded firmly, clutching his backpack tightly. I promised you, Sakura. I will bring Sasuke home, and the first step is to make myself stronger than before. You're right, Sakura smiled gently. Then her expression turned to enthusiasm as she palmed her fist in front of her chest. When you're training, I'm going to get stronger too, Shinaro. That's great. Naruto exclaimed happily. Then his gaze turned to Shizuka, who was still wearing her usual flat face without emotion. Shizuka, you don't want to say anything to me? Shizuka said irritably, finding a bit annoyed seeing his grin. I usually don't do this. So be grateful. Naruto took the scroll that Shizuka had handed him with a confused look. Wind release. Why did you give that to Naruto? Jiraiya asked curiously, looking down at the scroll, then looking back at the girl. We still don't know what elemental chakra Naruto has. It's today lucky item for Aquarius, Nanadeo, Shizuka replied, raising her glasses up. If you don't want to, you can throw it away. Naruto carried the scroll to his chest, shaking his head. His eyes shone with enthusiasm. No, I'll take this, Database. Good then, she sighed, then giving him a pointed stare. You better beam string all jutsu in that when you come back. Naruto grinned widely. Thank you. I knew you're so kind, Shirchan. Shizuka's eyebrow twitched in annoyance. I gave you that because I'm tired of seeing your Rasengan. And don't call me Shirchan. Just you wait, I'm gonna add this, Database, he declared, pointing at her with his finger, grinned excitedly. When Naruto was talking to the others, Shizuka walked towards Jiraiya. Naruto often tells about him who is a perverted sage. He is even the author of Kakashi's favorite novel which she hates. Because of that, Shizuka kept her distance and cautious with this man. Jiraiya-sama, here. She trailed off, pulling out a bunch of paper seals to the sage. In case Kyuubi's chakra would leak out. The white-haired sage stared at it for a few seconds before picking it up and nodding in understanding. Okay, thank you. Please be aware of his emotions. It's the one who triggered it. Not long after that, Naruto and Jiraiya left. And Team 7 was finally inactive. Kakashi often does his Jounin missions, Sakura is busy studying medicine with Tsunade, and Shizuka who has returned to her ANBU. Shizuka. The main door of Midorima's estate slid violently. And with her scream, it succeeded in making Shizuka who was in her room notice the pink-haired girl. Sakura, please be careful when sliding the door. It can be damaged if you use your strength, Shizuka scolded in a calm tone. Walking out from her bedroom to greet her teammate. Also, can you please not shout? Sorry, the said girl apologized, rubbing the back of her neck. So, what do you want with me? The green-haired girl invited her in, and led her into the living room. Oh I heard that you were leaving. Is that true? She asked, playing with her short pink hair. Shizuka sat next to her, confused about why Sakura had to go to her house. Yes. Oh, I see, she trailed off, staring down at her hands. Why? The girl was silent for a moment as she remembered her conversation with the Hokage this morning. I want to train. To get stronger. But, you're already so strong, exclaimed Sakura in surprise. Her gaze immediately returned to Shizuka, who slightly widened her eyes in surprise at her exclamations. Noticing her own action, Sakura turned red. I'm sorry. I just feel lonely because you, Naruto, and Sasuke-kun left. If she wanted to be honest, Shizuka actually just noticed that. All of the Team 7 members left Konoha except Sakura. She will train on her own, go on missions with anyone other than Team 7 and more. For Shizuka, this might be normal. But it's different for Sakura. No, I should be sorry. I didn't realize how you felt. No, it's okay. I'm the one who is so selfish. I won't stop you, Sakura babbled, waving her hands in panic before deciding to change the topic. So, when are you leaving? Tomorrow morning, she sighed after seeing Sakura's dejected form. You know that we can exchange letters, right? Can I? If you want to, then it's fine. A handsome young teen walked into the large green gate of the village he had been leaving for years. A gentle breeze blew, making him automatically close his appealing sapphire blue eyes. His long, bold lashes fluttering against the wind. The morning sunlight was reflecting his blonde hair, creating a glowing effect on him. as if welcoming his arrival. He opened his eyes, revealing his sapphire blue eyes whose sparkling like 100 diamonds. Watching the village from atop a roof. It's been 3 years since he left this village and nothing has changed much. Only a few small buildings looked like they were newly built, but the most prominent one is the face of Tsunade Senju, which has been sculpted into the Hokage monuments. Naruto. The said teen slowly turned around and jumped down to the ground gracefully. As he slowly looked up, he observed the teen in front of him. Smooth pink hair that dropped on her shoulder and a pair of emerald green eyes. She stood wearing her red and black ninja outfit with additional gloves and elbow protectors. Sakura, he called gently, smiling warmly at one of his teammates. Naruto. You're Naruto. Widening her eyes as she let out a gasp seeing the teen's appearance. He has a tall, slim body, approximately 178 centimeters with several muscles in his body, as a result of his training over several years. His blonde hair, which is like sunshine, looks softer and not that spiky like before. His facial structure is more pronounced, with defined eyebrows and long bold lashes. His sapphire eyes look brighter, like a diamond shining in the dark of night, with a slightly sharp and narrow eye structure. The pupils are slightly narrowed almost like a fox, giving a sly and mischievous impression. And when he was grinning, Sakura was sure she saw his sharp fangs. His skin color is also a little lighter, in between a fair and sun-kissed tone, contrasting with his whiskers. All in all, this Naruto Uzumaki is like the epitome of attractiveness. The warm divine being, like a sun shining in this cruel world. Sakura Haruno couldn't believe what she saw. Is this a dream? How could Naruto be this handsome? You glow up? What do you mean, Sakura? His husky voice sent chills on her spine, making her gasp as Naruto raised a perfect eyebrow in confusion. And no, a flush creeps across her cheeks as she waved her hand in attempt to change the topic. So, how's your training? It's awesome. I learned a lot with Pervy Sage. I've also mstred some jutsu. His eyes sparkling in excitement as he babbled on about his journey for these 3 years. While Sakura nodded as a sign that she was listening. The two, plus Jiraiya who she just realized that were with them, reached to the Hokage office. And as usual, Naruto immediately opened the door while exclaiming, "Granny Tsunade." His personality hasn't changed at all. Unlike what he expected, Tsunade and Shizune stared at the teenager in shock. Jaw-dropping. Tsunade, who was first snapped from her shock, shouted, "Naruto! Is that you? What's wrong with all of you? I'm tired of hearing you guys ask me that," he complained, eyebrow furrowed in confusion. During the trip here, he was asked many questions like that. Of course it's me. I haven't changed much though. No, you've obviously changed a lot. Piberwai really hit him hard. Tsunade coughed and changed the topic. Long time no see. I'm sure the training was successful, right? Of course, I've been training really hard, Databeu, he bragged, giving the Hokage a thumbs up. By the way, where is Shirchan? I'm gonna show her that I already mstred the scroll. He looked at the people in the room with an eager expression but then frowned when they gave no reply. Shizuka also left the village to train, Sakura explained, giving him a small smile. A few months after you left? Really? Alone? He widened his eyes after receiving that information. Maybe. Sakura tilted her head, unsure. Shizuka didn't tell me. Let's move on from that. About your training, we'll see the results later, she nodded, changing the topic. I want you to fight someone. He hasn't been on a mission in these days. So I'm sure he's rested enough. Your opponent is. Tsunade's words were interrupted by a knock from outside. And after being invited in, 2 figures came in. One is Shikamaru, with his lazy bored face, and Temari, the kunoichi from Sunagakure. Whoa, Naruto. Is that you? He widened his eyes, pointing at him as he looked up and down the teen's appearance. Beside him, Temari blinked in surprise. Couldn't believe that the teenager in front of her was the same person as 3 years ago. How he became such an attractive teen, she wondered. PBRY really is dangerous. A good dangerous. Come on. Naruto groaned, his body slouching. feeling so tired hearing the same thing over and over. It's me. The great Uzumaki Naruto. Shikamaru chuckled. At least your personality stayed the same. He then noticed the people in there. Am I interrupting something? Oh yeah, Naruto flicked his fingers. Is our opponent Shikamaru? The said teen looked at him in confusion. What? No way. Again, their conversation stopped when there was a knock from outside. And after being invited in from the Hokage, all eyes darted over the door which creaked open, revealing a teen, Midorima Shizuka, who waltzed in with an effortless saunter. Clad in a white long-sleeved tailcoat with golden embroidery, a pair of white gloves, black high-waisted trousers, and a pair of low-heel knee-high boots. Her prominent and rare pastel green hair cascaded down her back, softly curling along the ends. Her bangs, which are now as long as her face, split in the middle, showing her forehead and softly curled beautifully to frame her face, creating a perfect side-long bangs. Her green forest eyes, glossing over and sparkling like a forest after summer rain, were behind her now round glasses. I have returned, thank you for giving me the time to train myself, her voice giving everyone chills, and for the second time today for Sakura. Even though her voice sounds sweet, her tone was monotone. Like her expression. It's fine. Sure-chan, the said teen glanced at her shoulder, watching Naruto, who she last met 3 years ago, grinning widely at her. Long time no see. Now you look more like a girl. My name is Shizuka, she corrected, narrowing her eyes at him. And I am indeed a girl, Nanadeo. The others looked at the girl who didn't seem to react to Naruto's changes, or she was just the one who was good at controlling her expression. What's with this team? Temari murmured slowly, watching Naruto who teased and argued with Shizuka while Sakura looked so done in her life. Then she remembered the Jounin leader of their team, Hatake Kakashi, and their last member, Uchiha Sasuke. All of them have good looks. So we're going to fight Sure-chan. Naruto turned to the Hokage for confirmation, ignoring the confused look Shizuka gave him. Tsunade raised her hand and pointed to her office window. Naruto and Sakura walked in the direction she pointed quickly, sliding up the window to show Kakashi, who casually sits on the roof reading his cursed novel. Yo, he saluted with his usual bored tone, blinked for a few times after seeing Naruto's divine appearance. Naruto's eyes lit up. So we're going to fight Kakashi-sensei. He beamed, climbing the window to get closer to his teacher. Look, Kakashi-sensei. I'm going to give you something. He pulls out a book with a green cover, giving it to Kakashi, who stared wide-eyed. No way, he shouted, his hands shaking as he accepted the book from Naruto. It's a bit boring actually, Naruto deadpanned. Clearly not interested in the book that probably most adult men have. I don't know why you like it. Rude. Kakashi snapped himself, putting the book inside his ninja pouch. He stood up before giving them his infamous closed-eye smile. Well then, meet me at the 3rd training ground at 12 p.m., and he body flickered away. What? Kakashi-sensei? Naruto shouted, dumbfounded that his teacher just ran away. Teach Naruto. Why are you giving the book now? Shizuka scolded, pushing up her glasses. It will make Kakashi even more late, Nanadeo? Naruto and Sakura gasped, just realizing. It had been 3 years since they had been with Kakashi, which made them forget the silver hair's late nature. The former Team 7 stood at the 3rd training ground, patiently waiting for the silver-haired Jounin. Sakura was sitting on the ground with her legs against her chest, playing around with the grass with her delicate fingers. Naruto was leaning on the tree, shutting his eyes, completely unaware of the sun rays that slipped through the leaves and shone on him, giving him a holy look. While Shizuka, still standing as if the sun rays would never bother her, with today's lucky item in her hand. A puff of smoke came out from the gate, revealing Kakashi, who smiled unapologetically at them. Oh, sorry about that. As it happens, I ran into an old woman in trouble on my way here and, that's a lie. Kakashi led them inside the training ground, stopping by the 3 logs at the center. Shizuka stared at the logs for a few seconds, recalling her first meeting with Team 7 3 years ago. Oh, come to think of it, this was your first training ground, wasn't it? Shizuka still remembers when she first joined team. Among the team members, she only knew Kakashi. So, when the Jounin left, it could be said that it was really awkward. Her new teammates had known each other since their academy. And Shizuka, who only had 1 year at the academy, didn't have time to get acquainted with other people. To be precise, she was a quiet, stoic, and reserved individual, making it hard to start a conversation. So at that time when she was alone, with her 3 teammates talking about something, she didn't really mind that. The girl was used to different team members over the years, she was a ninja. And until now, she still didn't know her old teammates. Now, after 3 years that they had separated to practice individually, they had gathered again. At the same place, with the hope of remaining the same team. Shizuka didn't want to admit it, even without one more member. Shizuka's eyes sharpened, staring straight at the 2 bells that were in the pocket of Kakashi's trousers. The man talked about how they had to get the 2 bells to pass. 1 person, 1 bell. And since there were 3 of them, one of them would fail. I see. Shizuka pushed her glasses up, realizing the purpose behind the test. You already noticed, he praised her, his eyes twinkling in awe. As expected of Shirchan. Shut up, Naruto. And the test began. Starting with the 3 of them fighting Kakashi with martial arts. They kicked, hit, and blocked. 3 on 1. When Naruto took out a kunai and intended to scratch him, Kakashi let out a cloud of smoke, making Naruto scratch a piece of wood. Kawarimi. Everyone stopped, trying to find the whereabouts of Kakashi who just disappeared. Naruto and Shizuka jumped up, at the same time as Sakura punched the ground with all her might. The ground cracked and turned to rubble. They could see Kakashi hiding in the ground. Wind release, vacuum bullets. Naruto took a deep breath and then exhaled several small blasts of wind chakra towards Kakashi immediately. Earth release, earth raising wall. Kakashi slapped his palm towards the ground, blocking Naruto's attack. Then he immediately spun around to avoid Sakura's sudden punch. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shizuka exhaled a powerful fire, targeting it at Kakashi as Sakura jumped away. Water release, violent water wave. Kakashi exhaled water to collide with Shizuka's fire, creating steam that covered the training ground. Earth release, rising stone spears. As the name suggests, spikes of stone protruded from the ground. Sakura and Shizuka jumped to dodge, while Naruto jumped forward while making hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. Naruto inhaled air and then rotated his body while expelling arcs of cutting wind, cutting all of the stone spikes. Shizuka widened her eyes. She did not think that Naruto would MSTR the wind element, especially with a high-level jutsu like that. Good job, Naruto, Kakashi praised, giving him a nod. The said teen grinned, feeling proud of himself after hearing that. This is the result I trained for 3 years, Databayo. Don't brag, Shizuka bluntly said, giving him a flat stare. Don't be jealous that Kakashi-sensei praised me first, Shirchan. He waved off, clearly grinning at her, puffing out his chest. Her eyebrow twitched. Teach, why would I be jealous about that? She pushed up her glasses. And there's nothing special to be praised by Kakashi. Then a boom sounded, followed by the ground shaking for several seconds. Successfully made them both stop and turn towards the source. There, Sakura stood up from her kneeled position, waved her hand which just hit the ground. Kakashi had already jumped several meters from his starting position. Next to Shizuka, Naruto was already pale and sweat was pouring from his body. Note to self, do not ever anger Sakura. The green-haired girl took a slow breath to return her focus. Then made a snake hand seal. Wood release, smothering binding technique. Shizuka's arm transformed into several wood tendrils and charged towards Kakashi, who did not have time to get surprised by the element used. The silver-haired man tried to dodge it, but Shizuka's wood was faster and captured him. Then he looked up quickly when he heard a familiar voice. There, Naruto jumped, with a blue ball-like chakra on his DMT hand. Rasengan. Naruto slammed it down while Sakura secretly stole the bells from the silver-haired Jounin. Kakashi gasped in shock as he felt the Rasengan slam into the wood near his body. It was so close, and Kakashi could still feel his nervousness, even though the attack didn't hit his body at all. The attack was only intended to make him even more shocked and catch him off guard. The wood that bound Kakashi broke, and he could feel his body again. His hand immediately went to his breathes, surprised when he didn't feel the bell was there. When he looked up, Sakura and Naruto were grinning, showing off the 2 bells to him, while Shizuka was silent. So Shizuka bound me so I couldn't move, and Naruto used the Rasengan as a surprise attack and caught me off guard, Kakashi pointed out, shoving his hands inside his pockets. And at that moment, Sakura ducked in to take the bell from me. Good tactic. But you guys know that each has 1, right? One of you must fail. No way, Naruto screamed, crossing his arms. We are a team, so we have to do it together, explained Sakura with a determined expression. So we will pass together or fail together. No one left behind. Those who break the rules are scum, Shizuka spoke, pushing up her glasses. But those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. Kakashi didn't know how many times he would be surprised today. Starting from Naruto's physical changes, Naruto's surprising wind element mastery, Sakura's amazing physical strength, Shizuka, who apparently can use wood elements, and their words earlier. Geez, he's sure he can die in peace now. He felt so touched and proud. I'm really starting to like you. What the? Don't say weird things like that, you freak. Oha Asa always right. My body is so sore. Sakura whined as she stretched her body. Her green emerald eyes looked around the restaurant they were currently in, feeling the girls' gaze fixed on their team. To be more precise, to Naruto. She still couldn't believe his changes of appearance. During these 3 years, what has he been doing? Did he meet a beautician on his trip? Naruto, you realize that they are looking at you, right? She turned to the side, seeing Naruto giving his lazy but stuffed smile towards them, successfully making the girls scream. It's creeping me out, actually, muttered Naruto, scratching his neck with a sigh. Why are they like that anyway? Welcome to my life, said Kakashi, his gaze fixed on the lines of his new novel. Kakashi-sensei, you too? Sakura exclaimed. Well, she can't lie anyway. But Kakashi is indeed handsome even though 3/4 of his face is covered. Why do you sound so surprised? Kakashi deadpanned. Then he glanced at the green-haired girl who had been silent all this time. Her hands were busy tending her nails. Shizuka, explain to me why you have the wood element. All of them turned to the said teen, intrigued by her explanation. The Midorima clan has the wood element Kekii Genkai. But like the Senju clan, it's still rare. Only once every 100 years. And it happens to be me. Why are you using it now? Asked Kakashi curiously. As long as he teamed up with Shizuka, he had never seen her use it. Sandaime-sama told me to keep it a secret until I can really emissary it, she answered. Because he believes the enemy will chase me if they find out? Sakura nodded. In understanding. You're right, she agreed. Wait, so the reason you trained for 3 years was to master your wood element? Yes. Their conversation ended when the food they ordered arrived. Kakashi with his salt-broiled sori, Shizuka with her red bean soup, Naruto with his cold soba, and Sakura with her shiratama emitsu. Kakashi lowered his head and whispered, Now I know why Sandaime-sama appointed you to watch over Naruto. One of the things Shizuka dislikes the most is heat. Especially during the summer. The sunlight was so hot and bright that she had to squint her eyes. Her skin would turn red like a boiled crab, and she would quickly feel dizzy. Moreover, Shizuka had to go on a mission to Sunagakure, a place that only contains sands and very few trees, and it is cactus. She was sure she wouldn't like to live there. She had just entered the village, and her skin already turned red. But they had to hurry to the hospital. Shirchan called Naruto, who was in front of her. His body was slightly shivering. Stop glaring at me. I didn't even do anything to you. You'll have wrinkles early, Databeo. I'm not glaring at you, the girl, who had unconsciously squinted her eyes at Naruto, replied. However, it seemed that the teen interpreted her actions differently. And don't call me Shirchan. Kankuro, shouted Temari after they arrived at the emergency room. Immediately she let go of the bag and fan and then immediately checked on her little brother. What happened to him? He was poisoned. And we currently don't know what the poison is, explained one of the Sunagakure medical ninjas. Then he glanced at the 2 elders who were also surrounding the patient bed. Even Chiyo-sama doesn't know it? What? Temari looked panicked, looking at Kankuro, who looked in pain, especially with Gaara who had been caught by Akatsuki. Please leave it to us. We'll check him, Sakura said, making all the ninjas in the room pause. She had tied up her pink hair, and without asking anyone's approval, the girl started checking him by opening his eye, hearing his heartbeat, and his saliva. Shizuka looked at the pink-haired girl with slight shock. That girl looked different from the girl she knew 3 years ago. It could be seen from her calm attitude in handling something and her growing medical knowledge. Looks like her training with Tsunade really helped a lot. Shizuka stepped forward, placed her palm on Kankuro's bed, and vines appeared from the floor, not tightly wrapped around Kankuro's body. What are you doing? The sand ninja shouted in shock. Their bodies immediately alerted and prepared to attack her. These vines are a healing technique, please calm down, Sakura assured, stepping forward to defend her teammate. Vines. Green hair. You're a Midorima, exclaimed the old woman in surprise. I did not think that Konoha had a Midorima. No, I'm sure they don't even exist anymore. Hello, I'm Midorima Shizuka, the girl greeted politely before taking out a scroll from her pocket. The scroll opened to reveal some of the herbs she had grown herself. I'll make the antidote. Naruto observed how his two friends seemed to be in their field. He could see Sakura handling Kankuro like a professional and Shizuka whose movements always looked elegant. When her delicate hand took the plant gently and then pounded it with the same rhythm. Every now and then he could see her eyebrows slightly furrowed when the concoction wasn't right or a small smile when she managed to get something done. And for Naruto, seeing that girl show her expression, even though it's small and hardly noticed, was something extraordinary. They're amazing. The minute after they arrived at what was supposed to be Akatsuki's hideout, Naruto and Sakura immediately greeted their friends from Team Guy, who were gawking at the changes of the knucklehead teen. How he was radiating like a sun, warm and bright, even with his stucked and cunning appearance. Naruto-kun. Lee shouted, tears pouring out of his face. So youthful. I don't know what you mean, but thanks, Naruto grinned sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. There is 2 of them. Shizuka murmured, staring blankly at the bowl hairstyle ninjas in front of her. And they're not related, Kakashi added, shoving his hand into his pocket. Shizuka, Guy exclaimed, walking towards her with a big smile. Then patted her head, managing to mess up her hair. Long time no see. Please stop doing that, she said, stepping back to avoid his pats. Alright. First of all, we have to remove the barrier, Kakashi spoke, making all the ninjas focus on him. He then looked up to the big paper seal stuck to the surface of the large rock. It was a 5-seal barrier, and must be released simultaneously for the barrier to disappear. Niji, find out where the other seals are. Alright, veins appeared around his eyes, and the Hyuga clan's Kekkai Genkai was activated. The teenagers scanned the surrounding forest, notifying the whereabouts of other seals. Good job, Niji, Guy praised, slapping the teen's back slightly. Because in terms of speed, Team Guy will be the one who is going to release the seal. Let's go, he stretched out his hand, humming, giving the code to his teammates who looked clueless and disgusted to do what the older man planned. Seeing that, Shizuka was grateful that she was placed with Kakashi. She couldn't imagine if she was with that team. Even Niji looked tired by their Jounin leader. Naruto's eyes lit up, glancing at the green-haired teen beside him with an eager expression. Oh. And before he could say anything, Shizuka blatantly rejected his idea. Sakura hit the rock hard after the others removed the seal simultaneously. The punch made a loud sound, and the stone had become small stones, revealing the inside of the cave. We're too late. The sight in front of him made Naruto growl. His eyes had turned red and his pupils were narrowed like a fox, staring intently at the long blonde-haired man who casually sat on Gaara's body. He did not know whether his friend had died or not. His darkened skin made Naruto not want to think that he was dead. No way. There is no way Gaara is dead. Naruto growled again, his fangs sharpened as he wanted to tear the person in front of him. But that feeling just disappeared after he felt someone had slapped his head lightly. The teen glanced down, looking at Shizuka with a questioning look. Calm down. We don't want the QB to take over your body. Like magic, he could feel his body calm down again. His appearance was back to normal and Naruto could think clearly again. I've heard that Jinchuriki Kyuubi is strong. The man with long hair, took out a white bird from his robe. The bird then enlarged to a height of 2 meters. He is a canvas worthy of my artistry. Deidara boarded his bird while carrying Gaara in its mouth. Then they flew towards the exit. Naruto and I will go after him, Shizuka spoke. Very well, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Seeing the two immediately ran after the Akatsuki member. Why did you let them? Asked Chio, surprised by the team leader who casually let them go. They are still young. It's okay. Shizuka is with him. Control your emotions, Shizuka ordered. The two of them were standing on the cliff wall, glaring at Deidara who had been babbling about his art. Every now and then she glanced at Naruto who seemed to be trying his best to calm down and not let the Kyuubi take over. From what the Sunagakure ninjas said, she trailed off. He has a special clay jutsu. And the clay can explode at will. Naruto nodded in understanding. So we have to be quick to dodge. He took out a kunai, then he gave the chakra at the sharp edge. Or cut it. And try not to split, she added. I'm sure he used this opportunity to take the Kyuubi too, Nanadeo. A loud explosion sounded from within the cave. This was followed by the sound of iron scratching the ground. Looks like they've started, said Deidara. Accept this art of mine. Their eyes were focused, and when several clay birds were thrown at them, Shizuka immediately jumped away. While Naruto used his kunai chakra to cut down several of the explosive birds that were approaching him, Deidara brought his giant bird to fly higher and away. Both of his hands raised and 2 medium-sized explosive birds rushed towards them rapidly. The sound of a large explosion rang out again, creating black smoke covering the area. And after the smoke cleared, a semicircular earth shield appeared in the area, protecting Shizuka and Naruto from the explosion. Deidara sked in annoyance, his fists clenched into fists before throwing a large amount of clay-shaped small spider. Vacuum sphere. Naruto jumped forward, expelled numerous penetrating wind bullets that directly cut through the spiders with ease. How about this? Deidara boasted as both mouths in his hands took out the clay dough that fell on the ground. I'll play with you a little more, The clay dough formed a strange 2 meters tall creature that walked towards them. Shizuka jumped first, pulling out her kunai to cut down the creature. However, unlike his other clays, this time's creature could attack her back. The girl breathed. Naruto and herself were in the middle of the clay creatures whose numbers were increasing. I think it's a matter of time, the two struck together, slashing and jumping out of the way when the explosion occurs. He really intends to separate us, muttered Shizuka, realizing that the distance between her and Naruto was quite far. Before she had time to run towards the teen, one of Deidara's clay creatures landed on her clothes, then the others joined, covering and making her unable to move even for a moment. Boil release. Steam emanates from her body and directly melted the clay and its surroundings. Her eyes then scanned her surroundings, finding Naruto who fortunately was using Kawarimi to escape from the explosion. Give Gaara to me, growled Naruto. His eyes that had turned red again stared at Deidara who had turned his bird into a large clay dragon. And Gaara's body was now in the grip of its feet. Come here and get him, pretty boy. The dragon spewed out a small dragon from its mouth which flew at high speed towards them. Would release. Shizuka slapped the ground to make a wooden shield that protected them. And because the explosion was quite large, the wood was destroyed quickly too. Would release. How can she have it? He gasped, staring widely at her. So that girl has 2 Kekii Genkai. Shizuka raised her hand up and the surrounding trees reacted. They grew taller and then she moved the tree to wrap around Deidara's clay dragon. With several tree branches extending then pierced the sleeve of the man's robe into his creation, bringing him along with the dragon who was pushed to the ground. Arg. Naruto, she called, giving a code for the teenager who quickly jumped up to grab Gaara from the dragon's leg. The sound of a large explosion rang out, emitting black smoke enveloping the area. I won't be beaten easily like that, shouted Deidara, getting out of the black smoke while riding a clay bird. His robe was no longer worn, exposing his gray ninja outfit. That girl, she can control the wood like that Jinchuriki Ichibi with his sand. So annoying. Deidara gritted his teeth in annoyance. He took out the clay dough from his pouch and ate it. Shizuka, who saw that, was silent. She was still on guard with the man's next action. He vomited the clay dough onto the ground, and a giant replica of Deidara emerged from the resulting smoke. Shizuka immediately spun around and jumped away. Did you just run away? The girl still jumped away. She didn't know what jutsu the man was using and she preferred to remain vigilant. But strangely, the explosive man flew away. And that made Shizuka a little suspicious. I win. Deidara's replica inflated its body, which then detonated itself. Sure-chan. Before Shizuka had time to look at him, Naruto was already clasping her mouth, carrying her in a hurry, then taking the girl away quickly. Shizuka mumbled in annoyance, confused by Naruto's sudden action. But after a while, they finally landed in an area and the girl took the time to immediately release Naruto's hand from her mouth, taking a lot of air to control her breathing. What are you doing? Shizuka's breath caught the instant she noticed the teen in front of her. Naruto has been shrouded in orange chakra-like cloaks all over his body. The girl remembered the third round of Chunin exams. It looked similar. But the difference is, there are two tails that are formed behind Naruto. She shook her head quickly to return her focus. There was no time to be curious about his appearance. She slapped her palm to the ground, and several pieces of wood came out of the ground and caught the teenager's body, successfully making the orange chakra disappear. After the wood disappeared, Naruto collapsed. His head managed to lean on Shizuka's shoulder, slouched slightly on her. That chakra must have tired him out, even though it managed to make his wound healed. But stop being lovey-dovey. This is a war. Then she turned her gaze to Deidara, who was still flying above his bird, not minding about his words. She was still confused by his jutsu earlier. Did he fail? Or was it an invisible attack? What happened? When the giant replica exploded, it released an explosive that was too small to be seen with the human eye, explained Naruto, slowly getting off of her. It was scattered in the atmosphere. So if you breathe in air, the explosives can enter your body. I can't see the explosives, but I can tell the chakra. From Naruto's explanation, it was no wonder Deidara flew away from them. And luckily he has helped her. And what she wondered now was how Naruto could see it. He doesn't have any Jujutsu. But how come? Could it be? It was the effect produced by extracting the QB chakra. Never mind. What about the Kazekage? Asked Shizuka. It's been secured, Databeo? Naruto answered, flashing his cunning foxy grin at her. You better take care of him, Nanadeo. She pushes up her glasses. I will finish this fight. Shizuka made a snake hand seal. Secret technique. Nativity of a world of trees. She forces trees to grow on the ground and even from his clay bird, earning a yelp from her opponents as she bound him with the trees. I'm not gonna lose. Deidara slammed the clay on the tree's surface, creating an explosion to make him free from its bind. The clay bird was pushed down quickly and made a huge explosive sound when it hit the ground. Taking out her kunai, Shizuka ran towards the black smoke. Her other hand controlled the tree to tie the man down. The girl jumped in, swinging the kunai to cut down Deidara's explosive attack. Your end is here, said Shizuka. She controlled the tree to tie Deidara's hands so he couldn't take out the clay. Instead, him in the chest. Sure-chan. Don't call me that. Shizuka turned to Naruto, who was carrying the Kazekage. Then put him slowly on the ground. Not long after, Kakashi, Sakura, Chio, and Team Guy arrived. Good job. We managed to kill 2 Akatsuki members. Say, who do you guys think will be Kakashi-sensei's replacement? Naruto opened the conversation as they headed to a place for their meeting with Kakashi's replacement captain team. After they finished the mission in Sunagakure, the silver-haired Jounin was immediately taken to the hospital. That's because he used his Sharingan for too long and had to be hospitalized for several weeks. Moreover, it was because he was trying to use the new Sharingan version. Kakashi was too careless. Like 3 years ago during their mission at the Land of Waves. Hopefully he's good, Sakura wishes. She turned her head to Shizuka, who was standing beside the girl. Shizuka, do you know who the replacement is? No, she replied curtly. Naruto groaned, pouting when realizing that nobody knows about it. Then he glanced at Shizuka, who was carrying a red scissor in her hand. He chuckled, she and her weird quirk. Somehow, the teen was used to seeing it. Rather, he seemed to be slightly amused. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the meeting place. There was already a young teen with very pale skin, dressed all in black with a high-collared midriff shirt. Naruto narrowed his eyes towards the teen. His sapphire blue eyes were twinkled dangerously. His body was on alert. Who knew he would attack him like a few days ago? Do you know each other? Asked Sakura, looking at them in turn. Then looking at Shizuka, who just shrugged. He attacked me the other day, Naruto explained, clearly annoyed by seeing that teen. What? Ah, you guys are here. A new voice made them turn their attention to the source of the sound. A man dressed in Jounin's standard uniform came out of the pillar's shadow. I am Yamato, who will be the temporary captain of this team. Shizuka slightly widened her eyes seeing that man. Obviously, she already knew the man. She couldn't believe that he was the one who will replace Kakashi's absence. What kind of coincidence is this? It's like a reunion. In short, this meeting really annoyed everyone. The new member, Sai, seemed like he really liked to PSS off people. With his words as well as with his fake smile. Even though Shizuka didn't seem affected, it couldn't be denied that she was annoyed too. Long time no see, Shintru. Yamato opened the conversation as the two of them walked towards the hospital where Kakashi was being treated. It's Shizuka, she corrected, pushing her glasses up. And yes, long time no see, Tenzu. Please call me Yamato, corrected Yamato. After they reached the hospital gate, Tsunade and Shizen were already waiting. Sorry we're late. There's a problem. Whatever. Let's go. Tsunade opened the door to Kakashi's nursing room slowly, then entered, followed by the others. Long time no see, Kakashi-senpai, Yamato said with a smile. Ah, so you are the one who is called Yamato? Kakashi nodded lazily, then he noticed the green-haired girl next behind him. It's like a reunion. Yes, while I'm replacing you, my name is Yamato, Yamato said firmly. I brought Yamato here because there was something he should know when he was acting as Team Kakashi's captain, explained Tsunade. Is this about Naruto-kun? You already know that the QB is sealed inside Naruto's body, right? Jiraiya trailed off. There were times when the QB's chakra flowed out of Naruto's body and started taking on the form of a fox demon. We call it the Nine Tails Cloak. Shizuka winced slightly, almost unnoticeable. This happened on the previous mission. As his emotions increased, more and more of the QB's chakra came out until it covered his entire body and formed the Nine Tails Cloak, she explained. And just as the second tail took shape, I was able to squeeze the chakra with my wood. As the chakra builds up, it's likely that the next tail will pop up over and over again, said Kakashi. And it will eventually form up to 9. Then he glanced lazily at his side. Jiraiya-sama, how many tails have you seen? Jiraiya sighed, his hand gripped his vest. In my entire life, I almost have died twice. He trailed off as he pulled down his upper clothing. The first one, 6 ribs and both my arms were broken and several of my internal organs were badly damaged. It happened when I tried to peek at the girls in a hot spring and Tsunade beat me out. And when his net shirt was off, everyone could see a large scar on his chest. And the second one was when I was training with Naruto, and the fourth tail was formed. No wonder I feel the QB's chakra when I'm training, muttered Shizuka. And just like what Shizuka once said, anger is the trigger, he nodded to Shizuka. He can control himself up to the third tail. But when the fourth tail appeared, he was unable to distinguish friend and foe. He looks really like a mini QB. Luckily the seal given by Shizuka can return it even though it's almost weak against it. That's why we need you, Yamato, said Tsunade when Jiraiya finished telling them everything he knows. Even though Shizuka is there, we still have to be aware of what will happen. We still don't know all the abilities and strengths of the Akatsuki, plus the ability of the QB itself. Shizuka sat cross-legged on the cliff, overlooking the entire village while smoothing her nails. To prepare herself so that her nails would not interfere while she was on a mission. Naruto-sama. A shrill voice reached the girl's ears. She lowered her nails and leaned down to observe the source of the sound. There were a dozen girls who were crowding Naruto, with hearts in their eyes, while those who were being surrounded looked overwhelmed. Sama, she scrunched her nose at the honorific they used towards him. The girl shook her head slowly and returned to her original activities, not interested in seeing or helping her friend. I'm so tired. Shizuka glanced at her side when suddenly Naruto was beside her. They are so crazy. You're popular, huh? She said blankly. Naruto groaned. You don't sound like you like it, she commented. But one of your goals is to be noticed by the villagers, right? He huffed, slicking back his hair with his fingers. Maybe back then I used to like getting attention like this. He trailed off. But I don't like being flattered like that. I want them to notice my strength, my hard work as a ninja, not by my external appearance. Shizuka stopped her activity to properly stare at him. She seemed a little surprised that the teenager would say such words. You're right. After all, you're still you. It doesn't matter how bad or how good you look. The blonde widened his eyes, clearly dumbfounded by her comments. Shirchan. How many times do I have to tell you to stop calling me that? She huffed, pushing up her glasses. Naruto chuckled lightly as he leaned back to feel the warm evening gazes. Somehow, I feel the calmest being with Shirchan. Shizuka stared at him in confusion as well as in shock at the sudden words that left their topic of conversation. He turned then smiled gently toward her. The warm spring breeze blew softly, filling the void of their conversation that completely caught the pastel green-haired girl off guard. Stop saying nonsense. They got jinxed. It was one of the many thoughts that floated through her mind. Shizuka didn't know how what they had just talked about yesterday at the hospital had just happened. Right now. Team 7 always finds problems wherever they are. By the way, they're doing a mission on a Tenchi bridge that Sasori of the Red Sand had told them, regarding his spies who were with Orochimaru. But instead of meeting the spy, they met Orochimaru directly. And his presence immediately triggered Sakura and of course, Naruto. The teenager's emotions were so overflowing that he was immediately enveloped by the nine-tailed cloak. And it happened so fast that Shizuka and Yamato didn't have time to react. Naruto roared and a vortex of red chakra escaped his body and surrounded him. The vortex made a gust of wind and after the vortex disappeared, Naruto opened his mouth, releasing a white chakra towards a bluish silver-haired ninja. The attack alone caused the bridge they were on to sway and then collapse. Shizuka swiftly helped Sakura, who temporarily fainted after being thrown by the snake's right-hand man. Her sharp green forest eyes immediately stared at their new member who left without the slightest help. He's very suspicious, she commented after she brought Sakura to Yamato's side. You're right, Yamato nodded in agreement. What all Danzo did should be suspected. You said he was a member of ANBU Root, right? Shizuka asked, trying to confirm. From his skills, I can't believe he is an ANBU. Moreover, he's too obvious. Yamato grinned. DMN right? Language. In the end, Shizuka was the one looking for Naruto while Yamato took care of Sakura and looked for Sai's original motive. Dust fumes came out with a large volume, even to cover her vision. She immediately jumped to the tip of the tree to escape the smoke. Standing at the top of the tree gave her a direct view of Orochimaru's battle with Naruto. And Shizuka's breath caught. They had another bad luck. The fourth tail has formed. The girl widened her eyes perfectly. If Shizuka had remembered clearly, Jiraiya said that he almost died at the fourth tail, right? And seen from the battle, it was obvious that Orochimaru was overwhelmed. Naruto swings his hands to the side and a strong wind immediately formed as a result of the swing, killing thousands of snakes that Orochimaru gave and succeeded in making the surrounding feel the strong wind. He only swings his hand, but it was already delivering a powerful blow. As expected, Kyuubi cannot be underestimated. I have brought my lucky item, Shizuka thought, remembering a brush that she kept in her bag. Even if cancer is third from the bottom, my mission won't fail. She jumped down on the crater made by Naruto, her hands ready to slap the team to return to its original condition. But the obstacle now was, how could she approach him without getting hit? Naruto is already in the fourth tail. It meant that he could no longer control himself and only saw everyone as his enemies. She bent down a little. While Naruto was busy taking care of Orochimaru, Shizuka immediately moved. She ran from behind him. But it seemed that the girl was not fast enough. Naruto realized it first, controlled his tail, and then swung it towards Shizuka, sending her flying towards the woods. A loud thud came out as a result of the collision of her body with a tree. Stupid! Shizuka cursed herself about her stupidity. She was too desperate to get close and didn't think carefully that Naruto's sensors and reflexes would be very sharp. She grimaced, breathed as sweat dripped down from her forehead. She felt excruciating pain in her stomach and back. Her vines appeared, treating her until she could move right away even if it was only for a moment. If I can't get close then. She gritted her teeth. Her hands shakily slapped the ground, and 9 pieces of wood appeared around her. The wood was shaped like a dragon's head, and at that moment, they immediately stretched themselves out, headed towards Naruto, and grabbed his tails. Shizuka coughed and blood dripped down the side of her mouth. She kept trying to steady her breathing while trying to ignore the pain she was going through. Her action succeeded in returning Naruto to his original state. Successfully made Orochimaru look both disappointed and amazed at the same time. My, she can use the wood release. Orochimaru chuckled darkly, licking his lips with his long tongue. You've always attracted me, Shizuka-chan. Shizuka, the said girl tilted her head up slowly, looking at the pink-haired girl who jumped down in front of her. Worry can be seen in the tone and expression on her face. Are you okay? I'm fine, Nanadeo, she replied, concealing the wince on her tone and her expression. Obviously you're not okay. I was stupid to ask you that, Sakura said curtly. She squatted down, staring at the BLD that had imprinted on her chin and Shizuka's hand that was on her stomach. Take off your clothes? Sakura helped unbutton her tailcoat, then pulled up her black t-shirt underneath. The pink-haired girl let out a gasp as she looked at the big wound on her friend's stomach. The wound was a hideous red in color, like peeling skin, and was blistered. It is diagonally shaped and extends from her left hip to below her right BRST. Okay, Shizuka, I want you to calm down. Don't use your vines, let me treat it, said Sakura. Her palms started to emit a green aura and at that moment, Shizuka felt herself getting calmer. For a few minutes, Sakura did her medical ninjutsu and the wound started to look a little better. How's Shizuka? Yamato asked, anxiousness and worry clearly printed on the expression on his face. His eyes were always fixed on his Kohai's huge and hideous wound. We must immediately complete the mission and get Shizuka to the hospital. I'm sure Sunushirso is better at this, Sakura murmured, grimacing because she couldn't help treating her wound. I'm sorry. It's fine, Shizuka assured her, thinking about treating her wound with vines. However, hers was not as good as the rest of her clan. Sakura went to Naruto who was still passed out, leaving Yamato and Shizuka behind. What about Sai? I've made a clone to follow him secretly, Yamato explained. Looks like his mission has something to do with Orochimaru. Really? What a coincidence. With the two of them chatting quietly, Naruto woke up. His eyes blinked several times, balancing them with the intensity of the sun rays before settling on his teammates. Naruto, exclaimed Sakura. Are you okay? I'm fine, he replied, trying to move his body, which was strangely sore. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he felt it. By the way, what happened? Why is the bridge destroyed? This success made Sakura and Yamato stare at him in shock and confusion. Don't remember. Remember what? Asked Naruto back. His slender fingers rubbed his own hair. It's okay, let's continue the mission, Yamato smiled, ignoring their previous topic. Naruto just nodded enthusiastically, didn't even feel strange at their question. But his sapphire blue eyes were fixed on Shizuka who was being helped walking by Sakura. Sure-chan. Naruto called, his deep voice halting the girls. Are you hurt? Who hurt you? What nonsense are you uttering? She replied, raising her glasses as usual, giving him a straight, stoic gaze. I'm fine. Then she walked away first, leaving Naruto who was frowning at her. His eyes caught the occasionally frowned brows, the sweat pouring down her forehead, and even her uneven breathing. But did you lie, Shirchan? Naruto mumbled, his sapphire eyes flashing dangerously and a little bit hurt. It's obvious you're not fine. Shizuka woke up to find herself in a hospital room. If she looked back, after Yamato and herself managed to report the mission, Shizuka immediately fainted. Maybe that's when she was immediately taken to the hospital. It was her fault that she insisted on reporting even though Sakura had suggested for her to immediately go to the hospital. You're awake, the girl turned towards the sliding door. There were Tsunade and Kakashi who just came in, their expressions look relieved. How careless you are. If you knew you're sick, or even had a big wound, you should go straight to the hospital. Don't act so strong. I apologize, she replied with a slight bow, grimacing when she felt the pain in her stomach. Kakashi saw it and immediately gave her a bored look. Don't move much yet, he scolded. Kakashi is right, your wound is quite difficult to handle, explained Tsunade. What made you get that wound? Naruto, she trailed off. He turned into a four-tail. When I wanted to seal it, he attacked me. The fourth tail, huh? Kakashi nodded slightly. They just talked about it the day before the mission began and it happened immediately. They got jinxed. For sure. Then Shizuka told them everything. From the start when they met Kabuto, Naruto entered Nine-Tails' cloak, Orochimaru, and Naruto's fight with the Snake Sage. We have to take care of Naruto and his emotions. He got easily provoked, especially if it's about Sasuke. Kakashi sighed, then he took out a book with an orange cover and put it on the nightstand. Here Shizuka, I'm being kind enough to lend you this? I don't need that, Nanadeo. Kakashi. Sure-chan. That shrill voice was heard when Shizuka appeared with Kakashi at Naruto's training ground. She frowned slightly at the nickname but not bothering to correct him as she finds it useless. The teenager waved his hand happily, like a child. His mouth formed a wide grin. What about your mission? Success, right? Why are you the only one who went on the mission? I want to go too. He complained, pouting. The girl glanced at Kakashi who was also glancing at her back with a get along with it look before sighing. I brought my lucky item, of course my mission will be successful, Nanadeo, she replied while pushing up her glasses. No one seems to have told Naruto that he was the one who injured her. Instead, he made the excuse that she was going on a mission even though she was actually being treated at the hospital. Enough chit-chat, continue your training, Naruto, ordered Kakashi. The two of them immediately walked towards Yamato who was on standby to stop the QB chakra if it would come out. Shizuka sat next to him, watching the ground which had been riddled with holes due to Naruto's new jutsu. It seems. She still didn't know what the boy was doing. Thank God you're here, Shizuka, said Yamato. When I'm tired you replace me, okay? Ah, so this is the reason why you brought me here, she concluded. Yes, to stop the QB of course, Yamato nodded. Tsunade-sama told us to train Naruto? Didn't he already MSTR the wind release? She wondered. I thought that too, but Tsunade-sama said Naruto has to be stronger than before, explained Kakashi. We still don't know how strong all members of Akatsuki are. So we have to be alert and ready if something happens. And what is he doing right now? He is making a new jutsu. Like the newest version of Yandame's Rasengan, he replied. Speaking of Yandame, Jiraiya-sama once said that it looks like Yandame's seal is weakening, right? Shizuka's question succeeded in making both of them look at her seriously. Yes, what about it? I heard, no, I know Yandame is very talented when it comes to Fuinjutsu, but there is something that intrigued me, she trailed off. Why did he seal the QB on Naruto and seal half of it on himself? I just thought that. Did Yandame hope that Naruto could control the QB? The question succeeded in making them surprised. You mean, like the eight-tailed Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village, huh? Yes. If that's true and Naruto can do it, it will be much better for the village and the safety of Naruto himself, explained Kakashi, his eyes staring at Naruto who was still trying to perfect the jutsu. But the problem is how? We don't have a good relationship with Cloud Village. You're right. Several hours passed with the three of them watching Naruto training. Yamato, who occasionally complains of being tired but still handles Naruto immediately when the QB's chakra comes out, Shizuka, who is busy reading a book, trimmed her nails and heals his wounds, and Kakashi, who reads his adult novel while lying on the bench Yamato made. I am hungry. Let's eat ramen, Dadabayo, asked Naruto enthusiastically, looking at his teammates hopefully. Oh. Always eating ramen is not good, Nanadeo, said Shizuka stoically. Moreover, you just did a hard training. Oh come on, Shirchan. Naruto groaned. I suggest we eat red beans, she said, looking straight at the shop that was selling a variety of red bean dishes. No. Ramen is so much delicious, Dadabayo. Red beans are more delicious and nutritious, Nanadeo. Ramen. Red bean. Dadabayo. Nanadeo. Even though I really like seeing you guys close and flirting with each other, I suggest you stop, said Kakashi. We're in the middle of the road and it's disturbing other people. They ended up at the okonomiyaki shop, at Yamato's suggestion. They sat at a corner table, near the window. With Kakashi still reading his novel, Yamato trying to be the responsible adult, Naruto who was sulking, and Shizuka who folded her arms, glaring at Naruto. I'm sure you guys are hungry. Why don't we order something? Yamato suggested. But I want ramen. Naruto grumbles, but his hands take the menu book that is placed in the middle of the table. Uncle, could we get squid, pork, and mixed okonomiyaki, please? All three of them face-bombed, and he said he didn't want okonomiyaki. I heard that Akatsuki has managed to take 2 tails and 7 tails, Yamato spoke. What actually is their purpose in collecting the tailed beasts? I don't know, Yamato, no one knows. But what I'm sure is that it will destroy the shinobi world. Kakashi shrugged, resting his chin with his palm, watching the bickering of the teenager beside him. Oi Naruto. Don't play with the food, Nanadeo. Shizuka scolded. Her piercing green eyes stared at the teen who was turning the okonomiyaki dough by throwing it up. I'm not playing, Dadabayo, argued Naruto, grinning. This is called cooking skills. I doubt it, you can only cook instant ramen. Don't be so mean, Shirchan. What's wrong with you guys, bickering every day? Yamato sighed, looking tired just by watching their bickering. Gosh, Yamato, it's like you don't know, said Kakashi. There's a glint of amusement in his eyes. They're just flirting with their own ways. We certainly not. Shizuka pushes her glasses up to return her expression to normal. Besides, I have more important things to do then. Her words stopped when she felt something land on her head. Looks like the okonomiyaki that Naruto threw didn't land where he wanted it to. And at that moment, the entire table fell silent. Yamato's already wide eyes widened even more, Kakashi who only blinked a few times, and Naruto who are already sweating bullets. The girl's eyebrows were twitching in annoyance, and irk marks appeared on her forehead. Excuse me, with a stoic face, she stood up, making a beeline towards the male. Wait, it's just an accident. Shirchan. His plead felt deaf on her ears as she just grabbed his jacket's collar and dragged him outside the shop. Shirchan, wait. I'm sorry, Naruto slicked his bangs back with his fingers, feeling the heat of this summer. He regretted not wearing his headband, thinking that he was not on a mission so he didn't wear it. He looked around him. His pace was fast so that no girls would bother him anymore. After he returned to Konoha, for some reason, many girls surrounded him. They gave him compliments, encouragement, and even gifts. It's not that he doesn't like it, it's just that he thinks it's too much. Even his friends from the academy were like that, even though they used to look at him like a fool who asked for attention. Not the one who got the attention. Naruto's steps stopped in front of the fence of Midorima's abode. The house is on a cliff and close to the forest, far from settlements. Like a secluded villa. He opened the gate, whispering, "Pardon the intrusion," and he realized how quiet the house was. Does her family all work? Well, Naruto doesn't know. Shizuka never told him, and he never asked her. He entered the traditional style house and headed straight to Shizuka's room. How does he know where her room is? The teen uses his sensors to find Shizuka's chakra. Easy peasy. He walked deeper into the house like someone who owns the place, without any politeness or anything until he stood at the door of Shizuka's room. He grabbed the door and slid it open. Shirchan. Naruto blinked a few times to assure himself of the scene before him. The room was dark, the door near the balcony was not opened, and the lights were not turned on. The furniture looked neat. But that wasn't what surprised Naruto. Because there, on her bed, Shizuka sat hugging her legs. She used the blanket to cover herself until only her face was visible. Is she cold? But it's summer right now. Shirchan called Naruto again to confirm if it is really Shizuka. Naruto. Shizuka's voice was hoarse. The girl lifted her head towards Naruto, and he noticed her pale face and tired-looking dead eyes. As if she had no enthusiasm for life. Hey, are you okay? Asked Naruto softly before turning on the light switch and taking a few steps to enter the room. Are you sick? That's why you didn't come earlier. Shizuka didn't answer. And it made Naruto walk over to her, his brows furrowed in worry. He used the back of his hand to check the temperature of the girl's forehead. You're not hot. I never said I was hot, Nanadeo, she retorted. You didn't answer me when I asked, Naruto pointed out. But seriously, are you okay? I'm fine, Shizuka huffed as she straightened her body. What are you doing here? Naruto leaned back. I came here because you weren't there earlier, Dadabayu, he explained. His hand reached into his pocket before pulling out a small lilac-colored matryoshka. Here, there is a girl who gave me this, but I don't know what it is, so I give this to you. The blonde was actually not sure if Shizuka wanted that thing. But it seemed like he was taken aback by the green-haired girl again. Because right now, she was staring at the matryoshka very closely. Her face had returned to look more alive. To be more precise, she looked speechless, stunned. Wait, don't tell me. Naruto gasped as a thought passed through his mind. You didn't come earlier because of your Oha Asa, right? This doll is your lucky item. The girl widened her eyes, looking away. Her hand pushed up her glasses while covering her blushing cheeks. I couldn't find the lilac-colored one, she mumbled. And Naruto laughed out loud. God, this girl. He couldn't understand how this girl could be so cute with her little obsession. He still remembered when Shizuka fainted because her lucky item broke. And now, it turned out that she was not sick, only depressed because she didn't get to find her lucky item. So what if you don't bring your lucky item? You will get bad luck. Naruto laughed again. Urusei Nadeo. The teen wiped his tears, his body still shaking from the laughter. Okay, I'll give you this. Naruto then smiled slyly, sending a shiver through her back. On condition that you come with me to the summer festival the day after tomorrow. You're bribing me. Shizuka stared at him with scrunched eyebrows. If you don't need this doll, you can refuse, Naruto shrugged. His sapphire blue eyes shining slyly. The green-haired girl was silent for a few moments. I guess I'll be joining you, she mumbled. But that's because I need that doll. Don't think of anything else. Sundaraiman, tonight is the night of the summer festival. And Shizuka, fulfilling her promise, was already at the festival with Naruto by her side. The two of them wore yukata. Shizuka was wearing a white yukata with a green belt. Her hair was put in a bun elegantly with a few floral accessories on her head, while Naruto wore a full black yukata. The festival smells really good. Naruto exclaimed. His eyes were shining as he looked around while they walked inside. Shizuka frowned. You always come every year, why are you so excited? Hey, every year it feels different, Dadabayu, said Naruto, still smiling, ignoring the girl's comment. Instead, he grabbed her wrist. Come on. Let's go explore. Naruto pulled Shizuka along the festival. And she just realized how this night felt more alive than the previous night. Stands lined the streets, shows were shown amidst the crowd, the smell of delicious food in the air, and lights hung to illuminate the street. They also stopped at a game stand. The blonde looked at her with hope. Like a child with his mother. Let's play it, Shirchan. Shizuka surveyed the crowded toy stand. It looked like it was a pitching stand to get the prize. Her eyes then fixed on the place of the gifts. Just dolls, not ramen coupons or something. So, why did Naruto want to go play it? No, said Shizuka, who immediately got a shout of protest from Naruto. Actually, it's a useless game. We live in a ninja world and a big country. As a ninja, we are trained to hit the mark accurately. That old man is a fool to open that stand. He will only lose and won't get profit, Nanadeo. Naruto complied, and finally, they walked deeper, buying some snacks, which of course weren't ramen or red beans to avoid fighting, and playing games that Shizuka thought weren't that stupid. "HM popsicles in summer are just right, Databeo?" Naruto exclaimed as he happily SED on it. "It sure is, Nanadeo," Shizuka agreed. "Naruto. Shizuka." The duo turned around to the source of the shouting at the same time. A few meters from them, there was Sakura in her red yukata and Ino with her purple yukata waving as they jogged towards them. "Ino. Sakura-chan." Naruto exclaimed happily. "Naruto, you're getting more handsome tonight," teased Ino. "Black really suits you." "Really? Thanks." Naruto smiled bashfully, stretching his cheek. "You two together? Don't tell me." Sakura blinked in confusion. She was sure Shizuka wouldn't be interested in joining this festival. Then she grinned. "Gosh Naruto, you're fast. Already taking a move on Shizuka." Naruto tilted his head. "Don't misunderstand, Nanadeo." Shizuka interrupted as she crossed her arms. But Naruto's eyes focused on her red ears. "I'm not here because I wanted to." Sure. Attention everyone, fireworks will begin in 5 minutes. "Fireworks? Come on Ino." Sakura took Ino's hand, and then the two of them were lost in the crowd. The blonde-haired boy then turned to Shizuka, his face shining again. "Come on Shirchan. Fireworks." He intertwined their hands and pulled the girl through the crowd until they were on the hill, sitting in the grass. The sound of the explosion rang out, and it was different from Deidara's explosion. Naruto smiled, then turned to his side. He froze for a few seconds before his smile widened, more sincere, looking at Shizuka, who seemed too busy staring at the fireworks. He rested his cheek on his palm, his gaze still fixed on the girl, ignoring the fireworks that were coloring Konoha's sky. After the fireworks display was over, Naruto skirted Shizuka home even though the girl refused at first. "Is this your first festival?" "No," Shizuka replied honestly, but there was a slight hurt and sadness in her eyes. "The last time I went was when I was a kid. 5 years old maybe." "That's long." Naruto then turned to her with determination. "I promise I'll take you to the festival every year." The green-haired girl looked at Naruto in surprise before looking away. "I can go there myself, Nanadeo." And she went straight into her house, leaving Naruto alone. The man turned his gaze to the moon. That time, when I held her tiny hand, seeing her expression, I realized that Shizuka is a girl. And he quickly left with a blush adorning his cheeks. Time passed quickly, and it was already mid-autumn, Midorima Shizuka's favorite season. She was currently walking in the middle of a maple forest, her pastel green hair contrasting with the charming red leaves. The wind fell past gently as she pulled her light brown cardigan closer. The temperature was also getting colder each day. Many events had passed, such as the death of Asuma, Naruto who had mastered his new jutsu, Orochimaru's death, Itachi Uchiha's death, and many more. Most of it was an occasional death. It's nothing new in this ninja world. After the summer festival, Shizuka also felt something strange about Uzumaki Naruto. Somehow he liked to call her. Then tell her to accompany him to eat or practice together. But she didn't say that she did enjoy it though. Shizuka had arrived at the Hokage's office. She opened it, noticing that there were only Tsunade, Sakura, Shizune, Yamato, and 2 toads. That made her frown in confusion. She also saw a giant toad outside the building. Shizuka instantly had a bad feeling. "Good, now we just need to wait for Naruto and Kakashi," said Tsunade. A few minutes later, the two of them entered. "Is that kid Jiraiya-chan's student?" the older toad asked, staring at Naruto. "Yes, this is Uzumaki Naruto," Tsunade confirmed, politely. "I'll just get to the point." The elder exhaled heavily before giving Naruto a serious stare. Jiraiya-chan was killed in the battle. Everyone fell silent. The atmosphere in the room immediately felt heavy, and Shizuka automatically glanced at Naruto, who looked taken aback by it. What did you say?" "I know that this is very sudden, so I understand if you don't believe me," he said calmly. For some time now, rumors had been circulating that the leader of the Akatsuki was operating out of the Rain Village, so Jiraiya-chan went there in person to verify whether these rumors were true. "The leader of the Akatsuki was in the hidden Rain Village?" asked Sakura in disbelief. As I recall, that village is difficult to infiltrate. A village closed to the outside world, Sai recalled, who was given a nod of agreement from Shizuka and Yamato. Yes, however, Jiraiya-sama was skilled in infiltration and espionage tactics, Kakashi spoke. Exactly, Fukasaku continued. Jiraiya-chan encountered Pain, the Akatsuki leader. However, Pain was one of Jiraiya-chan's former students from many years ago. Still, to corner such a great shinobi like Jiraiya-sama is? Kakashi mumbled beside her. Just what the hell is this Pain? I don't know the particulars, but he called him Nagato, said Fukasaku before giving them a death stare. And he possesses the Rinnegan. What? The adults plus Shizuka stared at the toad in disbelief. The Rinnegan eye is believed to be the eye possessed by the Sage of the Six Paths and is said to have extraordinary strength. The legendary ocular jutsu, the Rinnegan. Its power was beyond imagination. Not only that, there were 6 of them who possessed the Rinnegan. How can that even be possible? Perhaps there's a trick to it, he spoke. Most likely, only Jiraiya-chan, who was there, discovered their secret. But even after he had his throat crushed by Pain, Jiraiya-chan left a message before he died. The elder opened his robe and turned his back to them, showing them the numbers printed on his back. The code. I'm sure it was so Pain wouldn't catch on. And that's it for Jiraiya-chan's efforts. You let him go, Granny. Naruto, who had been silent, opened his voice. His deep voice sending shivers down their spines. That's right. Why'd you let him take the risk, he continued, raising his voice little by little. You know Pervy Sage better than anyone. How could you send him to such a dangerous place, alone? Stop it, Naruto. Kakashi scolded him. You of all people ought to know Tsunade-sama's feeling. The Hitsuke walking towards the door. If Pervy Sage had been the 5th Hokage, he wouldn't have let Granny Tsunade take such a risk, I know it, and he left with a loud bam of the door closing. Shizuka watched him leave, her feet twitching, wanting to catch up with him. But she knew Naruto needed time. She didn't expect it to be this long. It's been a week since the sad news. And the boy still had his gloomy face, didn't speak, and was mostly in the forest. She didn't know what he was doing there. That night, Shizuka noticed that Naruto was looking across the village from the top of the Hokage rock. Clad in all black clothes, a black t-shirt and black tracksuit breathes, like letting everyone know that he's still mourning. His eyes looked tired, like there was no life in them. His complexion was pale. And he let his hair be messy. The girl decided to come closer and sit next to him, looking at the village of Konoha at night. Nobody opened the conversation. Just silence, enjoying their moments. The sound of the wind and owls echoed, bringing music into the lonely night. Naruto chuckled. I didn't expect that it would hurt this much. The girl next to him turned her head, surprised that he opened the conversation first. She just hummed, telling him to carry on. I don't have a parent since I was born. So I'm used to feeling alone and jealous of others. But this. He chuckled again, fighting back the tears that wanted to escape. This hurts so much. I don't like this feeling. I understand, said Shizuka. That feeling you mean. I understand. My clan was slaughtered during the Third Ninja War. And the survivors fled to Konoha. My father was killed on a mission when I was 4 years old. My mother, grandmother, and grandfather were murdered when I was 6 years old. And at that point, I became the only Midorima. She exhaled deeply, noticing Naruto's shocked gaze. I knew it was hard. It hurts. But you also know, just because you lose someone doesn't mean you lose everything. You're not alone. You have Kakashi, Sakura, Yamato, Sai, Tsunade-sama, and you have. You're not alone, Naruto. Stunned. That was how Naruto felt now. He really did not think that a stiff girl like her could be like that. How she tried comforting him, how gentle and soft her voice is. Naruto's gaze returned to the sky. What about revenge? Have you ever felt like wanting to get revenge? On them. Revenge. Maybe. But I don't want to do it. I think it's useless, Shizuka answered honestly. I'm sure everyone has experienced the longing for revenge. It's a natural human response. It depends on your action actually. The most important thing is, don't use revenge as your only life goal. Use that revenge as a step for you to accept his death. Your actions won't bring him back to life. And remember, there are other ways to come to peace with your loss. Revenge will only further violence. She finished with a deep stare at Naruto. Shizuka was sure that the boy wanted to get revenge. Yes, it would be great if his revenge was on the leader of an organization that threatened the world. But if you're blinded by it, you will only make a fool of yourself. You're right, he exhaled, running his fingers through his hair. Shizuka took a red bean taiyaki from the plastic bag she was carrying and moved it in his face. Don't misunderstand. I accidentally bought more, so I gave it to you, Nanadeo. Naruto fell silent again. His eyes blinked several times before chuckling and taking the taiyaki out of her hands. Thanks, Shirchan. I didn't know that you care about me. Tisich, I did this because you make everyone worried. And it's getting annoying, she scowled, her eyebrow twitching in annoyance. But Naruto noticed how her ears were red, making him smile a little. She's right, I'm not alone. Shizuka didn't know if her conversation with Naruto that night was successful or not, but now the boy had returned to his old self and was practicing senjutsu with the toads. Senjutsu, a specialized field of jutsu that involves the use of natural energy. According to Shizuka, it was a difficult thing to learn, even for herself, and usually took a long time to MSTR it. She didn't know whether Naruto could MSTR it quickly or not. A sudden explosion could be heard within the village this afternoon. Then several explosions resurfaced, followed by screaming from the crowd. The girl immediately looked up, seeing black smoke gathered from the blast. Is it the enemy? From her sight, several ninjas had already run to the source of the explosion, but the sound of screams of fear and battle was still loud. Shizuka automatically headed towards the civilians and helped them to evacuate to a secret cave that was inside the cliffs behind the Hokage rock. She jumped down to help a child who was crying in fear. But her gaze was shifted to a loud scream not far from them. As she approached, she saw a Chunin who was looking down terrified and a man with long orange hair and a robe pulling something from his head. That robe. Akatsuki. They're here. She gasped when she saw the Chunin lying dead when the orange-haired man lowered his hand. He can take people's souls, she thought. Shizuka immediately brought the small child behind her to be with the other ninja. She walked forward towards the Akatsuki member, and she just noticed his purple eyes with several black rings. There's no mistaking it. That's the Rinnegan. Tell me where Uzumaki Naruto is, he ordered, staring monotonously at the green-haired girl. I don't know, she answered honestly. But Pain seemed to ignore the answer and immediately attacked Shizuka. She jumped away, then bent down, her hands forming a snake seal. Then Wood came out of the ground and headed towards Pain, which unfortunately he easily dodged. Fighting him for several minutes, she realized that Pain's power in front of her only attracted human souls. Not as strong as the others like what the toad had said. Shizuka was lucky that the Pain were scattered. It was easier to defeat them, although this could easily pull the soul out of the body. Shizuka dived while turning her gaze then fixed on Pain who was still in the air. And someone crossed her mind. Naruto. Ugh, I'm so bad at writing fighting scenes. White smoke appeared in the middle of the crater with a pop, but Shizuka could only see the colors orange, red, black, and green. The distance is too far and her eyesight is not good. What is that? Asked Sakura, narrowing her eyes for a better look. Naruto, the Hyuga man next to them, exclaimed in shock. He had activated his Byakugan. Naruto. Then there is dust smoke coming out again in the area there. What's going on? I can't see from here. Incredible, he spoke in awe. He took down one of the Pains with a single blow. From above them, an orange frog, Gamakichi, jumped down next to them. He carried Tsunade in his hands. Tsunade-sama. Sakura immediately left Shizuka's side and approached the Hokage. Her forehead mark is gone, Shizuka thought as she just noticed that. She's already released the art of mitotic regeneration. She routed her chakra to Katsuyu-sama to protect the villagers from the Pain's jutsu. Gamakichi, she turned towards the orange toad. I assume Naruto with the other toads? Yeah, even with Grandpa Fukasaku and Gran Mishima, he explained. And Naruto said that he would fight them alone. What? She furrowed her eyebrows, clearly disliking Gamakichi's statement. Pain has killed Jiraiya, who is one of the strongest ninjas in Konoha, and he wants to fight Pain himself. Is that his form of revenge? Shizuka knew that he was reckless, but not to that point either. She sighed as she raised her glasses. Has he mastered senjutsu? Yeah. Gamakichi replied with great enthusiasm. It's incredible. He can master it for just a week. Shizuka fell silent. Well, Asa said that Aquarius placed first. Alright, she huffed. Tsunade-sama has also given me to Naruto-kun, said Katsuyu, who suddenly was around them. Shizuka also just realized there were several ninjas, including Shikamaru and Shikaku there. That's good, we'll find out what happened past you, Katsuyu-sama, said Shikaku. Her forest green eyes then fixed on Tsunade, whose body was already wrinkled. Katsuyu-sama, can you return your other bodies? Except for you and those with Naruto, she trailed off. So that Tsunade doesn't have to spend more of her chakra. And that will speed up her recovery. Ah, I understand. Katsuyu nodded. Then she turned towards the other ninjas. While Pain are focusing on Naruto, I want you to scatter around looking for other ninjas. If they're still able to move and have minor injuries, tell them to help you. And if anyone is seriously injured or dead, bring them here, Shizuka ordered, which was immediately given a nod by the other ninjas and left. I will heal Tsunade-sama. What? Don't. Sakura immediately turned quickly and gave her a sharp glare. You've run out a lot of chakra. It's only a moment, said Shizuka, the vines already wrapped around Tsunade's body. You can help other medical nin. All right, she huffed. If you collapse, I won't take responsibility. I already warned you. And after Sakura went inside the hospital, Shizuka looked at Katsuyu. Tell Naruto that he is an idiot. Naruto gritted his teeth as he glared at the orange-haired boy in front of him. He was lying on the ground, stomach first, with some ferrous metal embedded in his body. He couldn't lie if it didn't hurt. But he couldn't let the person who had killed his teacher find out and take advantage of it. I believe you called my view of peace as an outright lie, Pain monotonously said. Yet, within this accursed world of shinobi, having peace created from mutual understanding is just a delusion. You're wrong. Naruto snapped. All you do is talk. As someone who couldn't even answer me, what is it that you think you can do? He asked, pulling out a piece of iron from his sleeve. All you can do is give me the power of the QB. There's no way in hell I'm going to give you that. The blonde hissed. Very well. Pain closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening them. Maybe this can change your mind. Clang. The sound of iron and chain was heard, followed by a shuffling sound. Naruto looked up, eyes widening in return. No. In front of him. Right in front of him, there was a girl with pastel green hair who was bowing limply. Both her hands and feet were chained by a metal ball. Her clothes were dirty and there were many cut marks and BLD spots on her outfit. Pain's hand gripped the girl's hair hard and forced her to look at Naruto, letting him know that she is indeed Midorima Shizuka. And the boy could see her dull face, her tears, and her BLD marks. Her glasses have disappeared somewhere. Let go of her, growled Naruto. His blue eyes had turned red. His body shook to try to release the irons stuck in his body. I'll let her go if you give me the power of the QB, said Pain. Naruto's glare intensified. His emotions were overflowing. Since he arrived in Konoha, he felt Shizuka's chakra thinning. The thought alone scared him, and seeing her like this, he couldn't allow this. Naruto-kun, don't follow his words. This is just an illusion. Grandma Shima's scream sounded deaf in his ears. You are the child of the prophecy. Don't take his word for it and stay focused. This is just an illusion. Pain raised his hand and pushed the frog away with his jutsu. Stop. Shizuka shakingly said. Managed to raise Naruto's emotions even higher. He pressed every word. His mind wasn't clear. He couldn't tell what was real and what was not. Seeing Shizuka's condition clearly suppressed the Jinchuriki's emotions. And he snapped. Shizuka was busying herself with the patients lying around her. Her hands deftly provided treatment to their wounds. Fortunately, Tsunade has used Katsuyu to help all the citizens from that devastating attack, so she doesn't need to spend chakra to treat their wounds because most of them are small wounds. Degree. Her hands automatically stopped. Her vision immediately blurred for a few seconds before she stood up and left the hospital, not caring about her already weakened condition. What's going on? She asked hurriedly to the purple-haired girl from the Hyuga clan. She already knew what might happen. It's just that she wants to be sure. Naruto-kun he turned into Kyubi, Hinata replied timidly. Can you see how many tails have formed? She asked again. 6. What? She exclaimed, losing her calm. I have to hurry over and seal it? Don't. The new voice immediately rejected Shizuka's words. Your condition doesn't allow you to seal it, Shizuka. It's too risky. We don't want you to be like that bridge mission, do we? Hinata looked between Sakura and Shizuka, confused by their conversation but didn't have any intention to ask. I think you should calm down first, Shizuka. The said teen let out a sigh before she pushes up her glasses. I apologize. It's okay, Hinata smiled a little before using her Byakugan again. They're not there anymore, I'm sure they're out of the gate. The three of them fell silent, but it was Shizuka who was the most restless. The feeling that the Kyubi chakra was coming out was still clear until now. This indicates that Naruto is still controlled by the Kyubi. Maybe the transformation can beat pain easily. But, again, it's too risky. Guys, look up. Sakura shouted, making the others automatically follow her words. And yes, there was a giant stone ball that seemed to get bigger with time. But what Shizuka was aiming for the most was an animal. No, the Kyubi's form, who was still only muscular and almost perfect. 8th tail. She held her breath, too startled. I'm really useless. The Hokage gave me the responsibility to stop the Kyubi. And here I can do nothing. My chakra has been drained so much. What Shizuka disliked the most was how useless she felt and her failed mission. Her right hand goes into her cardigan pocket and firmly grips the stuffed animal, her lucky item for today, to try to calm herself down. Her vision was blurred and the sounds around her had shrunk. The girl has blocked all her senses, letting her sink into this taste she doesn't like. Shizuka, look. Sakura shakes the pastel-haired girl, telling her to return to reality, and turned her gaze up again. The Kyubi is gone. And the giant ball has started to crumble. Naruto did it, the pink-haired girl grinned. You don't have to worry anymore, Shizuka. Yeah, she murmured, still in shock. I'll be back inside. She doesn't know how long, but pain was finally defeated. They succeeded. Naruto succeeded. And now all the citizens enthusiastically welcome him. Shizuka chose to stand near the forest. There was no intention of joining her friends. She leaned her back against the tree and sighed. This war really plays with her emotions. Shizuka was used to doing missions with a cold, ruthless, and cool-minded attitude. That is said to be normal at the ANBU. But just now, she was careless, didn't take her chakra into account and what might happen. She was quick to panic and restless, and she feels hopeless. Something new for her. You don't want to congratulate me. The girl opened her eyes slowly after hearing a deep voice from the person who is the center of her emotions going wild. Right in front of her, Naruto stood giving her his trademark grin. The boy was standing right where the sun was, giving him a warm and bright aura. Why would I have to do that? Shizuka pushes up her glasses. You've received praises from the whole village, you don't need mine, Nanadeo. But Shurchan's praise feels more special, Naruto bluntly said, catching the girl off guard. No, she quickly refused, looking away, but Naruto managed to see her red cheeks and ears. Oh come on, whines Naruto, even though his own cheeks also started to turn red. I'm your friend, so as a good friend you should. Naruto's words were stopped when he felt something in his hair. His eyes widened in disbelief. Shizuka was stroking his hair. He could feel her fingers through his hair. Bottom. This feeling again. His chest was beating fast once again. Gee, good job. Naruto wanted to let go of his flustered heart now by acting silly or joking. But he didn't want this rare opportunity to just disappear. So, he just closed his eyes and enjoyed the feelings. Hee, thank you. Shizuka let out a sigh when she felt her stamina was reduced due to heavy chakra usage. Earlier she, Yamato, Kakashi, and several other people discussed the land surface of the village due to Pain's fierce attack. And they ended up agreeing to use the earth jutsu to raise the surface of the ground at Shizuka's suggestion to the original state. Because Konoha is a large village and not everyone can use top-level earth release, it makes them dependent on Kakashi, Yamato, and Shizuka who have more chakra than others. It was also not finished when Yamato used his wood release to build several houses. And Shizuka, who can also use wood release, can't help but make houses with hers too. A few more houses than Yamato's, but it's made her exhausted. She took a bite of her red bean dorayaki, chewing slowly while walking to enjoy the cold winter. With a bag of freshly made red bean dorayaki that weighed her pinkies, while the other hand carries her lucky item, a raccoon shigaraki. I don't care, pretty boy. Her steps stopped when she saw Naruto lying on the ground with a girl on top of him, hitting his face several times. There is also Sai, Sakura, and an unknown man. Narrowing her eyes, she leaned against the tree, observing them for a few seconds. I advise you to stop, she finally spoke, startling some people there, and succeeded in getting the girl who beat Naruto to pause. Shizuka. Shirchan. Shizuka walked over to them while biting into her dorayaki. You're from the Cloud Village, aren't you? You're here because of what Sasuke did to one of your guys? How did she know about this? Well, she's using her connections with the tree to find out what's going on. But there is something you need to know. Uchiha Sasuke has officially become a rogue ninja and a criminal since he broke ties with Konoha 3 years ago. So, it's not our fault if you are useless to protect your Jinchuriki from Akatsuki. She spoke with so much coldness in her tone, making everyone flinch. And besides, she turned towards Naruto. This pretty boy is the one who saves Konoha from Akatsuki. You should be thankful he didn't go berserk and instead let you punch him. Shizuka ended her words with a cold gaze, making the girl who originally punched Naruto immediately tremble in fear. You, a girl with short blonde hair, walked over to them. Then bowed apologetically and took them away. You don't have to say cruelly like that, Shirchan, mumbles Naruto softly, wiping his bruised cheek. I just said what I should say, Nanadeo, she exhaled. She still wonders why this team is so caring and hopes that Sasuke will come back. Unlike the others, only Shizuka is normal when that boy leaves. She just said that Sasuke was stupid, and there was no hope or the slightest feeling for him to return. So why? Since it's your own doing, I won't heal you. Me too. Sakura nodded in agreement. You guys are so mean, Naruto whined. It's your fault, Sai chimed in. Naruto stared at the ceiling of Shizuka's house in boredom. After the incident with the Cloud Village ninja, Sakura and Sai immediately went to do their job, leaving Naruto and Shizuka alone. And that resulted in them now being at Shizuka's house. His eyes then trailed down towards the item beside the table. Is that today's lucky item? It's a raccoon shigaraki, she told him. I acquired it from my regular antique store. He narrowed his eyes. You already had one just like this. Just a little bigger. Cancer was second from bottom, so I had to bring the bigger one, she reasoned calmly while pushed up her glasses, ignoring the deadpan expression Naruto gives to her. Silence. Naruto groaned at the silence. Lazily lifted himself up to sit down. Then leaned down towards the table separating them, his arms grabbing the edge of the table while carefully not to bump the snacks and the teacups. He pressed his cheek on the table as he stared at Shizuka, who was busy reading a book. Shirchan, I'm bored, he whined. Even though he loved staring at Shizuka's face, he was still a man who got bored easily and was a very social creature. He couldn't stand it if the other person was silent. So, Shizuka replied indifferently, her eyes still focused on her book. Naruto groaned. Talk to me. Tell me something, a story, or like what did you do today or anything. Or you can ask me something. Anything. Shizuka paused her reading, pondering for a while before nodding, closing the book slowly and placing it on her tatami flooring. Naruto was immediately happy, his eyes lightened up enthusiastically. And he waited patiently for her to open her voice. When you fought Pain, you turned into Kyuubi, she spoke. What happened back then? What made you stop changing? The boy blinked. Honestly, he was a little disappointed by the question. He didn't expect that Shizuka would ask about that. However, it's Shizuka. She couldn't possibly ask strange or silly questions. I met my father, he trailed off. Father. Yeah. He appeared in my mind and fixed the seal. And you know, my father is the 4th Hokage. Tilting her head, she asks slowly. And how do you feel? Well, to be honest, at first I hated him a bit. He left me, put the QB inside me, and put me through some difficult times alone, but Naruto looked up to her and grinned widely. He did it all for the village. And I'm proud to have a father who is a village hero and a Hokage that I admire. Seeing how sincere Naruto's words made the girl stunned a little. Her green eyes stared at that face closely before smiling faintly. I'm glad. The boy halted. His eyes widened when he saw something rare that he had just seen. Blush adorning his cheeks. Sure-chan. Did you just smile? The said girl flushed, pushes up her glasses to cover her pink cheeks. You must be just making it up. No. You are definitely smiling. I saw it. Naruto abruptly stood, finger pointing at her. Your eyes must be blurry from the beating before. Shizuka cleared her throat to restore her original expression. My eyes are really good. Not like you. What did you say? Naruto suddenly laughed. Hee. Why are you laughing? She asked. Her this winter Shizuka spent going to the land of iron. Dressed in full Anbu henge plus clothing, she was ordered by Nara Shikaku to spy on Danzo, who became the new Hokage, because of his distrust of the man. 2 years of being an Anbu with Sandai made the girl know how cunning he was. United with the tree, Shizuka spied from a distance. Something behind that bandages made him even more suspicious. She didn't know what was behind it, but she had a bad feeling about it. Fortunately, even though the name is Land of Iron, there are still a lot of trees and wood there. That made it much easier for Shizuka to hear what was going on in the meeting room. What did she facepalms after hearing that Uchiha Sasuke interrupted the meeting? Come to think of it, all this time, his actions were always stupid. Actually, what was on his mind that he dared to attack the meeting? Even so, Shizuka was silent and followed Danzo, who left the room. Escaping? What a coward. Looks like Sasuke's goal is Danzo. And it looks like the old man knows it. Shizuka didn't know what happened and why Sasuke targeted Danzo. But now they are fighting. A fierce fight between Sharingan and Sharingan. Yes, it turned out that the old man had a jujutsu belonging to the Uchiha clan in his right arm and eye. How disgusting that action was. Shizuka wouldn't be surprised if he was the mastermind behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Shizuka was just hiding while watching the fight until Danzo killed himself along with the other Sharingan he destroyed. Fortunately, at least Uchiha Shirsue's eyes weren't in Akatsuki's hands. Before she had time to go back to Konoha, she failed to retrieve Danzo's corpse. She saw a flash of pink on her peripheral vision heading towards Sasuke. Pink hair. It was clear from the color who it belonged to. Sakura. What was she thinking? She decided to jump down too. Her hang has disappeared into her original form. Shizuka came down together when Sasuke used his purple skeleton to aim the arrow at Kakashi. Standing in front of Kakashi, her hands were ready to withstand any attacks from Sasuke. But the purple skeleton's form suddenly turned smaller and finally disappeared. And Sasuke seemed to be hissing while covering his eyes. He overused his eyes, Shizuka simply said. Hearing the sound of footsteps, she immediately looked up to see Sakura running towards Sasuke with a kunai. Stop, Sasuke, shouted Kakashi. He quickly ran towards Sasuke, who had snatched Sakura's kunai and was about to slash her. Naruto came, saving Sakura while his cheek got slashed by Sasuke. Pressing her palms together, the wood popped out from under Sasuke and stretched toward him, followed by Kakashi, who also attacked him. But even though it seemed like his eyes were a bit troubled, Sasuke was still able to move quickly to avoid it. The girl walked towards her friends and kneeled beside Naruto, placing her palm on his wounded cheek. Why are you here, Shirchan? None of your concern, she calmly said, stood up as Sasuke and Kakashi landed on the river. You've got even better timing than me, Naruto, Kakashi stated. I never imagined you coming here, but it's a good thing you did. Sasuke, Naruto stood up beside her. Sakura's from Team 7, remember? That's former Team 7 for me, he smirked. Toby told me the truth about Itachi. Naruto's statement clearly made Shizuka interested. I don't know if he was lying. But it doesn't matter. What you've been doing. I get it. What? Shizuka narrowed her eyes at him, clearly not satisfied with it. I told you before. What can you, with no parents or siblings, possibly know about me? Sasuke raised his voice in annoyance. All you outsiders just shut up. Do you know what Naruto has gone through for you? No matter what bad things he heard about you, he never stopped thinking of you as a comrade. Sakura exclaimed. Even now. Just a little while ago, I finally got to take revenge on one behind Itachi's betrayal. I killed a Konoha elder. Right here. The one called Danzo. He boasted, spreading his arms wide in satisfaction. The others gasped in shock while Shizuka just stared at him in disinterest. You didn't kill him, he sacrificed himself. Shizuka pointed out. This is my task, Kakashi suddenly spoke, shielding Naruto with his arm. The three of you, get yourselves away from here. Kakashi-sensei. You'll see things you do not want to see. Shizuka glanced at him briefly, exactly understood what he's going to do and didn't mind at all. But it looks like someone had objected to that and immediately attacked Sasuke. Rasengan versus Chidori. Shizuka immediately felt déjà vu. And even though she was okay if Sasuke was going to die, Naruto could also die if the two attacks collided. That doesn't mean Shizuka cares about Naruto. No. She just didn't want her mission to fail. So what Shizuka did was clap her hands together and a thick wooden wall appeared between them. Both of their strikes hit the wood, making a large hole, and the pressure exerted by it made them jump back. The wooden wall disappeared by itself and revealed Sasuke, who was no longer alone. There are Tobi and some Zetsu surrounding him. Shizuka and Kakashi automatically moved towards Naruto. Both are on alert if they intend to take the Kyuubi. Sasuke, do you remember what you said to me long ago at the final valley? The thing about when two shinobi are of a high enough level. As Sasuke kept silent, Naruto continued. Now, I do learn all sorts of things just from trading blows with you. It means we're high-level shinobi, Sasuke. Can you tell what I'm thinking too? Read my thoughts. You see, right? That if you and I fight. Naruto opened his eyes. We die. I'm your friend, so I'll bear the burden of your hate and I'll die with you. Shizuka looked deep in thought, this conversation clearly making her annoyed. If I can't save a friend, I'm not worthy of being Hokage. So I'll fight you. Shizuka stood leaning against the tree, watching Naruto, who was training. After their reunion, the teen kept practicing. Every day he always practices from morning to evening. Even because of the intensity, the training ground was out of shape. Many holes of various sizes in the ground and half of the forest around them had been cut. Why? Oh, Shirchan, you're here again. Naruto glanced at her, completely oblivious to her tone. Why? She asked again with gritted teeth. But I don't understand, why are you so desperate to help Sasuke? Naruto dropped whatever he was doing and turned his body to her. His attention completely on her. Because I'm his friend. Just because you're his friend? Yes. Just because of it. Naruto narrowed his eyes, wondering how the girl suddenly asked that. He's not blind or oblivious. He knew how Shizuka never showed her concern for Sasuke. Didn't he himself say that he was not your friend? She asked, her voice rising. Didn't you see how he dared to kill Sakura? Kill Kakashi? Kill you? He even joined the organization that wanted you. I know, Shirchan. I clearly know that, said Naruto calmly. At a time like this, he was the one who had to stay calm. He didn't say that he wasn't surprised, seeing Shizuka, whose walls were collapsing and showing her true emotions. He didn't want to get emotional too. Then tell me. Make me understand. Because we are the same. I can feel what he feels. I exactly know how he feels. Although our events are different, I can understand him, explained Naruto. Sasuke, you and I had a bad childhood. And we handle it in a different way. But among us, it is Sasuke who walks into the dark. His method is wrong. And as his friend, I want to help him on the right path. Shizuka looked down. Her bangs shadowed her face. And you're ready to die with him because of that? Yes. If that's the only way, I would be ready to die with him, Naruto replied firmly. But it seems that the answer made the girl even angrier. Have you ever thought about other people's feelings? Shizuka finally looked up to look at him. And Naruto could see all the emotions she was holding. Her walls of steel had collapsed. Are you sure other people would like to hear you die? What about the people who consider you are dear to them? Arka. Tsunade. Inari. You want to let it go because of your friend? Sure-chan. How about me? Do you think I want to let you die? Do you think I want to see you die for him? Shizuka exclaimed, breathing as all of her emotion exploded. Naruto gasped, staring at her with wide eyes. Completely shocked at her outburst and her honesty. Shizuka. I'm sorry. I don't know that you feel that way. He takes a step forward, but the girl quickly took a step back. No. I'm the one who should apologize. She took steps back, just realizing what she just said. She looked down, didn't dare to look at Naruto. I trust you. So do what you are supposed to do. I won't interrupt. Shizuka, he mumbles. His heart felt heavy. And seeing the girl he likes like that is very influential for him. I'm sorry, I'm not being myself today. She takes a step back again. Please, leave me alone. Shizuka turned around and quickly left Naruto, who looks so dejected. I'm glad that Tsunade-sama has woken up, said Yamato after exiting Hokage's office. War is coming and we need a Hokage. Thank God I didn't become Hokage, said Kakashi, his eyes still focused on reading his book. That would make me not have time to read my literature. Yamato's sweat dropped. Kakashi-senpai, that book you mean? What is it, tense? Oh. Nothing, he shook his head. And how many times I told you not to call me that, senpai? Why not? There were only 3 of us, Kakashi shrugged, then glancing towards the only girl of them who had been silent for a while. Am I right, Shinter? No response. The 2 of them looked at each other. Shizuka. Are you okay? Asked Yamato with a hint of concern in his voice. He gently shook her shoulder. Puss. The girl blinked as if she just got back to reality. I apologize. Did you say something? What happened to you? Kakashi bluntly asked. You've been out of it since last week? I'm fine, Nanadeo. Pushes up her glasses. Shizuka stared at them with her usual stoic expression. I'm not convinced. Kakashi shut his book and shoved it in his ninja pouch. Something must be going on between you and Naruto. You've been avoiding each other since last week. Yes, you don't even fight about red beans and ramen anymore, Yamato added, staring at her with concern. Shizuka fell silent. It is true what they say. A week after that, she couldn't bear to see Naruto again. She was embarrassed that she just let her emotions out, that she shouted at him for a ridiculous reason. She felt awkward. And because of that, she started avoiding Naruto. But, is it that obvious that Kakashi and Yamato find out? We just had a disagreement, she replied honestly with a soft voice. Nothing more. Yamato gives her a reassuring smile. Well, I hope you can solve that before the war begins. Yamato's right, Kakashi nodded in agreement. And you are very influential to Naruto. Those words succeeded in making Shizuka stop. Her eyes were perfectly wide, from both shock and confusion. She was sure she heard it wrong. But it was the look in Kakashi's eyes that denied it. What? The timber of various sizes lined the road. The constant hammering became a familiar sound lately. The lined tents are also like a mass summer camp. It was all the result of Pain's powerful attack. In the middle of the street, Shizuka walked slowly. Her gaze was blank and her skin was pale. Like someone who has no intention of living. No energy at all. Kakashi's statement yesterday was still ringing in her mind. It was very confusing and resulted in her being unable to sleep that night. It was all just what Kakashi said. Why was she so affected by that? And why does she feel so anxious and restless lately? Her heart felt very heavy, like a feeling of remorse that is very, very deep. Naruto-sama. The shrill voice succeeded in making Shizuka stop. She turned to the source of the sound and saw the girls surrounding Naruto, the center of her problem and thoughts. Shizuka watched them in a corner for a while, hiding behind a stack of woods. And for some reason, the longer she watched, the heavier her heart became. Emotions overwhelming her, from anger to fear and to confusion. "What's wrong with me?" she gasped, fingers tightly clutching her cardigan as her breathing hitched for the overwhelming emotions. And she decided to leave there, walking hastily to her real destination. Steadying her breath, she calmed herself down before opening the store's door. The fragrance of flowers mixed with earth entered her nostrils, and the colorful flowers spoiled her eyes. "Shizuka. Fancy seeing you here." Turning towards the source of the sound, she saw Yamanaka Ino with her casual clothes and an apron. The girl smiled widely as she waved her hand. "So, what flower that catches your eyes?" "I want yellow hyacinth," she said simply, observing the flowers surrounding her while playing with the bandages on her fingers. Ino raised an eyebrow at the choice of flower before shrugging and began doing her job. But she couldn't help but to notice how restless the girl looks. She came back 10 minutes later with the flowers bucket. "Yellow hyacinth," Ino gently placed the flowers to her. "Is this related to what happened between you and Naruto?" Ino stared at her with a cheeky smile, eyebrow rising as she leaned towards the counter. "Pardon?" Shizuka blinked in confusion. "Does this flower have something to do with Naruto? And why does everyone seem to know about it? Is it that obvious?" "It's so obvious, you know." "For me, that's it," said Ino, who seemed to understand what Shizuka was thinking. "Naruto looks sad lately, even though he put on a fake smile. And you look so distracted, like you're in your own world, not forgetting how distant you are with him." Shizuka bites her lips. "Nonsense," she pushes up her glasses. "Besides, I'm just buying this for today's lucky item, Nanadeo." "Do you know what that flower means?" Before she can reply, Ino continued. "Yellow hyacinth means jealousy." "You mean I was jealous of Naruto?" Shizuka throws her a disgusted look, earning a deadpanned one from Ino. "No, silly," Ino ran her fingers through her bangs. "You are jealous of other people who are close to Naruto. Or maybe with his fans, since he turned into a hottie after he came back." Seeing the dumbfounded look from Shizuka, Ino deadpanned. "Are you dumb? What did you say?" Wait. Ignoring her, Ino dove into her house, and a minute later she comes back with a book with a purple cover. "Here, look." Flipping a few pages, she shows Shizuka a page full of Naruto's photos. "See the difference?" Shizuka leaned to see it clearly. So far, according to her, Naruto had not changed at all other than his height and strength. Neither did she observe any more. But from the photos Ino showed, Shizuka just realized it. Naruto, who now looks more mature, all of his features look sharper, even his gaze. She blinked a few times as blush creeping on her cheeks. She leaned back, coughing to distract herself. "Why did you have his photos? We're not talking about that." Ino waved her hands in front of her face and shoved the book inside the apron's pocket. "So, you're telling me that I was jealous of his fans?" Shizuka raised an eyebrow. "It doesn't make sense. I'm buying these flowers because of Oha Asa." "But you always say Oha Asa always right." Ino imitates her, even with pushing up her imaginary glasses. "Okay, let's change the topic. What happened with you and Naruto?" "We just had a disagreement," she sighed. Ino pouted, placing her chin on her palm. "Why, I thought that it was just a love quarrel." Quarrel?" Her eyes twitching in annoyance. "Oh, you know, like a fight between a couple," Ino shrugged. Wait, don't tell me. You're not a couple. Did you even have any tiny beanie love for him?" "Beanie? Love?" She shoots her a disbelief, almost disgusted look. Ino leaned forward again, arms slapping the counter as her face broke into a determined one. "Did your heart feel weird around him? Did you always think about him unconsciously? Or like when you suddenly want to protect him, want him safe? Did you suddenly care about him? Did he cause you to not sleep or think straight? Did you get moody? Emotional?" She breathed as she bombarded Shizuka in one breath. The girl's words left Shizuka speechless. It felt like everything Ino said was true. But is it really? Oh, I know that look. Spill. And she did. Even though Shizuka is the type to keep everything to herself, somehow she wants to tell everything. Maybe this will solve why her emotions fluctuate. And how her chest is acting. even though Shizuka never told Sakura anything. The girl in front of her listened intently to her story. Ino's cheeks are flushed as her smile getting wider. Oh, it's definitely love, love. Not like. Love and like is different, darling, she sang, twirling while patting her flowers. When you like a flower, you just pluck it. When you love a flower, you water it daily. Shizuka was silent for a moment. So, you're telling me that I'm in love with Naruto? Are you? She walked with a deep thought running in her mind. Her conversation with Ino opened something in her heart. But did she really love Naruto? It felt a little strange for her. She never felt love after her 5th birthday. And now she fell in love with someone. But if she did love him, why when Shizuka was trying to avoid him? It would also be awkward if she was on good terms with Naruto again. Gosh, this new feeling really made her dizzy. After Shizuka walked out of the shop, Ino giggles to herself. She twirling again, dancing through her racks of flowers while humming a sound. Arranging her flowers to the exact position, then wiped her hands with a towel. Ino walked out of the shop feeling excited. Her smile still stuck to her face as she waltzed inside the medical room. Oh, Ino, she turned to see Naruto waving her with his handsome lazy smile. Ino's smile getting wider if it was even possible. Naruto, she beamed, placing her palms on each side of his broad shoulder. Your one-sided are going to end. It takes Shizuka a whole spring to realize her feelings toward him. And it's not something easy. She will repeatedly mutter how ridiculous it was before thinking about it again and again. Sounds pathetic, she'd war ha. It's getting nearer. Shizuka, who was not far behind her, flunked. Her eyes were still focused on counting the number of herbs in the box. Every now and then she scribbled on the paper next to her, ticking off the list she had written down. Even though the 5 great nations have joined now, I can't help but be nervous about this war. Sakura let out a rough sigh. Her finger flicked back her bangs behind her ear. It's okay to be nervous, it means you want to do well, said Shizuka, closing the box and lifting it up. Even though it's our first big war. You don't look nervous, Shizuka. Sakura also lifted the box, turning to her while waiting for Shizuka to approach her to deliver the boxes together. Are you going to depend on your Oha Asa? Don't you know the saying man proposes, God disposes? Before Sakura opened her mouth, Shizuka immediately continued. First, you do your best, and then fate will decide how it will turn out. Sakura grinned. You're right. To be honest, I too was nervous. She pushed up her glasses. It's just I'm not showing it. The two of them walked out of the tent carrying the boxes in their hands. From her point of view, several ninjas were jumping from building to building, male DLVRY birds flying through the air. Because of this war, all shinobi were very busy. Everyone prepared for war. But luckily the villagers looked calm, even though Shizuka was sure they were scared. At least no one panicked. Shizuka, do you know where you will be in this war? Asked Sakura after they arrived and gave the boxes to the ninja who made energy pills. Wiping off the dust and dirt from the plants, she answered, Tsunatsuma still hasn't decided. You're good at long-range combat, you're also good at extracting enemies' information, and don't forget Midorima's medical ninjutsu. Sakura listed, sounding more frustrated than Shizuka herself. Which division do you want yourself to be? I don't really care. She stopped when she felt something familiar. Shizuka pressed her palm against the tree, and her breath hitched suddenly. Her eyes widened, and her body trembled. Sakura, who had been observing Shizuka's strange behavior, started to feel anxious. Shizuka, what's wrong? She watched her friend's movements with furrowed brows, and she made her voice soft so as not to startle her. Shizuka, asked Sakura again after she didn't answer. Large. From corpses. What? Trees. Her words sounded absurd to Sakura. But Shizuka wasn't that kind of person. It must be something important. Shizuka, please calm yourself down first, Sakura said carefully. Take a breath and let it out slowly. After that, you can tell what the... Sakura's words were interrupted when something like a shoot came out from around Shizuka. The shoot then grew tall and turned into flower petals. The petals were enlarging, splitting in half, and cupping towards Shizuka. Shizuka. The said girl didn't answer, she didn't even react. It's like she's not aware of what happened. Her eyes were blank as if they were being controlled by something. Sakura automatically ran forward. Her hand was ready to punch the petals so as not to swallow her friend. But the petals easily pushed her roughly against another tree, creating a loud thud from the impact. The pink-haired girl stood up quickly, took out a kunai, and ran towards the petals again. "Let go of Shizuka," she shouted when the other petals had folded toward Shizuka, forming a cage. Sakura slashed the kunai, but it had no effect on the petals. The petals were much thicker and stronger than she thought. She tried again and again, even using her fists, desperately trying to free her friend. But it sounded impossible. Sakura had thought about asking other people for help, but she didn't after seeing how fast the petals acted. No. The last petal managed to completely enclose Shizuka, and Sakura was standing alone in front of a giant 2-meter flower bud. Frustrated and panicked, Sakura immediately ran to the Hokage's office. She opened it roughly, which of course surprised the ninja inside. "Sakura, what's wrong?" asked Tsunade, raising an eyebrow at her interruption. "Shizuka," she breathed. "What's wrong with Shizuka?" Kakashi furrowed his eyebrows. He had a bad feeling. "Shizuka has been captured," she shouted, clearly panicked. She immediately took Tsunade, Shizune, Kakashi, and Shikaku to where she had been. "What the?" Shizune gasped at the biggest flower bud she had ever seen. The bud was pink and there were no leaves or stems around it, just flower buds. "Is she in there?" asked Tsunade. Sakura nodded. "Yes." Suddenly the flower came out and locked Shizuka in. "Step back." Kakashi rushed forward with the kunai, but it couldn't cut the petals. "Let me." Tsunade walked calmly, then punched the flower with her strength. The bud did not react, it just shook slowly. Kakashi stepped forward once more, now using his Chidori. And it succeeded in cutting off one petal from the dozens of petals that locked Shizuka in. Did it work? It hadn't been a second yet, and new petals appeared and filled the empty space of the old petals. It has a fast regeneration. "Sakura," Tsunade turned her head towards Sakura. "What did Shizuka do before?" That she was putting her hand on the tree, then she looked scared, terrified, like seeing something terrible, she explained, observing how everyone listened carefully. "And she said something about like something big or a lot. I don't know. Then she said ground, corpses, white, trees. I don't really understand what she says." "Tsunade-sama, it looks like one of the trees managed to see something about the Akatsuki," said Shizune. "But that doesn't make any sense. We need Shizuka to explain what she means and saw." Shikaku replied, "And why is she suddenly locked up like that? And didn't Shizuka have any connections to trees?" "It's like the trees protecting her from something," muttered Sakura unconsciously. "If it's true like that," Kakashi trailed off. "Tsunade-sama." The Hokage snapped her head towards Kakashi. "Kakashi, go tell Guy." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Kakashi immediately body flickered away. "What do you mean, Tsunade-sama?" asked Shizune, confused. "We have to protect Yamato. The air is filled with sweltering moisture, like a fog. The bright moon is completely out, with small stars twinkling scattered around the moon. The night was quieter than usual. Even the quiet footsteps of the people can be heard, and the night animals singing, oblivious to the destruction that currently happened in the world." Coming out from the secret underground room, 4 powerful figures welcomed the living, completely set to help the young generations for the war that currently happened. "What the?" Suigetsu startled, pointing at the large flower bud not far from him. "What is that?" "A flower bud," Jugo answered stoically. "Yeah, I know that. But what kind of flower is that big?" I was too focused on Sasuke-kun's wish that I didn't see it earlier," said Orochimaru, looking at the flower with interest. "Is it an experimental result?" "Oh, Konoha is getting better and better that they have this big flower." Hashirama exclaimed with a wide smile, getting a sweat drop from the 3rd Hokage. "Shodai-sama." Tobirama tilted his head as he inspected the flower bud. He really wasn't interested and wanted to go straight to the battlefield, but he couldn't help it when he sensed something in it. "I can feel chakra inside it." "Yeah, me too," Minato nodded in agreement. Hashirama's smile faded as if he just realized something. His expression turned into confusion and excitement. And after he was in front of the flower bud, he held out his hand, placing his palm to the petal. "Brother, what are you doing?" Tobirama frowned when he saw Hashirama pull out his chakra. Everyone who saw the first Hokage's actions fell silent, confused expressions clearly written on their faces. But that changed when the petals opened one by one, uncovering someone, from its deep slumber. That someone is a girl with straight green hair leaning on the makeshift lounge made from a petal. Everyone approached, observing how the girl opened her eyes slowly, revealing her deep forest green eyes. Her facial expression was blank before slowly changing, like her soul had just returned. "Sasuke, isn't she your friend?" whispered Suigetsu, recognizing the girl's green hair which he rarely met beside her in his life. "Shizuka." The third Hokage gasped, relieved and wondering at once why she was inside the flower and didn't join the war. The said girl blinked her eyes several times. Her eyes then fixed on the third Hokage. "Sandaime-sama. Aren't you? Orochimaru brought us back?" After hearing Hiruzen's reply, Shizuka then noticed the people around her. "Shizuka, huh?" muttered Tobirama, his mind replaying the memory of a little girl fighting him when he was first brought back to life. "You have grown. Oh, so you're Shizuka, huh?" Hashirama exclaimed, patting the girl's back as he laughed heartily. "Long time no see. You're not a kid anymore. I feel so old." "Shodai-sama, I think you should stop. She obviously doesn't look comfortable," said Minato, staring with pity at Shizuka, who was patted roughly by Hashirama without realizing it, making the girl nod her head at his force. Suigetsu watched them back and forth, wondering why Sasuke's friend could get to know the previous Hokage. It even looked like they're close. Wait, no one wants to explain why she's inside that freaking big flower." Hashirama stopped, making Minato and Shizuka sigh in relief. "It's because of her connection to the tree. If you protect the forest will protect you. It looks like the trees sensed something that made them protect her." Connection with trees. Can anyone do it? Minato wondered. Usually, the ones who can do it are a Midorima and a Mokutan user, Shizuka explained, but not all Mokutan users can do it. And the ones who can free her are others who also have a connection with the tree, Hashirama added. No wonder Midorima is often called the servant of nature. Orochimaru liked his lips. Interesting. So, it seems like the trees predicted that Shodai-sama would come and freed her, Hiruzen concluded. Tobirama crossed his arms. "I heard Midorima has a Mokutan user once every 100 years, then he turned toward Shizuka. "Are you one of them?" She nodded, making the Hokages gasp in shock. Hashirama immediately put his arm around her shoulder, pulling her to his chest as his other hand ruffled Shizuka's hair. "Ah, finally there is someone like me. I'm so happy. Why didn't you tell me that time?" Hashirama, please stop. Even though Shizuka clearly annoyed and displeased, she still had to respect her elder. "You're hurting the poor child, brother," Tobirama scolded. "Besides, we have to help the war." "You're right," Hashirama stopped, and Shizuka immediately stepped away far from the man. "My fellow Hokage, let us burn the image of our village into our retinas. From atop these mountainside images that have watched over it." As the Hokages stood on their faces, Shizuka approached Orochimaru's group. Her eyes stared at Sasuke for a moment. Many questions arose in Shizuka's mind seeing Sasuke who was with the Hokage. But she remained silent and decided she didn't want to care. "You can go ahead, I want to bring something." Shizuka immediately left, not bothering to hear their answer. Bring what?" Suigetsu glanced at Sasuke, asking for an answer. Probably her lucky item. In the midst of war, Naruto sat down while staring closely at the 10 tails inside the red barrier. Sakura was behind him, healing him while giving Kurama time to fill his chakra. Again, his thoughts returned to Midorima Shizuka. The girl who managed to make his heart flutter. The current girl who was always on his mind. During this war, he didn't stop wondering plus worried about where she was. He had duplicated himself throughout the divisions. He even gave the Shinobi Alliance his chakra, but he didn't find even a glimpse of the girl. To be honest, Naruto wanted Shizuka not to join the war, so that he was sure that the girl would be all right. But he also wanted to fight Akatsuki together with her. as his encouragement even if only by her presence. Then the sound of footsteps came from behind and landed in front of him. The two people he knew very well stood not far from him. Naruto immediately smiled broadly. She's here. A sudden rush of relief and excitement creeping through his body. Even if his father joined the war with him, only Shizuka could make him feel so relieved. It didn't matter that his relationship with her wasn't that good right now. Naruto donked his head when he felt Sakura smacked him. He turned to see her smirking while whispering something to him. Whipped. I am. After Sasuke's ridiculous declaration, Naruto stood up. Thanks for healing me, Sakura. Now it's time for you to take a breather. He glanced at Sakura as he walked to the spot between Shizuka and Sasuke. Let's go, Sasuke. The two of them jumped and landed in front of the red barrier. And a second later, Sakura landed next to Sasuke while Shizuka landed next to him. Do you see us as some weak girls who can't keep up with you too? Shizuka coldly asked, sparing a glance towards the boys. Besides, we too are members of Team 7, Sakura added. Don't underestimate us. Naruto grinned. He was feeling happy right now. Alright, Team 7 is finally back. Before Shizuka had time to jump forward into the battlefield, Naruto quickly grabbed her wrist, stopping her and making the girl glance at him. What is it? Shizuka asked, her voice sounding cold, but her gaze fell towards her wrist. I wanted to say that I'm sorry, he began, his deep voice sending shivers down her spine. Sorry, I didn't think about your feelings and so casually dared to die with Sasuke. I will still save Sasuke, but I promise not to die for you. She looked up to him with wide eyes. Don't promise me anything, she murmured, looking away from him. And I should be the one who apologizes. I shouted and let out my emotions at you. Letting my emotions control me. Well, Shizuka, sometimes it's okay to let out your emotions. It makes you human. And thank you for being honest with me. Naruto smiled softly as he trailed his finger on her wrist to gently hold her palm. So, we are okay now. The girl looked away, her ears began to turn red. It's not like I can do anything about it. Naruto chuckled, pleased to hear her tsundere answer. I'm glad. Shizuka slipped her hand away from Naruto, but the teen immediately caught her again and pulled her arm, making the girl turn around. At that point, Naruto leaned forward and pecked her forehead. Be careful, Shirchan. And he jumped into the battlefield, leaving Shizuka a blushing mess. Shizuka handled them with so much elegance. Roots rising from the ground as she raised her hand, wrapping around several monsters made by the 10 tails and crushing them with a single move. As a loud boom sounded nearby, the four of them somehow got together again in one spot, back to back. Shirchan, did you see that? Did you see my attack? Naruto beamed, eyes sparkling at Shizuka, waiting for her answer and praise. Shizuka fell silent, suddenly remembering the peck he gave to her, making her flushed again and look away. It was nothing special, Nanadeo, she said as she pushed up her glasses, an act of covering her blushing face. His spiky hair somehow flattened slightly, reflecting his dejected mood, displeased by her words. Shizuka wondered how his hair could do that. But her eyes then glanced at his form, the light yellow glow on him. So he finally managed to control the QB? Huh. Don't drag us down, Naruto. Sasuke scolded. That's right. Sakura said. If you get hung up on the details, I'll just grab the seat of Hokage for myself. What? You want to become a Hokage too? Naruto exclaimed. Shirchan. Don't tell me you want it too. I have no interest in becoming a Hokage, she calmly answered. But why? Being Hokage is cool, you know. He argued. Actually, do you want me to become a Hokage or not? She asked, feeling annoyed. You should be lucky that I'm not going to be your rival, Nanadeo. Although I doubt you can become a Hokage because of your stupidity. Why you're so mean, Shirchan. These idiots, Sasuke grumbled. Well, at least they're fine now, Sakura chuckled. She still remembered Naruto looking very gloomy because of Shizuka's cold attitude. The 10 tails roared, making another army of monsters, bigger and some even had wings now. Naruto, can you share your chakra with everybody right now? Sai asked. Not right now, he exclaimed. Kurama hasn't finished recharging his chakra yet. In order to get the main body, we need to mow down those monsters and slip past them. It's not a distance that can be cleared in a single leap. That's also not possible with those flying monsters, as I'm sure no one can do air battle besides the Tsuchikage and me. And we need time to weave signs and repel the enemy attacks, Sai explained. Without your chakra, it's highly likely we'll suffer heavy casualties. But the medical corps can't come to the front. Automatically and simultaneously, the four of them bit their fingers to bring out BLD and slapped it on the ground. Mow down and slip past. Sasuke smirked. Piece of cake? This guy has the power to clear the distance? Naruto grinned. In a single leap and repel any enemy attacks, Databeo? Their battle? Shizuka pushed up her glasses. Leave it to me, Nanadeo. I can now stay near and heal anyone who suffers serious wounds. Sakura exclaimed. At all times. Kuchios no Jutsu. A puff of smoke came out from the jutsu, along with their summoned beast. 3 of them were the animals that the Sannin used. But the new addition, the biggest of them all, stood a red dragon. This dragon was different from the dragon they usually made in a jutsu. This dragon was much bigger, well-built, and had 4 legs. With a scar on the right side of his neck, a jagged blemish scar on his right cheek, and a cross-shaped scar on the left side of his abdomen. Shizuka, the dragon boomed. Who do I need to burn? We'll focus on the monsters in the air. Shizuka pointed and felt the dragon move its head upwards. Whoa. Fly, Natsu. Oh, I'm all fired up. Natsu roared, and after Gamakichi and Aode moved first, he spread his wings and soared into the air. He pulled his claws out, tearing apart the monsters that were heading for them. And with a flap of his wings, several monsters fell due to the resulting wind pressure. Fire release, majestic dragon hell flame. Natsu exhaled a large-scale destructive fire breath attack that completely destroyed the surrounding area in a massive explosion. Yeah. Shizuka grinned slightly. But then a blue flash was heading their way really fast, making the 2 of them unable to react and pushed far out of the way. A loud boom sounded from the impact when Natsu's massive body hit the ground roughly and quickly, generating vibrations around it. Shizuka coughed, turning her head towards Natsu, who was trying to stand up. Are you okay? This is nothing to me, he said, completely standing up. She sighed in relief. Then her breath hitched as the dust faded away. Standing meters in front of them was the one and only Uchiha Madara. The real Madara. I'm a little bit bored, he spoke, his deep voice sending shivers down her spine. So I hope you can satisfy me. Shizuka bit her lip as she took a deep breath. She would fight him alone. None of her friends could help her. No, this isn't the time to be selfish. This is for the shinobi world. Let's go. Natsu and Shizuka split up. Wood release, deep forest bloom. Wood sprouted from the ground and wrapped around the dragon, sending him crashing to the ground. Shizuka focused her chakra on the wood and made it unwrap Natsu. Wood has no effect on a Midorima, she said coldly, slightly amused by Madara's expression after finding out the wood wasn't working. But Madara's expression turned flat again. A blue aura shot out from him, and a frame that Shizuka thought was similar to Sasuke's one came out and covered him. Even though it's only half the body. Susanoo. The trees had told her about the Kage's fight with his Susen. Natsu roared, and simultaneously, the 2 of them headed to Madara, hitting that Susanoo with their fists, creating a crack in the process. Fire release, majestic fire destruction. Madara sent a massive stream of flames as he jumped back to avoid their punch. The dragon landed beside Shizuka in a flash, his wings shielding her from the intense flames. And because of his resistance to flames, they weren't hit by his attacks. Fire won't work on me. Natsu flew again and attacked his Susen. Tisich, wood and fire don't work for them. I have to eliminate the dragons first. It's getting interesting. Madara focused his Susanoo on targeting the red dragon. The Susanoo had changed, became larger, and was covered in armor. Both hands took out a long blue sword, which was aimed at Natsu while swinging the scabbard at Shizuka. She jumped, running while avoiding the scabbard. Her hands were ready to do hand seals. Boil release, boil bullets. Bullets expelled out of her mouth as Shizuka dashed forward. She sidestepped, dodging from the sheath that pierced the surface of the ground where Shizuka had been. She can also use boil release like Mizukage. Fire release, dragon flame catawall. Madara expelled several large dragon-headed fireballs from his mouth, moving in an erratic manner towards the green-haired girl, and because of the speed, Natsu wouldn't be able to protect the girl from his attacks. Water release, water formation pillar. Shizuka expelled water from her mouth to extinguish Madara's fire attack. Earth release, mountain technique. Two enormous rocks came out from beside Susanoo and closed towards it, squeezing Susanoo between the two boulders. Shizuka's attack succeeded in making Madara stop targeting Natsu and focus on the two rocks that were pressing on him. Susanoo's two hands gripped the rocks and tried to get out. But the girl emphasized her chakra again so he wouldn't succeed. The blue fire-like aura lit up and the Susanoo changed shape, taller, with a lower body, and a large pair of wings. The change was successful in making it get out from them. Shizuka gulped, staring wide-eyed at the Susanoo. The final stage. Susanoo's complete body. The Kages can't even win against this form, Madara spoke. Let's see if you can survive. Don't underestimate us. Natsu roared. Come on, Shizuka. All right, earth release, earth dragon bullets. Fire release, great fireball technique. The two attacks united and hit Susanoo, who was protecting itself with its wings. The damage was not large but managed to make Madara take steps backward. The Susanoo unsheathed the sword it carried and slashed randomly, making the mountain slice in half. It brought the sword to its chest and ran towards Natsu. Shizuka quickly climbed on Natsu's head, seeing how his stubbornness and recklessness needed to be calmed down, and helped him attack Madara with taijutsu. She controlled her chakra on her feet so she wouldn't fall off from Natsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. She expelled a large volume of water in the air, then cascaded down onto the Susanoo. The force from the water on it made them take a few feet back before flying to dodge it. And in the end, Shizuka's water attack fell to the ground and created a hollow out of the ground. Now they were fighting in the air. Fist versus sword. They were fighting with fast motion, and luckily Shizuka was used to it. Or she could get motion sickness in the middle of the war because of it. The two huge creatures fell to the ground with a loud sound and caused a tremor on the ground. Natsu, she screamed, noticing the sword stabbed in his stomach, closer to his chest. I'm okay, the dragon gritted his teeth as he pulled out the sword roughly. BLD splashed on the ground. She turned towards Madara, and she noticed its left wing bent strangely. Looks like Natsu managed to break one of its wings. Demon you dragon, she could hear Madara cursing the dragon. Shizuka bit her lower lip. Natsu, go back, she said with a soft voice, but her face held determination that Natsu had never seen on her face. What? Do you want to fight him yourself? Natsu snapped. Are you crazy? You're hurt. And if not treated immediately, you can die, she reasoned calmly. I can call the others if I need to. I don't want to see you die in front of me. You better call us. Natsu growled before disappearing with a puff of smoke. And Shizuka could feel her chakra had stopped draining. Finally, that lizard is gone, Madara smirked. Shizuka took a deep breath, her body relaxed as she stared at Madara with so much determination. Shizuka didn't know how long she had been fighting Madara. It felt like it's been a long time and it wouldn't be finished. That man also is an Edo Tensei who will always regenerate. Even though she could perform the sealess healing, it would definitely reach her limit. She also didn't know what was going on with the others fighting the Ten Tails. She couldn't just lower her guard to take a glimpse. Fighting against Madara required Shizuka to sharpen all her senses. She stood there, clothes burned at the edges and dirty with sweat and dust. Her hair was dirty and a little damp with sweat. Her glasses were slightly cracked on the right side. The place where they were fighting was a mess too. Puddles of water everywhere, burning woods, cracked earth, craters, and boulders split in two. Madara tilted his head as he observed how the girl's wound closed by itself, and leaves no marks at all. Feeling that she was more worthy of being called Hashirama's descendant than the Hokage, he ran forward again and attacked her with hand-to-hand combat. From what he has observed, her taijutsu is not as good as her ninjutsu. And he would use it wholeheartedly. Throwing a kick to her chest, his legs were immediately blocked by her forearm. And when Shizuka tried to deliver a punch, Madara jumped back and made a hand seal. Fire release. Majestic destroyer flame. The fire was bigger than what he usually made. So large that it looked like a sea of flames heading her way. Madara studied her with the corners of his lips raised, making his trademark grin. But as the flames died down, his grin vanished and his brow furrowed. There Shizuka was still standing straight, as if nothing had happened, with her left forearm protecting her face. And when that arm was lowered, Madara could see that her left sleeve was burnt to her shoulder, displaying red markings like scales spreading up from her left arm to her neck and to her left face. Her green eyes had turned yellowish red, with vertical slit pupils. Do not underestimate me. In a flash, Shizuka was already in front of him and punched Madara with her left hand, sending him thrown backward roughly. Shizuka was again in front of him and kicked him hard. Madara coughed because of her strength, rolled to the side, and swung his leg. But the girl immediately jumped and punched him when Madara stood up. He quickly dodged it, making Shizuka's fist hit the ground, creating a big crater. The girl breathed and glanced at him from over her shoulder. And Madara could see the burning fire in her eyes. Not the fire of determination like Hashirama has, but the fire of rage. Madara shielded himself with his Susanu's ribs, as he was getting attacked by Shizuka's monstrous strength. Her sage mode made her stronger and faster. And she had become resistant to fire now. They fought brutally. Kicked, punched, dodged, and jumped very fast, making their battlefield more chaotic than before. And before he could react, Shizuka's fist hit its ribs, creating cracks and pressure that sent him far away. The cracks in Susanu's ribs grew wider and eventually burst. Madara Ched turned his Susanoo into the second stage and attacked her again. It's my first time using my Sage mode in battle and it really drains me. Boil release, acid rain. She released a torrent of steam into the air. The large amount of steam would continually rise up and create a cloud. Then it began to rain. He snapped his head towards his Susanoo, feeling the Susanoo begin to melt. An acidic rain. Without waiting, Shizuka dashed forward again, attacking Madara while the rain was still pouring. As long as she was still using her Sage mode, the acid rain made the ground melt. And Shizuka could see that reacting to Madara as well, his skin and armor that was hit by the acid rain instantly melted. But as long as he was still in Edo tense, the first thing Shizuka noticed after she opened her eyes was how blurry everything looked. Her whole body felt hurt and sore. It was like being crushed by something very heavy. Her fingers twitched, while her face scrunched up with discomfort. Feeling her lack of glasses. "Where am I? You're awake?" someone exclaimed, running towards her. Shizuka didn't know who he was. All she could see were red and brown. His voice also felt familiar. Hashirama-sama. She managed to utter his name. Her voice sounded hoarse. "Yes, it's me," he said. How am I still alive?" Her breath started to shorten while her palms started to sweat, shaking. "Madara. That meteorites. I thought I didn't make it." "Calm yourself first. Take a deep breath." Hashirama's voice turned very gentle, causing Shizuka to calm down while taking a steady breath. "I found you in the meteorite heap and luckily your head is fine. I'm sorry I'm late to save you." "It's okay," she muttered, leaning her head on the ground. She made her body relax, enjoying it after hours of fighting Madara relentlessly. "You're great, you know. Fighting alone against Madara and managed to survive," said Hashirama. "Not everyone can do it. Maybe if he's alive I can defeat him," Shizuka whispered quietly so Hashirama couldn't hear what she said. "How about Madara? And the 10 Tails?" "The 10 Tails have been defeated by your friend and Madara. He came back to life," he explained. Shizuka widened her eyes, feeling both proud and shocked due to the information she just got. She tried to sit up but failed as she could feel something pressing against her body. She gingerly lifted her hand to her stomach, feeling the familiar skin of wood. "Your connections with trees are so deep that they want to heal you," Hashirama spoke. "I did heal you too. But I'm not very good at it." "Please stop, I already owe you a lot," whispered Shizuka. After feeling the wood creeping away, She tried to sit down even though it was hard. She took a deep breath, glancing at the first Hokage from the corner of her eyes. Hashirama, can you please take me to the battlefield? And before he opened his mouth, Shizuka continued. Maybe I can get treatment from Sakura. Hashirama exhaled because of her stubbornness but still agreed. All right. Shizuka took out her spare glasses from a scroll. Being a ninja who wears glasses makes her have to bring some spare on her. Hashirama led Shizuka to jump through the shards of the meteorites. She closed her eyes, not wanting to see, let alone remembering her terrible, intense battle with Madara. Tobirama. Hashirama's voice made the girl open her eyes. She saw the second Hokage lying on his stomach with some black iron stuck on him. Brother. But Shizuka's gaze was fixed on someone a few meters from Tobirama. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke lying still face plant on the ground, she became curious. She was sure Sasuke was not someone like that. He and Naruto both have an unyielding soul in a battle. Or don't tell me. Shizuka broke away from Hashirama and headed towards Sasuke's body. She sat down, feeling the man's almost imperceptible chakra and heartbeat. She quickly spread the openings of his shirt and pressed her ear against Sasuke's chest to make sure. He's dying. Automatically, even though Shizuka didn't like Sasuke, she immediately put her palm on Sasuke's chest. Using ordinary medical ninjutsu, because her chakra is not that big to use Midoriya's medical ninjutsu to heal the stab wound. She cut Sasuke's skin, then with her left palm covered in a green light, entered the slit that she had cut. The palm of her hand helped to pump Sasuke's heart, and the other hand covers his nose as she leaned in. I can't believe I'm going to do this. She muttered and gave Sasuke artificial respiration while still helping to pump his heart. I can help, a voice approached her. She leaned back, looking at someone who is shirtless and has a skin color that is so pale it can even be said to be white. Who? Kabuto. She frowned seeing Kabuto's figure, which was very different from what she remembered. She also couldn't see Kabuto in the war. I'm here to save him, said Kabuto while crouching down. And how can I trust you? Asked Shizuka warily. You don't have to trust me, he said. Because of Itachi's Izanami, I now know who I am. And what I must do. I wish from the bottom of my heart to not lose my home. Shizuka bit her lip, before sighing. All right. Kabuto put something like a white snake on his stomach against Sasuke's chest, transferring something into him. Shizuka didn't know and didn't want to know what it was, but she could feel Sasuke's chakra returning. Looks like he really wanted to save Sasuke. It took some time for Sasuke to wake up, and the first time he did was give her a side glance before heading to Tobirama, pulling out the black irons easily. Can you teleport, Lord Second? Asked Sasuke. Yeah, since I'm linked to the Fourth's markings, he answered. At my current strength, I can only teleport one person. That's fine, and he disappeared. Shizuka stared blankly at where Sasuke was standing earlier. His aura and chakra felt different. What happened when he was dying earlier? She then turned her gaze to a very tall tree not far from their place. That tree. It was different from an ordinary tree. Shizuka could feel an enormous amount of chakra and a familiar sensation creeping up her body. That tree, she murmured. It's when the 10 tails turned into a tree, Tobirama explained. I'm sure Naruto and Sasuke have defeated the 10 tails. But if the tree appears again it means Madara already caught them back, Hashirama finished. Somehow Shizuka ended up heading for that tree. As if there was a pull that made her have to go there. About the tree, she seemed to have read it in on an old scroll belonging to her clan. Something about the first human to have chakra from eating the fruit of a tree. Is this tree the same as the tree in the myth? The divine tree? Shizuka's steps stopped when she realized that all the old Team 7 members were in the same place as her. And there is Madara who has now changed his appearance. Now all white. Very inversely proportional to the usual Uchiha clothes, which are always dark. Oh, you're still alive, huh? Madara said, making everyone focus on her. It won't be that easy for you to kill me, Shizuka replied coldly. Sure-chan. Shizuka. Sakura exclaimed in surprise. During this war, she didn't find Shizuka other than when she summoned the Red Dragon. The girl seemed to just disappear. And now Shizuka stood before her, with a completely different appearance. She had tied her green hair in a low ponytail with a black ribbon. Her left arm was now exposed and the hem of her clothes was burnt. Cut marks and dirt are everywhere. But what was the most terrible was the huge blood stain on the abdomen which contrasted sharply with her white clothes. Judging from her conversation with Madara, that means Shizuka had been fighting Madara all this time. Alone. Sakura went straight to Shizuka and gave her some treatment. Noticing her slight chakra and the wide wound that still opened, the Midorima didn't refuse, allowing Sakura to heal her. Her eyes were fixed on Madara's fight against Naruto and Sasuke. From appearance alone, Shizuka could notice that there was something new about Naruto. There were several black orbs behind him and his strength seemed much greater than usual. What happened to them? She blurted out her thoughts, confused by their sudden increasing power. And the next thing she knows is some ground lifted up and made some giant rock-like meteorites in the sky. Shizuka swallowed hard. 2 large meteorites had just hit her, and now there are several more. Naruto and Sasuke advanced, easily destroying the meteorites. And Sasuke suddenly heading straight at them with his Susanoo. "Hey! I could have hit you with my Rasen Shuriken." Naruto shouted as Sasuke landed in front of them, creating a huge wind. "Hey! Land more softly too." Sasuke used his Susanoo to cover them with its wings, blocking them for something that's going on outside. Shizuka gasped. Her body stiffened as she felt something terrible. "Shizuka, what's wrong?" asked Kakashi, who was the first to notice the change in her attitude. "This is the deep forest emergence," Shizuka murmured. "He's binding people using the divine tree's life energy. I'm sure Madara has activated the infinite Tsukuyomi." "What? We have to stop it," exclaimed Naruto. "Naruto, don't do it right now." Sasuke quickly stopped him. "Without this Susanoo that my eye made, you'd get bound up in his genjutsu as well. We need to bide our time. And I'm sure we're the only ones who are not affected." "The infinite Tsukuyomi? Huh. So right now, everyone's inside a dream." In the end, Sasuke let go of his Susanoo. And just like what Sasuke and Shizuka had said, everyone was bound by the divine tree and was in a dream. "I won't let you do anything else," Madara said as he landed on the ground. "There's an eye on his forehead. I just severed the karmic CYCL of this world. I'm the savior. I freed humankind from their suffering, their pain, and their futility." "But it's all just a lie," Naruto shouted. "Naruto, you're the one who's interfering with everyone's happiness." "Enough with this sideshow," Madara said. "I've turned hell into heaven. Wake up. It's all over." But everyone gasped at the black Zetsu that moved his hand into Madara's chest. "Wrong, Madara, you are not the savior, nor is this the end of things," he said. "How can you say that you, unlike Obito, are able to completely take advantage of others? Isn't it presumptuous to think that you alone are different, my dear Madara?" "What are you talking about, Black Zetsu?" he exclaimed. "I created you. You are my will incarnate." "You're wrong. My will is." He trailed off. "Kagaya." Madara screamed in pain, and at that moment, a large amount of chakra burst out of the ground and headed towards him. The chakras make his body bigger, as Shizuka deduces that maybe it's because Madara can't hold that much chakra. Then Madara slowly turned into a woman with pale skin. She had extremely long, sweeping white-gray hair and a white clear like Byakugan eyes. There are 2 brown horns that stuck out from her head and a third eye like Madara. "Isn't she the one that Super Gramps mentioned?" Naruto asked. "Otsutsuki Kagaya." She floated up, heading towards Naruto and Sasuke. From her existence alone, everyone could feel her immense chakra, to the point that it made Sakura stiffened. "This place. This land is my precious nursery. I cannot let it be damaged further. Let us stop fighting." Her cold voice and words successfully made everyone speechless. "Here that is. I shall erase you all here." To be honest, this was the first time Shizuka felt so useless in a fight. She just stood still like an insect while Naruto and Sasuke did all the work. She doesn't like this. At this rate, Shizuka thought that she better be in an eternal dream, instead of being an additional burden to both of them. That's enough. She couldn't take it anymore. Activating her Sage mode, Shizuka's left arm again showed scale-like markings up to her left face. And a pair of red dragon wings came out from her back. Shizuka flew away, avoiding Kagaya's hands that were changing into something like a mass of tailed beasts. Looks like the tailed beasts within her resonating in response to Naruto's attack and starting to split apart. "Shir-chan. How can you?" asked Naruto, shocked at her appearance and the fact that she could fly and had wings. "Later," she said, flying over to Kakashi who had made his Susanoo. "Boil release, skilled fog technique?" Shizuka emits an acidic fog from her mouth and covered the creature's entire surface in her fog, causing it to scream out in pain as they melt slowly, followed by Kakashi's attack which cut off 2 of its hands. The creature let out a screech, changing form back into Kagaya. However, there was a giant black sphere behind her. "That thing's just like the spheres behind me." "Yeah, but a lot bigger," Sasuke spoke. "And it's still growing. I definitely can't teleport away such a giant object with the Kamui. And even we escape into the other dimension." Kakashi said, "If that thing gets too large, we won't be able to return to this place. In order to stop that thing, we need to seal that rabbit granny away like right now. Gather around, I've got a plan," Kakashi ordered. "This will be our very last mission as the former team. We're going to save the world." Yeah, Roger." "All right." Kagaya stuck her staff into Kakashi, but the man used his Sharingan to intangibility it, like what Obito did. The Susanoo vanished automatically as he used his right palm which was coated with lightning. Kamui lightning blade. He managed to slit Kagaya's left shoulder, sending the goddess falling down. Shizuka clapped her palms together. Would release, Wood came out of the ground and wrapped around the goddess so she couldn't move, along with Sakura punching her head, and Naruto and Sasuke pointing their palms at the goddess. Yup, what a nice picture. I really love you guys right now. The dimension they were in began to crumble. The black giant sphere also started to disappear, followed by Kagaya who changed form into the 10 tails. The tails began to form the tailed beasts which ended up separating and forming their original bodies. Shizuka landed, her sage mode had also disappeared. Her eyes searched for someone among the tailed beasts that heading for them. Where's Naruto? He went off by himself, saying there was something he had to take care of, Sasuke explained. More importantly, we need to get farther away from here. Everyone! Naruto shouted, jumped to them with a big smile. After landing, he turned his head towards her. Shir-chan. Thank God you're fine. Huh? She looked offended, staring dead at him. You think I'm that weak? Not at all, Tebeu, he replied quickly. By the way, how do you have wings? It's my sage mode, she replied simply. Shir-chan has it too. I've had it before you, Nanadeo, she explained, pushes up her glasses. It's just that I didn't feel like using it before. As expected of Shir-chan. Urusei Nadeo. Sorry, Shir-chan. Sakura stretched her muscles. Finally over. I want to take a hot shower after this. Then she stopped, her expression quickly changes to panic. Wait a sec. What about us? How are we supposed to get home from here? AAA. You're right. Naruto freaked out too. Sasuke and Shizuka deadpanned. Then they were suddenly at the place where they were fighting Madara before. The 5 of them were in the middle with the tailed beasts encircling them. Shizuka also realized that in front of the tailed beasts, there were ninjas she didn't know apart from the Hokage. Naruto, who is he? Whispered Sakura to someone levitating in front of them, with clothes and facial forms similar to Kagaya. 6 paths Super Gramps. Naruto trailed off. Which means, that's right, you're back in your world. Via a summoning jutsu performed by all prior Gakage together. I called the historical Gakage here from the afterworld to help, he explained. Naruto, Sasuke, and the rest of you. Excellent work saving the world. Sakura, Kakashi, and Shizuka looked at each other, confused by what the man said and how Sasuke and Naruto seemed to know him. 6 paths Super Gramps? Sakura wondered. Are you? I am Otsutsuki Hagoromo, also known as the Sage of 6 Paths. Shizuka blinked as she let the information enter her mind. She didn't want to be surprised anymore. In this war, Even the legends and the ones that were considered only a myth appeared one by one. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. And there are other great ninjas and kages from other villages. Tell her not to worry that I'm eating properly. Shizuka's daydream broke when she heard something. She looked up, turned towards Naruto and Minato. Lots of different stuff without being picky. Tonkatsu ramen, miso ramen, shoyu ramen. Not just ramen, I swear. I bathe almost every day too. Even going to Konoha's bathhouse once in or it's already morning. And the three of them went straight to the place that Naruto and Sasuke might use to fight. With Shizuka as their guide, as she's the one who can feel their chakra. They stopped at the Valley of the End, where Hashirama and Madara had fought before. This place is now destroyed, the statue as well, and the ruins accidentally make the unison sign. Shizuka and Sakura glanced at each other before both of them nodded and jumped down. Now she could clearly see both of them. Naruto and Sasuke lay on the rock with their faces bruised and their diamante arms cut off. Shurchan called Naruto, making her turn her head at him. And then the teen gave her his trademark grin. I kept my promise, right? Shizuka scoffed. Idiot, before crouching down, and the two girls started treating them. Sakura, I'm sorry. Shizuka and Naruto remained silent, letting the two of them speak. The girl would never admit it, but she was grateful that she accepted the mission that the Lord Third gave her. Thankful that she is a member of Team 7 and how they are back to normal. Come on guys, let's go home. Shizuka ended up helping Naruto walk because the teen was still weak from the fight. They walked in the back row, with Sakura and Sasuke in front of them, and Kakashi in the front row, leading them. Shur-chan. Naruto called. What? Did you know? He trailed off. Just get to the point, Nanadeo, said Shizuka, starting to get annoyed. It's better to be something important or I'll drop you. Naruto chuckled at her threat. You know, you are just like Kurama, not upfront with your own feelings. What a Sunderbrook. Shizuka let go of her grip, dropped Naruto on the ground. So mean, Shur-chan. Teeth, I already warned you. After arriving at the Konohagakure gate, the five of them were immediately greeted by the villagers and ninjas who had returned. Even though it was more towards Naruto. Who knows how long he was greeted, in the end, the crowd disappeared. As they wanted to let them rest immediately due to the great war that had just ended. Naruto turned towards Shizuka, who was still next to him. Shur-chan, do you want? His words broke off when he felt something soft against his cheek. His eyes widened, feeling Shizuka kissing his cheek even for just a few seconds. His cheeks started to redden and his heart started beating erratically. And the girl immediately disappeared, leaving Naruto, who was still shocked, speechless, in the middle of the road. And after a few seconds, as if his mind had just finished processing what just happened, a big smile etched on his face. Happy birthday, Naruto. Naruto invited himself inside Shizuka's house. Without notice as usual. After all, Shizuka lived alone. And he's been in this house too many times that he feels like this is his second home. His hand swung the plastic bag he was carrying as he hummed softly. Turning towards Shizuka's room, he used that hand to slide the door excitedly. Shur-chan. Look what I brought for you. He shouted excitedly as he closed his eyes. It's red bean steamed buns. After he opened his eyes, Naruto immediately froze. His eyes widened and his mouth fell open. A red tinge colored his cheeks. Because in front of him, Shizuka was wearing a black sports bra and black leggings. Sweat also soaked her body. She seemed like she just finished working out. Ack. Don't come unannounced, Nanadeo. A pillow hit his face, and because Shizuka threw it with force, it pushed Naruto down. Ack. Sorry, Shur-chan. Naruto stood back up. And after he entered her room, Shizuka was already wearing a light brown cardigan and there was a green towel wrapped around her neck. Actually, he was fine seeing women dressed like that. It's just that it was Shizuka, who always wore closed clothes. So it's just a new thing for him. And how her toned body and scars make Shizuka look even more charming. Arg, he sounds like a pervert. Curse you, pervy sage. Wait a minute, scars. So, what do you want? Asked Shizuka as she seated herself on Zabuton, head on her elbow as she leaned on the shibudai. Naruto was still silent as he sat right next to her. Not the Zabuton Shizuka had prepared. He put the plastic bag on the table and then he opened Shizuka's cardigan swiftly, showing a nasty wide diagonally shaped scar on her stomach that nearly hits her chest. "Oi, what are you doing, Nanode?" Shizuka blushed, trying to cover up her stomach, but Naruto's hand wouldn't budge. "Naruto, who did this to you?" Naruto's voice immediately turned deep and low with his eyes fixed at the scar. Shizuka lowered her head so she could understand what the boy meant. "Oh, the wound is old. You don't have to worry about it." "I ask who did this to you?" Naruto asked again. The girl raised an eyebrow, confused by his attitude. "I'm sure you won't like who it is." Shizuka, name. Now Naruto was staring at her. His gaze seemed cold, especially with his eyes that were shaped like fox eyes. Shizuka sighed as she stared back at him. "It's you, W." His defenses crumbling as Naruto leaned back with wide eyes. His mouth widened in disbelief. "When at the bridge, our first mission with the new members," explained Shizuka as she tightened her cardigan. Naruto just blinked and she decided to continue. "When Orochimaru appeared, you turned into 4 tails. And when I wanted to save you, one of your tails knocked me down." Naruto was still silent, putting all that information into his mind while remembering that incident. But he didn't think he'd remember. Turning into 4 tails. If he looked back on the incident at that time, Naruto remembered how Shizuka looked like she was hurting, and how she always protects her stomach. So that's why. Naruto let out a sigh as he slicked back his hair. He let out a bitter chuckle as he finally knew the truth. He's the one who did it. He was the one who made Shizuka in pain. Seeing his expression, Shizuka huffed. "It's not your fault. Your consciousness has disappeared and you don't know which is your friend and which is your enemy. Don't feel guilty," she said while pushing up her glasses. "Besides, it's an old thing. And I don't feel the pain anymore." "But I hurt you," Naruto mumbled, looking down at the tatami floor. I told you it wasn't your fault, Nanadeo," Shizuka scoffed and she thought of changing their topic. "How's your hand?" Naruto looked down at his severed hand. "I'm quite used to using one hand. Although I often use my shadow clone to help," he said while moving his broken right hand. "Granny Tsunade said that the fake hand would be finished soon. Is that so?" The man nodded firmly. Then he tilted his head. "Hey Shirchan, we're on the same year, right? How come I never saw you at the academy?" Shizuka raised an eyebrow at that question. "We were in the same class. At our first year entered the academy," she explained. "And I graduated from the academy the following year." You already graduated," he exclaimed. And Shizuka is grateful that he has returned to his usual self. Continue. "I've become a genin and put on a team," she continued. "So Team 7 is not your first team, huh?" asked Naruto, who then got a shake from her. "What happened to your old team?" "They are dead," said Shizuka with a flat gaze. Naruto widened his eyes. "What happened? If you don't mind me asking." "At that time we were doing a Class C mission and we were attacked by rogue ninjas on our way home. Our Jounin leader was killed first, then one of my teammates too. My other teammate was badly injured and I can't stay silent on healing him with the rogue ninja still there. It didn't help when I only can use a small-scale healing ninjutsu." Naruto still listened intently as she continued. "As the last ninja, I inevitably have to fight them or run away. I chose the former. I managed to kill one of them and make the other injured so I can immediately run away with my injured friend," she sighed. "And when I made it to the Konoha hospital, he only lasted 3 days before he died too." Naruto immediately took her hand and intertwined their fingers. "You can stop now." "Sorry I asked that." "You don't need to apologize. It's been a long time." Shizuka looked down at their hands. "Besides, you look like you want to know something about me." "May I?" Shizuka hummed. "So what do you want to know?" After that incident, Naruto trailed off. "Did you join a new team?" "No. Lord Third gave me solo missions or missions together with the other Jounin." Wait. Jounin?" "Oh, I've become a Jounin," said Shizuka flatly. "What?" Naruto shouted. You've already become a Jounin. So, during the Chunin exams you didn't take it because of that. It was one of the reasons. Shizuka nodded in agreement. Naruto sighed, then dropped his forehead on Shizuka's shoulder. Today, he knew a lot of things about the girl. And Naruto honestly felt disappointed and happy. Disappointed by how little he knew about her and happy that he had finally learned something. I really don't know anything about you, huh? Naruto chuckled bitterly. It's not your fault, said Shizuka. I'm the one who doesn't like to talk about myself. He let go of her shoulder to stare at her eyes properly. Are you okay? Back then, maybe I'm a little traumatized. I'm used to it. She pushes up her glasses. We live in a shinobi world. We have to get used to it. All we have to do is how you can prevent that from happening. He leaned his head on the table while facing her. You really are so awesome, Shirchan, he whispered. There is nothing to be amazed at, Nanadeo, she huffed, but her eyes then noticed the plastic bag beside his head. What's that? Oh, it's steamed buns that I bought. Shizuka immediately took it and opened the plastic. I'm sure it's not as hot as before though. Naruto observed how the girl took one bun and immediately ate it, smiling a little when he saw her chubby cheeks and happy expression. It's red bean her favorite. Then a bun was right in front of him. No, I bought it for you. As if she didn't hear it, Shizuka shoved the bun into Naruto's mouth instead, which made the man finally open his mouth and bite the bun. His left hand took the food so that Shizuka didn't have to hold it. The war is over and Akatsuki is gone. The world feels so quiet and peaceful, complained Naruto while chewing. Shirchan, what are you planning to do? Me? Shizuka glanced up at the ceiling thoughtfully. I don't know. Probably go on a mission. How about you? Naruto moved his head so that his chin was supporting his head on the table. I want to travel the world. Like Pervy Sage did. Then when I come back, I'll become a Hokage, Dadabayu. Then Naruto turned to her with sparkling eyes as he let out a wide grin. Shirchan, let's travel the world together. Everyone knows that Naruto is a simp for Shizuka. Like literally everyone. From how he looks at her, how he speaks about her, even how he acts. Everything revolves around her. That girl is very influential in Uzumaki Naruto's life. Like she is the only girl in his life, his world, his future. And when Naruto saw Shizuka, together with an unknown man not far from him, everything stops. His eyes didn't move from her sight, his mind was blank, and he felt numb. No one is going to ruin my ship. Ino growled, smoke coming out from her ears. Even though you are a hottie, you will still be crossed out of my holy book. Geez Ino, do you still have that book? Sakura gasped, moving from Naruto's right side to go straight to Ino in an instant, taking the purple book in her hand and immediately examining it carefully. What? There is Sai too. You can't deny that he is hot too, Sakura. Ino gasped, pulling the book closer to Sakura. Moreover, he has called me pretty, what the sh? You really don't know his attitude in the team. Sakura exclaimed. His words annoyed everyone. Hey, if you're talking about attitude, look at Sasuke. He's much worse. What did you say? Not paying attention to the argument next to him, Naruto still stared at Shizuka and the stranger with a sharp gaze. Both of his hands went into the pockets of his breaths, hiding his clenched fists. Who is he? Asked Naruto in a deep voice, teeth gritting in annoyance. Sakura stopped. Oh, I don't know his name. But what I do know is he is a Jounin and 2 years older than us, she shrugged. They went on a mission together last week. Naruto hummed, still focused on them, observing how the man's eyes looked sparking and his wide smile. Oh, and don't forget those disgusting blush on his cheek. Fortunately, Shizuka was still using her stern stoic expression. From there, Naruto couldn't help but feel smug because of the girl's attitude towards him. But when he leaned toward her, Naruto's smugness just disappeared in an instant. No boy, Sakura muttered, shaking her head in displeased. Go Naruto. Show him that Shizuka is yours. Ino exclaimed, fuming as she pointed at them. And Naruto didn't need to be told twice as he immediately walked towards them. His walk seemed relaxed and he immediately put his arm around Shizuka's shoulders in a friendly manner. "Sure-chan," he greeted in a joyful voice with a wide smile and shining sparkling eyes, hiding the dark feeling on his heart. "Naruto." Shizuka raised an eyebrow, obviously confused about his sudden appearance. "Oh, hello Naruto," the man in front of him smiled awkwardly. But his cheeks were still flushed, which made Naruto tsk inside. "You were so cool during the war." "Thanks," he beamed with a closed eyes smile. "I really want to know your name, but Sure-chan and I have to go now. Bye." Naruto made Shizuka turn around with him to leave, before he looked back, flashing him Kurama's eyes. The man who Naruto didn't want to know his name was immediately frightened and walked away, making him grin triumphantly. Okay, what happened? Of course, Naruto had guessed that Shizuka would not be fooled by his words just now. But at least she did go along with what Naruto's plans were. Nothing. Naruto let go of his arms from her and instead crossed them behind his head. "Then why did you say we had to go? Did we have a meeting or something?" She interrogates, crossing her arms. "I don't remember there was. We're going to a festival." Sure-chan don't remember. Naruto leaned forward. "Didn't I tell you I would take you to every festival in Konoha?" Shizuka looked taken aback and she blinked many times. "I thought you were just lying," she muttered under her breath. "Hey, you know I'll never go back to my promise." "I know." Naruto waited patiently at the gate of Shizuka's house. He was currently wearing a BLD red kimono dress that went down to his ankles, with golden embroidery of nine-tailed fox, with a tight piece of plain black cloth that was tied neatly around his waist, hugging his figure. His feet were nestled in black sandals. On top of all this, he wore a black haori that stopped at his shin. It was decorated with white and golden fire pattern around the hem. His ears twitched when he heard the gates open and his focus immediately fell on the girl who stepped out. And Naruto was sure, right now, he was meeting an angel. That girl was wearing a pearly white kimono dress that went down to her ankle with green flower petals decorating it, and a piece of green cloth wrapped around her abdomen, with a ribbon tied knot on her back, hugging her figure perfectly. Her feet nestled in brown sandals. On top of it all, she wore a plain pale green haori that stopped at mid-thigh length. Her hair, styled beautifully in a loose low braid down her back, and she had her makeup done in a natural way. Naruto fell silent. He can't say a word as his eyes still fixed on her. Appealing. Gorgeous. Magnificent. Oi Naruto. Blinking a few times, Naruto regained consciousness. And a red tinge immediately colored his cheeks. "Let's go." He quickly took Shizuka's palm so that the girl wouldn't see his blushing cheeks and took her straight to the festival. Like its name, Flower Blooming Festival, there's a limitless amount of flowers adorning the streets, with flower beds being placed everywhere. The buildings, painted with flowers design on them. And the streets, some of them are also painted, while others consist of very large, circular mosaics made of wide, flat stones, which bear floral and natural motifs in their center. They were also adorned by ropes suspended high above them, their edges secured to the buildings facing the street, which had numbers of triangular flags hanging from them. Vines were also used. Naruto adjusted their hands together, pulled her into the crowd. Like other festivals, the streets are filled with food stalls, drinks, games, and even goods. The only difference is the shapes that are made like flowers, flower scents, and so on. Sure-chan. Sure-chan. Naruto happily pointed at one of the merchant stalls he saw and without waiting for Shizuka's answer, immediately pulled her there. He took a headband decorated with yellow fox ears that matched his hair with fur at the bottom and put it on. "How did I look?" "These are Kurama's ears," asked Naruto, staring at Shizuka to wait for her answer. Kurama's ears. Shizuka's forehead frowned slightly. "They look more like cat ears," she said with a hint of disgust. Naruto remembered that Shizuka didn't like cats. He didn't know why though. Naruto shook his head, ignoring Kurama's screams of protest in his mind. "But it's written fox ears. And Kurama is a fox. So that's fox ears. Not Kurama's, stupid," she concluded. "Oh, you foxes are here." Naruto turned to the source of the voice after hearing that familiar voice. And walking towards them, there was the sixth Hokage with his usual lazy face, and his usual clothes, and Yamato who was wearing a brown yukata. Kakashi-sensei. Captain Yamato. Naruto greeted cheerfully. What are you doing here? Next to him, Shizuka asked in an irritated tone. Shizuka doesn't like it when her date is interrupted. Kakashi teased, hands on his hips as he leaned forward. Naruto watched Shizuka's face turn red. What nonsense are you talking about? She argued quickly. You're blushing. Stop it, you cat. It's just makeup. Why am I a cat? A dog would be better. The blonde-haired man could only blink a few times at their interactions. He just realized that Shizuka seemed very close to Kakashi and they teased each other very often. Naruto became curious about their relationship. And why are they so close? They were close because they did missions together before. The said teen turned to Yamato who gave him a reassuring smile, as if he could read what Naruto was thinking. And Kakashi-senpai already considered Shizuka as his little sister. Considering that they both have no one. I see, Naruto nodded in understanding. Glad that he found out something about Shizuka again. But, looks like we have to stop them now. Yamato let out a sigh, walking towards the bickering siblings as he clapped his hands to make them notice. Alright, stop it you two. Let us just enjoy the festival in peace. Luckily the two of them immediately stopped. And Kakashi immediately wrapped his arm around Yamato's shoulders. Come on Yamato, let's leave this lovebirds. How many times have I told you? Naruto chuckled, wrapping his arm around Shizuka's waist which automatically made the girl freeze. Let's go, Shur-chan. They continued their walk again in the festival. And yet again, something came. They were girls and Naruto had guessed that they wanted him. Naruto-sama, Naruto was used to it. I'm sorry ladies, I'm here with my friend and I want to be with her in peace at this festival, said Naruto with a warm smile. So please don't disturb me and enjoy the festival yourselves. There was some disappointment written on their expressions, but there were some whose smiles grew wider. Are you with Shizuka-san? What? Naruto tilted his head in confusion seeing their smiles widening even more. Will make you even more charming for your date, Naruto-sama? One of them shouted with joy, while taking out an object in her small bag. Two of them immediately grabbed Naruto's arm and took him to a quieter place. Naruto didn't know what happened to him, but the girls were doing something to his face. There are also those who are playing with his hair. Tada! She took out a small mirror and told Naruto to observe himself in it. He didn't see any change, except for one which left him speechless in shock. On the lids of his eyes, he was painted similar to his sage mode. It's just that it's reddish-orange in color. It looks like my sage mode. The ladies nodded in excitement. Yes. It gives you a foxy stuck look. And with your fox ears too. Handsome. Really? Thanks, Naruto laughed. But it looks like I have to go back to Shizuka. Please, excuse me. And yet another new problem is Shizuka who disappeared. Naruto looked around, but didn't see a green-haired girl at all. Especially in a crowd like this. He turned around, surveying every stall until he saw a green hair in a corner. Naruto quickly approached her. And there, Shizuka was eating a flower-shaped bun. No doubt it's a red bean flavor. With a few bags on her hands. Shur-chan. Don't just disappear like that. I just bought food, she replied briefly as she devoured the food in her hand. Then her green eyes stopped at Naruto's eyes. Oh, they gave me this earlier, said Naruto pointing to his eyes. It's an eye thingy, I don't know its name though. What do you think? Shizuka stepped forward, her face leaning towards Naruto's eyes which made him immediately close his eyes. He could feel the girl rubbing his eyelids gently. Shizuka's actions successfully made Naruto's heart beat faster. The proximity, the touch, even the sound of her breath. He could feel it all. And he enjoyed it. It looks like your sage mode, she spoke after a few minutes. Yeah, only darker. You may be the only man who still looks handsome using eyeshadow, Shizuka muttered under her breath. But Naruto was sure he heard it clearly. He opened his eyes in shock, which directly met Shizuka's green eyes straight away. What did you say? Naruto was stuttering a little in disbelief. He didn't hear it wrong, right? No, nothing. Shizuka took a few steps back, her face already bright red. You probably hear something. This festival is very noisy too. But I'm sure Shirchan told me that I'm handsome. Naruto smirked, taking a step forward which made the girl step back. Seeing that, Naruto chuckled. Never mind, let's walk again. Naruto intertwined their hands and walked again. With Naruto sometimes stealing Shizuka's food which made the girl always slap his hand. However, until now, Naruto was feeling ecstatic. Pretty. Both of them stopped and looked down. There was a little girl wearing a pink yukata. Her orange hair was in 2 pigtails. Pretty One-chan, shouted the kid again, grinning broadly at Shizuka. Naruto turned to the girl next to him, seeing her flushed cheeks and wide eyes. Thanks, she whispered with the most awkward smile she could make. Although it looks very forced and even a little strange. She also stood a little closer to Naruto, to hide herself. It was obvious from her movements that Shizuka was not usually praised for her appearance. For One-chan, the little girl gave a flower crown she was holding to Shizuka. Her eyes shone, hoping that the green-haired girl would take it. Thank you. Awkwardly, Shizuka bent down and took it. Naruto decided to help Shizuka and crouched too. What's your name, pretty girl? Asked Naruto with a smile. Natsu. Hinata Natsu. She replied excitedly, looking pleased that she could pronounce her name aloud and correctly. She has the same name as Shirchan's dragon. Well, hello Natsu, I'm Naruto, Naruto said warmly. And this pretty girl is Shizuka. Then he turned back to Natsu. Why are you here alone? Where is your family? As if she just realized, the little girl gasped. Oh, I was with Nii-san. But I don't know why he's missing now. She answered without any fear in it. Really? You did a good job not to be scared. Now, let's find your brother, Natsuch. Before they had time to move, a shrill voice stopped them. And not far from them, there was a boy who also had orange hair and was wearing a light brown yukata. Shuyo Nii-san. Natsu waved her hand for her brother to see. And quickly the boy named Shuyo ran towards them. Oh, I'm sorry for troubling you. Shuyo bowed a few times. I'm Hinata Shuyo. Thank you for looking after Natsu. Oh, it's okay. And after the boy opened his eyes and saw Naruto, his eyes lit up and his smile widened. You're Uzumaki Naruto, he shouted as he jumped a few times in excitement. I really admire you. Just wait, I will be able to become a great ninja like you. Naruto blinked before giving him a wide grin. All right, kid. I'll wait for you. Finally, the Hinata siblings left, leaving the two of them behind. Naruto turned to look at Shizuka, who had been silent. He took the flower crown she was still holding and put it on her head. Naruto took a few steps back so he could get a good look at it. And really, Shizuka looks really appealing. The flower crown looks good on her, matching with her dress, it complemented her looks. She looked very feminine now, and Naruto liked it. Man, he couldn't count the number of times Naruto had complimented her on being so pretty. You're so appealing. Shizuka immediately flushed red. Her mouth opened and closed, unable to utter a word. And Naruto couldn't lie that he liked seeing Shizuka blushed. Naruto chuckled. The parade will be soon, then he looked down at her dress. Can you jump with that? I don't know, she replied, her cheeks still flushed. It's a little tight. Without giving any notification, Naruto lowered his body. His hands are wrapped around her shoulders and the other is on the back of her knees. Wait, Naruto. What are you doing? Naruto jumped onto the roof of a building and lowered her casually. You can see the parade easier this way. At least tell me beforehand, she exclaimed, hiding her blush with the inside of her elbows. Oh come on, the parade's about to start. And sure enough, the parade started right away. The streets cleared with onlookers pulled over to make way for passing carriages. The carriages were decorated with various kinds and shapes of flowers. Plus, the lights around it make the train stand out in the night. People participating in the parade wear luxurious dresses or kimonos, coupled with a captivating fire and light show. Appealing, right? Naruto turned to look at Shizuka, whose gaze was still on the parade. Her eyes held curiosity and excitement, reminding Naruto like a child. Naruto fell silent again. allowing Shizuka to enjoy this festival. Because seeing Shizuka enjoying this was much better for him. Naruto. He hummed, turned his head towards Shizuka who was already staring at him. Thank you, and Shizuka smiled. Not a small smile or a forced smile. It's a genuine smile. Her smile was wide, even her eyes were closed. This was the first time Naruto had seen Shizuka smile this wide. Naruto felt his breath stop, his eyes wide. Seeing that smile that was still printed clearly in his memory. Shizuka fluttered her eyes open as she woke up from her sleep. She sat for a few minutes to collect her soul and energy before carrying out her morning activities. She is someone who is always up early and always disciplined, even though she didn't do any missions that day. Shizuka's morning activities were filled with stretching her body and doing morning exercises, such as running around Konoha, although not now because Guy and Lee usually bothered her. Shizuka sat in the outer corridor of her abode, which overlooked the inner garden that she cared for with all her heart, sipping green tea while enjoying the spring breeze. She was already wearing her casual clothes, a beige blouse with a black ribbon on the collar, a short black skirt above the knees, and a light brown cardigan. She had also tied her hair in a low ponytail with a black ribbon. In the background, radio voices echoed in the room, playing the radio channel that Shizuka looked forward to every morning. And for Cancer. You're so lucky today. Shizuka's ears perked up at the mention of the luckiest zodiacs. You have to be with your loved ones. It can be family, friends, boyfriends/girlfriends, or people you like. You don't have to be with them all the time, but try to spend time together. Shizuka froze. Her BLD stopped. Her brain was empty. Her gaze was blurred. And her glasses were cracked. What did they say? Shizuka didn't hear it wrong, right? How is it? It's easy, right? You are so lucky today. They say it's easy. Did you think this is that easy? All right, now for you. Shizuka didn't hear it. Oha Asa's voice felt deaf in her ears. Her mind was still on her lucky item for today. It would be easy if her parents were still alive. She didn't have to bother. Or is it with Kakashi? No, he is a Hokage now. He must be busy. And of course, the last option. It must be him. The memory of yesterday's festival flashed through her mind, and her face flushed again. But how should she be with him? Her ego was too high for her to be willing to do that easily. What if she doesn't want to do it? Give up. In that case, she should stay indoors to avoid her bad luck. Oh, she was such a coward. After several minutes of inner debate, even though she had already prepared a place for her to be alone, Shizuka stood up. Her eyes were fiery, but she was still blushing. I can't go back down. Naruto felt that Shizuka was strange today. She seemed to cling to him. She didn't even scold him about his stupid acts. It wasn't that Naruto didn't like it, he even preferred it if Shizuka was like that. It's just that this feels weird. I'm so hungry. Naruto groaned, rubbing his stomach as a growl came from it. Sure-chan, let's go eat at Ichiraku Ramen. Okay, she said simply. Shizuka was really weird today. Usually, she doesn't want to go eat at Ichiraku Ramen, especially if they just ate it yesterday. Why does she want to now? Or is Shizuka sick? Naruto turned around and suddenly put the back of his hand on Shizuka's forehead. What are you doing? She shouted in surprise, her cheeks flushed red from Naruto's sudden touch. You're not sick, Naruto spoke blankly. Who said I was sick? Shizuka scoffed, pushing Naruto's hand roughly. If you're not sick, that means... Naruto trailed off. Sure-chan, do you have a mental breakdown? Shizuka gave him a dumbfounded look, but her eyebrow was twitching in annoyance. I don't have any mental illness. And it's very rude if you ask that so straightforwardly. Naruto blinked, his face still showing a blank expression. But you're weird today. Shizuka's face turned red in embarrassment. Maybe it's just your imagination, she said in a tone as calm as possible while pushing up her glasses. The man just nodded understandingly and didn't speak anymore, making Shizuka let out a sigh of relief, grateful for Naruto's unintelligent nature. Naruto suddenly exclaimed, making the girl flinch. You're in your PRD. Shizuka gaped, not knowing if she should feel embarrassed or angry at him. Don't say something like that so loud, you idiot. She snapped, face red in embarrassment. Do you have any shames? Instead of feeling guilty, Naruto grinned happily. So I was right. You're in your PRD. He cheered happily, like a child who had successfully solved a puzzle. I'm not. Shizuka huffed, frustrated plus embarrassed. She wondered why she loved someone like him. Never mind. Talking to you makes me dizzy. She was about to turn her body to leave, but Naruto managed to stop her. Then what's wrong with you? His voice turning soft made Shizuka unable to help but stare back at him. Honestly, I like you like this. But it's just a little weird for me. Naruto's words successfully made Shizuka's face even redder, putting the Uzumaki's hair to shame. And nothing, she argued quickly, trying to let go of Naruto's grip, but it only made the man grip her tighter. Shizuka. When Naruto used her real name, it was like Shizuka's entire nerves wanted to follow his orders. This is so unfair. Why could he control her so easily? It's because you're my lucky item, Shizuka exclaimed, closing her eyes as she blurted out. Naruto's eyes widened in shock at Shizuka's scream. I'm your lucky item, he repeated to himself. No wonder Shizuka didn't bring anything weird today. Shizuka's body trembled. Her eyes were still tightly closed and her face was still red. One of her hands that were inside her cardigan pressed a radio button she was carrying. And Oha Asa's familiar voice came out, saying what she heard this morning. Naruto listened carefully, even repeating it in his mind several times. His eyes stared in disbelief at Shizuka's figure, who looked completely different from her usual one. She looked cuter. Your loved ones? Naruto asked carefully, watching Shizuka slowly nod her head, still unwilling to open her eyes. So, you mean he trailed off? You love me? Shizuka nodded slightly. And Naruto felt his heart pounding now. A feeling of immense happiness ran through his body, waiting to explode. Love me in that sense, right? Not because we're friends, right? Naruto confirmed again. Yes, stupid. Shizuka snapped again, looking away while trying to hide her flushed face. Naruto couldn't stop himself from smiling broadly. His heart was still pounding with happiness, and his body felt floating. If this was a dream, Naruto would want to be there forever. And luckily it's real. Shizuka loved him. Shizuka really loved him. Kurama, I didn't hear it wrong, right? Shirchan loves me, right? Yes, stupid. Now let me sleep, I don't want to see this disgusting moment. Naruto immediately hugged and lifted her, making the girl yelp in surprise. And he laughed, laughing happily while twirling Shizuka's body. Naruto. The man lowered her but did not let go of his embrace. I can't believe this. Geez, Shirchan, I feel like I'm on cloud 9. Don't exaggerate. I couldn't help it, I'm so happy right now. Naruto touched their foreheads together. You don't know how much I wanted to hear that from you. Gosh, I love you, Shirchan. Shizuka blinked several times in shock. Love me? After seeing Naruto's nod, she asked again, feeling insecure. I'm weird and Naruto gently put his pointed finger on her lips to stop her. You're not weird. You're just unique. In fact, it's your uniqueness that I think makes you even more different. It makes you... I love how you're so obsessed with that Oha Asa. I love how you're always optimistic even though you're in the last place. I love how you always pay attention to your nails. I love your cute suffix. Then he gently pushed her hair behind her ear. So don't feel that weird. It's just your quirk. And let me love it. Like I love you. Shizuka's face flushed again, and she could feel her tears wanting to come out. Even though many people find it strange, and even though Shizuka doesn't care about what they say, it still left something on her heart. She couldn't believe that. There was someone who would tolerate and like the quirks she has. Really, she asked with a shaky breath. Will you really tolerate the strangeness inside of me, the quirks of my soul? Didn't I already tell you? Naruto smiled gently as he stroked her cheek lovingly. All your quirks and all your problems, even your depressions and your failures, that is what makes you, you. And I love all of it. I love all of you. She buried herself on his shoulder. Thank you. Oha Asa is always right. Naruto let out a big wabian as he leaned his back against the chair. He felt very tired. His body was tired because he sat all day, and his mind was tired from being used continuously, especially with paperwork that seemed endless. Being a Hokage is not easy. He glanced at his reflection from the computer screen on his desk. For several years now, he has only smoothed his blonde hair, with his bangs curled and separated sideways, exposing his forehead. It was the style Shizuka suggested because of Naruto's original intention to cut it short, which Shizuka immediately rejected. His blue eyes looked tired, and there were dark circles under his eyes. Naruto slapped his own face. Back to work. And after several hours of torture, he was finally done. Naruto quickly came out of his office, without tidying up, and ran to his house. With a happy feeling, he opened the door. The first thing he saw after he took off his shoes was the youngest child playing with his game console. "Father," the boy looked up, put it on the table, and immediately hugged him tightly. "Boruto." Naruto smiled broadly at his son. He is Uzumaki Boruto, the second and youngest child. His looks are similar to Naruto's, except that his hair is a blend of Shizuka's straight hair with Naruto's spiky hair. It's a little weird, actually, as it looks like a banana. "Dadabayo? Dadabasa?" The two giggled at their usual greeting as Naruto picked up his son and twirled them. "Boruto, don't scream, you will disturb the poor neighbor," Nanadeo, someone who was coming out from the inside, scolded him. He is Uzumaki Shintaro, Naruto's eldest son, and looks like the male version of Shizuka, dark green hair parted to the left that doesn't reach his eyes, light green eyes with prominent lower eyelashes, and wears black-framed glasses. He too has Shizuka's tall genes as he was taller than most of his age. It's just that he has 2 pairs of whiskers on his cheeks, which shows that he is Naruto's son. He is 14 years old but has already become an ANBU, a genius like his mother. "Welcome home, father." Mother was preparing dinner. "All right, thank you, Shintaro." Naruto lowered Boruto, who was still clinging to him, and walked deeper into the house. Just like what his first child said, Shizuka was busy cooking. Her long hair was now tied in a low ponytail with a black ribbon, and she wore a brown apron. Now Shizuka is the head of the entire ANBU Corps and a member of the Konoha investigation team. Naruto leaned to the island, observing her with a big smile, not intending to disturb her cooking. "Oh, you're home already," said Shizuka after noticing her husband's presence. Then she glanced at the clock on the wall. "You're home early." "Yeah, I want to spend a little more time with my family," Naruto replied, helping to bring the pot of soup to the dining table. "You don't have to push yourself. Being the father of the village is hard," said Shizuka, frowning after seeing his tired face, "and our sons already understand that." "I know," he smiled, "but I am still a father to our family. I can't leave that." Shizuka sighed. "Whatever you want." Naruto walked over to her and put his arm around Shizuka's waist. "Where's my welcome home kiss?" he asked while leaning forward. Shizuka flushed. "My kiss." Naruto leaned forward again, but Shizuka immediately put her palm on his mouth to stop him. "Stop it? Gosh, Shirchan, we've been married for years, and you're still embarrassed?" Naruto teased, throwing her his trademark grin. "Shut up and go wash yourself. You stink." Naruto chuckled and headed straight to the room to do as Shizuka told him to. And after he finished, he headed to the dining table, seeing Shizuka and his sons waiting for him there. Naruto couldn't feel happier than this, spending time with his little family, together with the people he loves. Itadakimasu. The end.